We are once again floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. We've got a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fams. So I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Space Fams, beautiful to see you here on this Wednesday evening. Hopefully the week is going well for you so far. Got a hell of a lot to talk about, but first, some shoutouts. Quaximus, Atticus Among Us, Hermetologist123 in the YouTube chat, Young Chris, Close Fourth, Randy Terpstra, also here, Carl Schmidt, Nia Zaraki, Styx Dragon, HBX, Frizzla, Big Jerry, Sasha G, Miss T Wash, Stoicite on a 75 stream streak. My God, that's a lot of streams. Soul Life, Christy here too. Moano up in the vertical chat. I gotta redo this. Somehow I've named the vertical stream the wrong thing. I got the thumbnail right. I don't know how I fucked this up. Anyway, lots to talk about here. Big news all around. Is Mitch McConnell missing? And is he being weekend at Bernie'd in front of our very eyes? Trump versus FIFA, Binface versus Farage, Iran Wobegon, and much, much more. Let's start here. America.
Senator McConnell, we're told it was hospitalized. Have you heard any word on him?
I have. I spoke to him yesterday, and he was in good spirits. I mean, he was paying very dialed in, paying attention to what's going on, and indicated that he would be back soon.
He's paying very dialed in. Look at the look on John Thune's face.
Going on, and indicated that he would be back soon.
Look at this. I mean, he's on Fox News right now. Is that Hannity? Who is he here with? No, it's Brett Baer.
In, paying attention to what's going on, and indicated that he would be back soon.
Look at that face that he gives Brett. Hey, he's fine. Don't worry about old Mitch. Everything's perfectly fine, says John Thune, leader of the Senate Republicans. Everything's great. He's perfectly dialed, focused in on all sorts of stuff. Like, where's my oatmeal? Where is it?
That was the Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, just days after Senator Mitch McConnell was admitted to the hospital. It has now been 3 weeks since McConnell was admitted. We still don't know why he's there. Today, spokespeople for both Leader Thune and the GOP whip, John Barrasso, said the senators recently spoke to McConnell about a variety of topics. McConnell's office says he's recovering, but they've not provided any details about his condition, which has left room for rampant speculation, even prompting some MAGA voices to say McConnell's team needed to provide proof of life.
Wow, even cat turd.
Joining us now in the arena is Al Cross. He's a political columnist for the...
Wow, even cat turd is seemingly skeptical about Mitch McConnell's whereabouts. Really easy for Mitch McConnell's team to prove he's still alive and well. Just do a video from the hospital. Why won't they do it? 186,000 views.
Proof of life. Joining us now in the arena is Al Cross. He's a political columnist for the Northern Kentucky Tribune, professor emeritus at the University of Kentucky, long-standing dean of the press corps in Kentucky and has covered McConnell for a long time. But I actually do, Al, want to start with, I know, our mutual, I know you know Scott Jennings quite well from your time, because Scott...
Start with the news. Scott has the news.
Oh, Scott, I love Scott.
You spoke with Mitch McConnell
I
today.
love Scott. Oh, my God. You know Scott, right? I love Scott. Anybody who says, oh, my God, I love Scott Jennings is immediately suspect. Write that down. If you're like, oh, my God, my favorite guy, Scott Jennings, is here, thank God, you're the problem. Oh, the great Scott Jennings. Thank God he's here. That'll brighten up this CNN segment. I don't know why I'm doing a Bill Clinton impression. It's sort of just happening.
What did you talk about? What did he say?
Yeah, he called me this morning before I did my radio show. We talked for about 17 minutes. You know, he talked a lot about the situation with Iran, talked a little bit about Ukraine and what's going on in Europe.
Really?
I told him I'd been to the Teddy Roosevelt Library. We talked a little bit about the history of the vice presidency and how Roosevelt had transformed that in the modern presidency.
Yeah, he talked about all of that. How he talked to him about how you went to the Roosevelt Library and all of this other stuff. You know, and we're going to get into this, I think, on multiple occasions here, but I'm pretty sure, I mean, I could be wrong on this. Scott Jennings seems like the kind of guy who could be easily fooled by a chatbot. And I'm just wondering to myself, you know, all sorts of stuff right now. John Thune is claiming he's spoken to Mitch McConnell. Scott Jennings is claiming he's spoken to Mitch McConnell. Everybody's like, oh, he's doing great. Saying words about stuff. Really dialed in. Just haven't seen him for a month. I'm just wondering right now. It'll become more apparent why as time goes on. I've just been wondering to myself, the more I think about this, are these guys actually talking to Mitch McConnell? Like, I'm willing to grant them that they think that they're talking to Mitch McConnell on the phone, but are they? That's the question.
A little history of the Senate. I mean, it was a wide-ranging conversation. I talked to him often. I hadn't talked to him since he'd been in. I'd gotten a few text messages from him, but I hadn't spoken to him. So it was good to hear his voice. Voice sounded strong and sounded like he was keeping up with the news to me.
Did you ask?
Oh, it sounds like he's keeping up with the news to me, says his little Scott. You know, Scott has not shaved. This is actually very odd. Scott is always clean-shaven. Today, of all days, he, for some reason, has not whipped out the razor, and it's rough looking over here on Scott's face. I'm not saying the two are linked in some way. I'm not saying they're not linked. I'm just pointing it out.
How he was feeling?
Yeah, he said he was feeling okay. You know, obviously well enough to call me on the phone, and obviously well enough to talk to Barrasso on the phone. Now, look, I'm not qualified to discuss any medical issues or give you any information about that. That's really for him or his staff to do. But, you know, I talk to him from time to time, and I see him from time to time. And, you know.
That's fascinating. Scott Jennings is not a medical expert. He can't speak on the fitness of people. Fascinating.
A conversation today about the things that we normally talk about, which are news of the day, political stuff.
Did you come away feeling like he's still capable of serving the people of Kentucky as senator?
I came away feeling that he was staying on top of the news. Again, I look, his condition and why he's in the hospital or when he might come out, or look, that's
what is this from Scott? He can't tell us whether or not he thinks that he's capable of being a senator. Wow. What kind of do you need a doctorate to give an opinion on that, or what? Like, he's saying he's not a doctor because he can't speak to the health of Mitch. But do you need a doctorate to speak as to whether or not somebody is capable of being senator or president or anything like that? You know, it's a little weird that Scott is so reticent, so hesitant to make a call on this.
Do you know why, and are just saying it's not at liberty to share?
I do not know why. I only know, frankly, what has been reported or what his office has said. So it was a personal private call, but I didn't probe him too deeply for his medical records.
Would you encourage him or anyone in his position to be more transparent with his voters about his health than he's been so far?
Good question. I think that's a fair thing to say. But on the other hand, my impression of men of that age is that they're a little private when it comes to their health. Now he's
he's just a private man. He's just a private man. That's all. He's just a private man. He's a public
After this
figure,
nominee
of course.
tried defending Joe Biden, Scott Jennings responded with one of his best explanations yet.
I mean, what's worse, a president not having all the information he needs to make a legitimate comment, so he holds back in the moment before being ready to make a comment, or, I don't know, willfully lying to the American people about the condition of the President of the United States, which went on for 4 years in this country.
That is totally wrong. That is totally wrong. That is totally wrong.
I hope you read all the books that are coming out. I hope you read all the books that are coming out.
Joe Biden, when asked about soldiers lost, was briefed and said it. And so you think Joe Biden had problems? At least he was able to do that. What's the excuse for Donald Trump if he's so capable?
I'm just saying.
I mean,
you guys
I don't know if you're a judge.
That Trump is exhibiting some, I want to get more facts, and I'm going to be lectured by the people who lied to the American people about the condition of the president.
Oh, he was so upset about Joe Biden's acuity. Remember that? The different man. Once again, it's very weird to see him stubble-faced and so forlorn. No quippiness or smirkiness going on right now. No smugness coming out. He really hopes Mitch McConnell gets better. And, he's a private man. I don't know why we're all even talking about this right now. He's a private guy. It's really weird.
My impression of men of that age is that they're a little private when it comes to their health. Now he's in public office, and that carries a different responsibility. But it's a fair question.
Can I just jump in here, because we have been on multiple shows together where you have brought up Secretary Austin's hospitalization when I was in the administration, and you were very critical of us on the handling, and the secretary, of his handling, and you were incredibly critical of him not being transparent with the American people and the public about his condition. And I find it just so interesting that you're not being critical of a sitting senator who represents the state of Kentucky not being transparent with his constituents. He's been able to call Thune, Barrasso, and you, but we have no idea why he's hospitalized. But you were so critical of Secretary Austin, who did disclose why he was hospitalized, and it was for 5 days. We are at almost a month, and we have no idea why Mitch McConnell has been.
What is this? Is this it? Is this the clip? Hold on.
The bar for firing people like this is really high from the last administration, when after the Afghan withdrawal, which was a disaster, no accountability was meted out.
Yes, definitely.
After the strike, that as those.
What is wrong with this clip? Oh, there, this clip sucks. Dicks. Daily Caller. Yes. Show us.
Defense Department has barred press photographers from briefings on the ongoing war that is happening with Iran because they published photos of Secretary Pete Hegseth that his staff deemed unflattering. The White House's response to it wasn't really to deny it, but they said that the Washington Post had fired all their photographers in response to this. But I mean, do you think that's appropriate for them to be banning photographers during a war because they don't like pictures?
I don't know how any of the four of us are qualified to comment on this. None of us has ever taken an unflattering photo. So that's number one. Number two, I don't know. Look, I look at this as
But you would have criticized Lloyd Austin if he threw out Reuters photographers.
I would have criticized him if he went AWOL. Oh, which he did, and I certainly did. Look,
right, but that's my point.
This isn't the clip that I wanted either. I'm trying to, because he was going all in on Lloyd Austin for a minute. I just can't find the one. Dude was obsessed with it. And now he's over here. Look, why are we even talking about this? It's just a guy taking a quick month off from being a senator.
place, and you're not being critical. You're not concerned by that?
Well, of course, I'm concerned about my friend. I've known him since I was 16 years old. So if you're
But you don't
asking
think
me
you
if
should
I'm
disclose
if you're
why
asking me
he's
if I'm concerned,
hospitalized?
if you want to be ornery and mean about me being concerned about my friend, you're welcome to do it. He's not the head of the United States Armed Forces, who apparently went AWOL
He is
while
the
he was Secretary of
sitting
Defense.
U.S. Senator for your home state.
And do you think
for
that-
your home state, for the people, they don't
You don't see the
deserve-
difference in those two positions?
There is no difference. They are elected to public office.
difference.
There is no difference. They should be held to the same exact standard. Secretary Austin did
right.
disclose his condition. Mitch
Hold on, I
McConnell
have one
should
more
too.
question for Scott, and then I want to bring Al into this conversation. Scott, was this an audio call, a FaceTime call? Does McConnell
Audio.
FaceTime ever?
I can't say that I've ever FaceTimed with him. I do get text messages from him, and we do talk on the phone, but I think it's always audio.
Okay. Al Cross, I'd love to get you to weigh in here because I do know that you had been.
How could you not know if you're having phone calls or FaceTimes? What? How would you not know whether or not you had a FaceTime or a phone call? It's just weird. It's just real weird that Scott is struggling so much with all of this. He really is having a hard time, it would seem, with just sort of, you know, being his
it would
normal,
still be nice to know
smug self about this. I mean, this is a politician who has gone AWOL, shirked his duty. But because he's got a personal relationship with the guy, all of a sudden, little Scott Jennings, he can't find his spine. Of course, we all know it never existed, but it's just funny to watch him squirm.
if and when the senator is going to come back to work. But, you know, the Senate's in recess this week, so I expect we'll see some news on that on Monday. I do think that his reluctance, or his office's reluctance, and I suspect it's his reluctance, to say very much about his condition stems partly from his pride. He is, you know, he's a person who has a lot of pride, justifiably so.
Justifiably
that kind of gets
so.
in the way of admitting infirmity. And he's always been very private.
That sentence broke me just now. Justifiably so. Mitch McConnell has the right to be proud, justifiably so. For what? Name one thing. Name one thing that Mitch McConnell should be proud of. Taking SNAP benefits away from children, healthcare, funding every war that the country's ever fought.
However, when you say as little as he has said, you are simply letting conspiracy theories and speculation fill the vacuum. And when people deal primarily in speculation and conspiracy theories, that just adds to the distrust that people have of the political system and the people in it. And whose hands does that play into? It plays into Donald Trump's hands. And I doubt that Mitch McConnell likes that.
It plays into Donald Trump's hands.
Yes, fair enough.
Oh, we're playing into Trump's hands.
Are you
about making fun of Mitch
surprised,
McConnell.
Al, that they haven't been willing? We haven't seen any.
We're not making fun of him. We're just asking important questions here. Let's be real. He's an elected senator, and he just took a random. He's not even. It's not even. We're not even done with it. He still hasn't appeared. He's been taking a sabbatical for the last month. A dude who has had repeated problems with his health. We watched him collapse in the halls of Congress in the last year, right? We've watched him short circuit in the middle of press interviews. What? Where am I? Where's my mashed applesauce? Huh? What budget? I don't know how much applesauce cost. Like, I mean, it's insane. It's insane. This is like, I mean, this whole thing is wild. And for anybody to be like, oh, you're playing into the hands of the president by, by like, what does that even mean? What does that even mean? How does this play into the hands of the president? Mitch McConnell can't even apparently appear in Congress. Who is this helping exactly? It's helping Republicans is who it's helping, right? It's helping Republicans continue to hold that office and not to have a special election for a seat of a guy who literally can't make it in because he's so infirm and old.
Of McConnell, for example, what does that tell you?
I don't know. I just think it all goes to his desire to keep things private, and Secretary Chow may have some influence in this matter too. I think
she
that,
might.
Perhaps
We're
this
gonna
is
talk
the
about
worst
that.
situation he's been in since the fall in the.
We're going to be talking about Secretary Chow. By the way, Secretary Chow is Mrs. McConnell. Okay, he says Secretary Chow. We're talking about the wife of Mitch McConnell.
You know, as we wrap up here, do you think he'd be willing to call into the show? Could we get him on the phone now?
You know, I wasn't really expecting him to call this morning, to be honest. So when the phone rang and I was able to talk to him, I was frankly pretty grateful. I mean, as I said, I've known him since I was a teenager. If it hadn't been for Mitch McConnell and the McConnell Center at the University of Louisville, you know, I would never have been able to go to college. He's been my mentor and he changed the trajectory of my life. So, you know, when things happen to him and happen to people in your life that you really care about, you know, you just sort of naturally feel extremely worried. So when I heard his,
I think Scott's involved in the cover-up. I can't say 100% one way or the other, but I think he's involved in the cover-up. Like, he is as close as it gets to Mitch McConnell. I honestly had no idea how close they were. Like, he's known Mitch McConnell since he was 16 years old. He was the former political director for the guy. I mean, I did not know this about Scott. I don't know how I went this long without knowing this about Scott. But he had a teenage boy relationship with Mitch McConnell. And I think he's involved in the cover-up. I get the strong sense that he knows everybody around Mitch McConnell, since apparently he's been hanging around for the last 40 years. I mean, how old is Scott? Mid-50s? He's known Mitch McConnell for 40 years. He must know every single person around him. Like, I get the sense he's involved in the cover-up and not just like some just sort of random guy who got a phone call who now just happens to be here on CNN saying Mitch is fine.
today, and he was clearly keeping up with stuff that made me happy to hear from him, because like everybody else, I've been, you know, somewhat in the dark about it. But to hear him talking and to know that he's also talking to the Senate leadership, it made me pretty happy.
The MAGA media ecosphere, shall we say, has been driving a lot of the questions about where Mitch McConnell has been and what has happened to him. You, of course, are in tune with that in the role you have on your radio show. Do you think they should put out a picture of Mitch McConnell, that he should release more to the public to quiet this noise?
Yeah, I think Al had a good point about McConnell's general disposition towards privacy. I sometimes wonder, like, if I were laying in a hospital bed, would I want a bunch of people around photographing me? Probably not, particularly if I were an 84-year-old person who's normally private about his health. Probably not. But I take the criticism. I think it's a fair question about transparency. I think it's a fair question about whether they've done enough. But ultimately, these office holders, you know, they're in charge of their own operations, and you know, it may be somebody around him says, let's put out a picture, and he.
Oh, okay. So never forget, Scott Jennings said, look, you don't have to do your job. All right. If you're an elected office, if you're a senator, congressperson, president, I guess, anybody really, doesn't matter. No big deal. You can just take time off if you need it. You know, just you don't have to vote. You don't have to legislate. You don't have to, you know, do anything for your district. As long as you're good, as long as your mental health is good, as long as your sense of privacy isn't being invaded on, like, then everything's fine. And we should all just sort of stop asking questions about it. It's a fascinating take. It's a fascinating fucking take from Scott.
Doesn't want to do it. I think that's a fair observation from Al. But all I can tell you today is all the rumors about him being dead or brain dead, or, you know, his body's being hidden somewhere. I've seen all kinds of crazy things on the internet. That's obviously not true, because he picked up the phone and called me, and that was a good thing.
All right, well, let him know. Our phone lines are open here at the arena.
Long-time listener,
should he wish
caller.
to call in, as someone who covered many of the Senate campaigns, not as many, of course, as Al Cross, but a couple.
Yeah, get a call in from Mitch McConnell. AI Mitch McConnell. Large language McConnell. It's very interesting. And he's not the only Republican to just sort of check out, although I think these are for different reasons. But it's just a lot of questions. I think rightfully so, people seem to have. In the wake of this information being let into the public sphere that Mitch McConnell was in the hospital for some reason. But a reason that none of us deserve to know. Now, he used to be the leader of the Senate Republicans. Of course, he's lost that leadership in the wake of some of his very clear struggles with his mental capacity. And, like, but he continues to be a man with power and influence, even if he's a bag of mush being puppeted by the people around him.
This is from Scott Jennings.
Oh, yes.
Have you seen this?
No.
He wrote, I spoke to my old friend Mitch McConnell this morning.
Sure you did, buddy.
Sorry, the senior senator from Kentucky. He's still recovering in the hospital. We just talked shy of 20 minutes about Iran, Ukraine, and the unfolding situation in Maine. My visit to the Teddy Roosevelt Presidential Library, and even a little bit of Senate history. I told him we want to see him back to work as soon as possible.
Did they put peanut butter in his mouth or something?
There's a guy behind the bed. Oh, hi there, Scott.
Yeah, right. That's a pretty good McConnell.
Medora, North Dakota is an interesting place. I've been there that's the type of place I used to go on vacations as a kid. It's very funny to me to imagine all these national Republicans making a pilgrimage out to Western North Dakota.
Yes.
To go to a library to see hologram Teddy Roosevelt say, I love my square deal.
I would say that hologram is more of a person than Mitch McConnell is right now.
It's more sentient, I think.
That's where he spoke to him. Curiously, Mitch McConnell is being hospitalized at the North Dakota AI Museum.
And he's in the room with Teddy Roosevelt, and they're talking about the situation in Maine.
I
would never do that.
Biding my time, I dare Scott Jennings to give us one quote from Mitch McConnell's own mouth.
Sorry.
That was too realistic.
Sorry about that.
Hungover substitute teacher says Scott Jennings does seances.
He busted out as a Ouija board
Yeah.
in the hospital.
That you were going to obviously,
Jesus Christ.
Oh, Scott Jennings, indeed.
Okay, we don't have sound for this, but we could just talk about this for a second. Like,
I think Scott's lubing up and working McConnell like a puppet. How rude. Gross.
Mitch McConnell's wife, who is a Chinese
I think
citizen.
we should leave everything to my best buddy, Scott. Excuse me. Scott Jennings. He's a great man.
This is me. That's my Mitch McConnell as a puppet. Being puppeted by Scott. That's Mitch McConnell being puppeted by Scott.
I leave my house, my property, money, and wife to Scott Jennings.
If I'm not mistaken,
I have to
right?
look that up.
I've heard she's a spy.
I have heard that, but it feels like right-wing xenophobia about it. But China. You know, I mean,
It does feel.
however, I'm fine with whatever propaganda is pretty much like criticizing Mitch McConnell. I'm not going to really.
I mean, she's an
choosy.
oligarch. Elaine Chao, let's see if she's indeed a American businesswoman,
She's a
former government official
billionaire.
of the United States. I'm not
Her
seeing-
family, she comes from a billionaire family, right? Like her father runs a shipping company worth over $1 billion. Well over in the billions of dollars.
Oh, she's not. But did she
Maybe
work?
was born. Let me see.
But she was born in China, I believe, or she was born in Taiwan. She was born in
Taipei,
Taiwan.
yeah.
Exactly,
Okay, gotcha.
So she was born in China?
Her
That was a mistake. That was a mistake. That was a mistake.
his parents fled China as a result of the Chinese Civil War. So yeah.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, I guess that's why I was asking, because it's just a little convenient for her, who she's his next of kin. She's the one making medical decisions. I mean, maybe they just have a very, loose relationship where they choose not to support one another through like severe medical episodes like heart attacks. Or yeah, he was like, he was like, he said
what else is companionship for life for except maybe that moment?
Because he's like, I need to see you on your grind set, girl, or I'm not going to be able to get out of this hospital bed.
I got these meetings in China.
The best way for you to support me is to keep on with your life, and then I'll come back. Can you imagine if he dies and she's not there?
I think that's what's happening.
Well, I think that he's. I mean, it seems
right
like
now.
so
That
he's
is
been
literally-
in the
quite
hospital
literally what's
since
happening.
June 14th.
Yeah.
That's what I just read this morning.
I was in London. Yeah, Jesus.
Like, it's been 3 weeks. I just can't.
Yeah, it's been 3 weeks. Might as well just be a month. He's just been. I mean, man, he's not like he's had. Over recent years, it's not like Mitch McConnell's been known for his health and his athleticism. Dude couldn't even make it down the fucking halls. Can we need to watch that again. Like, the guy, it's incredible. We've been saying it for a while now that people are weekend at Bernieing fucking Mitch McConnell. The people, he literally just can't walk around, and they're like puppets, like they're just like releasing statements. Dude's never in front of a microphone anymore, because every time they get him in front of a microphone, he has another senior moment, and then people go back.
He's like, I need to see you on your grind set, girl, or I'm not going to be able to get out of this hospital bed.
I got these meetings in China.
The best way for you to support me is to keep on with your life, and then I'll come back. Can you imagine if he dies and she's not there?
I think that's what's happening.
Well, I think that he's. I mean, it seems like.
Whoopsies, I didn't mean to do that. Like, do you all remember this? Like, we gotta watch this again. For anybody who fucking missed this. Like, Mitch just, 8 months ago, Mitch just collapsed. He just, I mean, a reporter was just asking him a question, then the reporter looks like they just, like, and I also would be, like, sort of in shock. Reporter.
Taking working people off the streets and kidnapping them.
He couldn't even come up with a word at that moment. He just always go, hey.
People off the streets and kidnapping them.
Why should this man be in office? And the reporter looks genuinely sort of disturbed. I think I would too. I mean, even though it's clearly not her fault. I feel like in the moment you'd be like, wait, did I just cause an elderly person to fall over? Like, obviously it wasn't her fault, but I mean, you just watched like an elderly guy who's supposed to be in charge of the country literally collapse. It's like watching the government collapse in front of your eyes. It's like, that's kind of the vibes. So you just watch the government collapse in front of your very eyes, and you're just left in shock, just trying to grasp whatever it is that just happened. Oh, this whole situation.
Amazing feat from the octogenarians holding the country hostage. Jail Migalo. It's wrong to harp on Emma for her previous support of Plattner. It's right to harp on her incredibly stale Trump impression. It's not the voice, it's the lack of humor. Emma, please go to more of Brian's stand-up shows and binge some more comedy specials for comedic inspiration.
Stop.
What? I'm...
Okay, I forgot. They go on to some other shit now. This one. Okay, we're staying on this Mitch McConnell thing. It's because it's very troubling. We're in the middle of primaries right now. We're trying to get the very best people in office. Meanwhile, the very worst people are continuing to hold on to power. However, in this case, it's not even clear that Mitch is the one who's holding on to power. It feels a lot like, this is just me, but it feels like the people around him are holding on to power. And are basically legislating vicariously through him, this sack of flesh and his office, just like leaving the door locked at all times, not letting any of us see him.
Questions are intensifying on Capitol Hill regarding the health of Senator Mitch McConnell. The 84-year-old Kentucky lawmaker remains hospitalized more than 3 weeks after his June 14th admission. His office has declined to release any information about his condition, fueling speculation about whether he can return when the Senate reconvenes next week. A spokesperson for Senate Majority Leader John Thune says the two had a lengthy, substantive call covering a variety of topics, including national security. The number 2 Republican, Wyoming Senator John...
That in itself is sketchy as shit. A lengthy and substantive call with Mitch McConnell? As we all know perfectly well, Mitch McConnell cannot hold a long and substantive conversation. He will fucking glitch out. He will glitch out and he'll forget where he is. And he tell me something like that. I'm like, that's very suspect. Very, very, very suspect for you to claim that you had a long and substantive conversation. If you told me you had a confusing and short conversation with Mitch McConnell, I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. But long and substantive, that's not checking out.
Lasso also spoke with McConnell for 20 minutes on Tuesday regarding the Supreme Court and upcoming midterms. This latest hospitalization follows a history of health scares, including a severe concussion in 2023, 2 high-profile incidents where he froze mid-sentence during press conferences, and a wrist injury while walking out of a GOP luncheon. First elected in 1984, McConnell stepped down from...
He has been in power for so long that even the vintage photos of him, he has gray hair.
I don't know what's going on right now. What? Huh? I'm where? Congress. I'm a little boy. Why would a little boy be in Congress? Huh? Old man, no. I'm 7. I want to play marbles. I want to play marbles and eat a hot dog. No, sir. Sir, we're doing a press conference. What? Where's my puppy?
That was not 3 years ago. That was like 30 or 40 years ago. This is an old, just look at the perspective of this photo. First off, it's in 4:3. TV hasn't used 4:3 since like the 90s. Since like the 90s. This is like a 30-year-old photo. But he still looks like death. He still looks old as fuck. Oh my god. No, honestly, it kind of is elder abuse to continue to keep this man in power. Just like, to walk him around like a puppet so that you can continue to hold a seat in Congress? It's disturbing. It's also deeply anti-American, in my opinion. It's freedom hating. Freedom! America last. Everybody's saying it. Everybody's saying it.
He talked a lot about the situation with Iran, talked a little bit about Ukraine and what's going on in Europe. I'd gotten a few text messages from him, but I hadn't spoken to him. So it was good to hear his voice. Voice sounded strong, and Sounded like he was keeping up with the news to me.
Okay, Senator Mitch McConnell has been hospitalized for 3 weeks, still unclear why or when he'll be released, and yet some MAGA voices demanding, quote, proof of life. Here's an example.
Immediately,
Laura
if
Loomer
not
posting,
sooner.
high-level source close to the White House tells me, quote, Mitch McConnell is officially brain dead and he's not coming back. We're hearing these pundits talk not just about his potential health, but what they think the issue is, a special election deadline.
Yeah, look, Adi, if you were hadn't been on air for 3 weeks and there was no answers where you had gone, probably CNN would be interested to know what was going on with you.
Hello.
You know, there's nobody here met with Mitch McConnell. Nobody saw Mitch McConnell. They just had lengthy and substantive conversations. Seems like Mitch has a lot of time. If you add it all up, he's like on the phone for what, like 2 hours? 20 minutes with Scott, 20 minutes with John Barrasso, 45 minutes with Jack Kimball, and a lengthy and substantive conversation with John Thune. That's like 2 hours of this guy just on the phone talking the whole time.
Yeah, look, Adi, if you were hadn't been on air for 3 weeks and there was no answers where you had gone, probably CNN would be interested to know what was going on with you.
Hello, Reddit would say thank you.
Sure, maybe.
Yeah.
I think the same would be true of me, probably for you guys
It's
too. Mitch McConnell is entitled to private information about his health, but he is a public official. He is the taxpayers of Kentucky and of the federal and of the country, because he's a federal employee, are entitled to know what's going on.
Isaac, this is the second Republican who we've had these medical mishaps, if you will, missing in action. And I just think that from the party who claims transparency and accountability, we should just know more when these situations pop up. We had a member of Congress who was missing in action for months, and we didn't hear anything. We later learned depression. Now we have Senator McConnell. If this were Democrats, Republicans would be wetting their diapers about accountability and responsibility.
They are.
Let me.
Well, it's just interesting because I am old enough to remember the Biden years where we had our Secretary of Defense absolutely AWOL, went out for a surgery for I think 3 weeks. We had the President of the United States obviously suffering from some type of mental.
I don't remember anybody saying that that was a fine thing, though. Like, I wasn't defending it. I don't really remember a lot of people defending their decision not to tell people where the fuck Lloyd Austin was.
Answered questions about this, and this is a great way to end the show. Here is the lesson he took away from being private about your health and not telling the public.
I don't think it's news that I'm a pretty private guy. I never liked burdening others with my problems. It's just not my way. But I've learned from this experience. So taking this kind of job means losing some of the privacy that most of us expect. The American people have a right to know if their leaders are facing health challenges that might affect their ability to perform their duties, even temporarily.
And later on testified before Congress that there would be changes made to notify the chain of command as well as the public. There is a way for Congress and lawmakers to deal with this. They have not chosen to.
It is a very strange thing to be in this position where it's been years of this with Mitch McConnell. These moments where he's just not saying anything in response to questions, where Mitt Romney, I think it was, who said something along the lines of, you know, we may lose him for 20 seconds, but he's there for the rest of the time. Like, why are we doing this?
Well, we
What is the
literally
deal with
saw
the
it on
gerontocracy?
camera. I mean, he froze a few times. Look, you know, old man time is coming for all of us, right?
Yes.
Let's not pretend that 84 years old is not an advanced age. Why are we pretending as if at some point he has to make a decision about whether he is capable of doing his job and that his constituents deserve to know that?
I totally agree. I think.
Oh, I'm glad that Snape over here agrees. Whatever this fucking guy's deal is. What is up with this guy anyway? There's a lot of stuff swirling around about Mitch McConnell's disappearance. But one detail in all of this is catching people's attention, I guess you might say, more than others. And that being that within days of Mitch McConnell reportedly going to the hospital, Eileen, his wife, reportedly went to China. Not Taiwan, where she's from. China. To Beijing.
Vice President Han Zheng, just days after McConnell's hospitalization. What? Hey, yo! What? Hey, yo! She said, we're moving on to bigger and better things. That's crazy. Photos circulating in Chinese media show Chow sitting across from Zheng on June 17th, reportedly discussing efforts to strengthen. Senator Mitch McConnell's wife reportedly traveled to China just 3 days after he received CPR following a heart attack. Oh, that's the other thing. Mitch McConnell's wife is obviously a Chinese, and not only that, but also has direct connection to China still. She was also, wasn't she like the transportation secretary or something? Like, what was her job? Didn't they give her like a cabinet position? Am I crazy? What does she do? Dude, Republicans love getting away with it, by the way. It's crazy. They are, am I crazy? Did I make that?
By the way, this is the photo that supposedly circulated on Chinese media of Eileen Chow. Whoopsies. And Vice President Zhang in Beijing.
Didn't she have a position, like a cabinet position, Mitch McConnell's wife? Let me look this up. She was named as a Kennedy Center trustee. Elaine Lan Chow is a Taiwanese American businesswoman, former government official who served as the United States Secretary of Labor in the George W. Bush administration. And then, yep, he did. United States Secretary of Transportation, the first admin of Donald Trump. I was right. A member of the Republican Party, Chow was the first Asian American woman to serve in a presidential cabinet. She resigned as Transportation Secretary after the January 6th United States Capitol attack. Chow was born in Taipei.
The latest you
they
could
fled China as a
possibly
result of the
resign.
Chinese Civil War. She immigrated to the United States when she was 8 years old. Her father...
Resigning after Jan 6 is hilarious to me. Because there's 14 days left in the administration. That's it. I'm out of here. I'm not doing your bidding for the next 14 days. Oh. How brave, Eileen. So brave.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Founded the Foremost Group, an American shipping company based in New York. Chow was raised in Queens, New York, and on Long Island, and received degrees from Mount Holyoke College and Harvard Business School. Chinese wife, CCP winning. Yeah, she immigrated to the United States when she was 8 years old. She's the eldest of 6 daughters. Unfathomably rich, I'm pretty sure. Chow attended Sai Sing Elementary School in Taiwan for kindergarten and first grade. Holyoke, okay. Chinese baddie. I'm not going to say anything, okay? Post-Bush administration, Secretary of Transportation, other proposals, controversies. In 2013, liberal super PAC Progress Kentucky tweeted about Mitch McConnell's Chinese wife, and allegedly that's why your job moved to China. The tweets were removed following the investigation by NPR that noted Chow was a U.S. citizen, was born in Taiwan, and that the PAC had failed to file required disclosures. Similar message by a Kentucky Democrat in 2014 claimed that Chow isn't from Kentucky, she's Asian. That's crazy.
How rude.
Critics have claimed that her family shipping company, Foremost Groups, has ties to China. From
I feel like that is probably racist. But she is, in fact, from Taiwan, isn't she? Yeah, she was born in Taipei. But, I mean, technically she's an American citizen, so that makes her an American, so, yeah, still racist. That said, what in the fuck is going on here? Like, it's real weird that her husband goes to the hospital and she's all of a sudden in Beijing meeting with the fucking vice president of China. Like, those circumstances, even to me, are like, what in the fuck? Like honestly. I'm pretty pro-China around here, I feel like. But, like, what in the shit is going on, dude? Oh, it's just so weird. Like, you would think that her number one focus would be staying by her husband, like multiple people have said already, rather than jet setting off to Beijing all of a sudden. Like, why? Like, what could she possibly be doing right now? Like, did Mitch tell her you gotta go to China to get some deal for Kentucky? I mean, we're not getting a lot of information from the McConnell camp, so it's making it hard not to speculate about this. But it does seem like they're just kind of brazenly acting on behalf of Mitch, while he's just sort of missing. Well, none of us can find the guy. And I don't want to be overly conspiratorial here, but follow me. You had 4 different people who spoke with Mitch McConnell in like the last 48 hours or something like that for like 2 hours, like for 2 hours. But nobody's seen the guy. Did Elaine go to China? China! And come back with some sort of AI Mitch McConnell? Okay. I don't think, I want to think that that's insane. Like, that what I just said is just crazy. I have no proof of it. I just want to make that clear. But because they refuse, like, this is another one of those situations where the government is refusing, and or people in the government are refusing to be transparent, and therefore I'm forced to speculate. And I can't help but think that it's weird that we can't get a picture of Mitch. That he disappeared for 3 weeks without us hearing anything about it. And now we have 4 different people who've spoken to him but haven't seen him. Elaine's in China. And this has been an ongoing situation where most of us have accepted that his staff are largely acting like sort of independently, almost like of Mitch, and or perhaps even puppeting him around. It's unclear. But we're living in the age of AI, and I can't help but think that some of these people are absolutely brazen enough to try and cook up some shit like that. And that Scott Jennings, Scott Barrasso, and John Thune are all absolutely dumb enough to be tricked by an AI chatbot. Also, I'll bet an AI chatbot would be more cohesive and present than Mitch McConnell. And that's the other thing about, like, some of the details of what people have said about the conversations. Is like, that doesn't sound like Mitch. What did you say? Like, I'm trying to remember exactly what they said. I almost want to go back to the fucking thing. But, like, hold on. We're doing this. Where is it? Substantive and lengthy and substantive conversation. Fully engaged and eager Mitch McConnell. All of these things sound fucking hilarious to me. Oh my god. That guy doesn't know what room he's in half the time. You're telling me he's engaged in speaking substantively on issues?
Today, I'm announcing that I am suspending my...
Nope. Shut it, Mallory. We're not ready for you.
years old. Her father founded the Foremost Group, an American shipping company based in New York. Chow was raised in Super PAC Progress Kentucky tweeted about Mitch McConnell's Chinese wife, and allegedly that's why your job moved to China. The tweet from China. During Mitch McConnell's re-election campaign in 2020, his Democratic opponent, Amy McGrath, accused McConnell of making millions from China. The Washington Post called these claims spurious and then rated them 3 Pinocchios out of a possible 4. Okay. As Secretary of Transportation, Chow appeared in at least a dozen interviews with her 96-year-old father, James, the founder of her family shipping company. Some media outlets said the appearances raised ethical concerns as public officials are prohibited from using their office to profit for themselves. Remember, guys, can you remember a time when people would make a fuss about such things? Because public officials are prohibited from using their office to profit others or themselves. Oh my God, remember? Transportation Department's Inspector General cited instances.
Yeah, I don't think Hassan does. Oh, whoopsies. Didn't mean to do that. I don't think Hassan looked into this, but I felt it. I felt compelled. I felt compelled to look into this company a little bit. Founded in 1964. Privately held company. But you got to assume it's in the billions of dollars. Because from 2012 to 2019, its fleet grew from 17 to 30 ships, valued at $1.2 billion. 1.2 billion. This guy owns $1.2 billion in ships. Just ships. It's a private company. So that we don't know what exactly is on its books. So it could be, I mean, many billions of dollars is really, it's hard to say, but suffice to say, it's billions. It's doing billions in revenue. If they got more than $1 billion in ships, they are doing many billions in revenue. That only makes sense, right?
Chow's office helped promote the family's shipping business. The Inspector General asked the Trump administration's Justice Department in December to consider a criminal investigation into Chow, but the DOJ denied the request. Federal disclosures cited by the New York Times revealed a gift Chow and her husband from Chow's father valued between $5 million and $25 million. Anyway, laundry list of controversies, but yeah, Mitch McConnell's Asian baddie wife, Mitch McConnell's ABG wife,
China.
flew to China 3 days after Mitch McConnell was hospitalized. Oh no. Yeah. Elaine Chao, who's married to 84-year-old Republican lawmaker since 1993 and formerly served as transportation secretary in the first Trump administration, traveled to Beijing and met with Chinese Vice President Han Zheng just days after McConnell's hospitalization. What? Hey, yo! Hey, yo! She said.
By the way, it takes like a day. I mean, maybe longer actually from Kentucky. I'm trying to think how long it takes from Kentucky. A while. Hold on. Let me just. Yeah, it's like a day. This 25-hour long trip, including at least one layover. You're talking about like 2 days of flying. So she's there, already being caught in a photo on June 17th. Less than 8, it was what did they say, June 9th? So 8 days after. But she's already got the flight booked and on the plane within 6 days. It's crazy. It's fucking bonkers, dude. She's like, it's more important I go out to China.
Hey, yo! Hey, yo! She said, we're moving on to bigger and better things. That's crazy. Photos circulating in Chinese media show Chow sitting across from Zheng on June 17th, reportedly.
I think what strikes me about this so much is how anti-Chinese Republicans have been over the years. I mean, my God, do we even have to, we don't have to go over it, right? And I honestly did not know this fact about Mitch McConnell and his wife. But this is really, I mean, this is a lot to take in all of it all at once. Mitch McConnell's much younger Chinese wife, 6 days after he's mysteriously hospitalized, the guy we haven't seen for weeks, she's in Beijing with the vice president of China. It's all a little weird.
Discussing efforts to strengthen.
Oh,
hey,
yes.
She's with us. She's with us. She's with us. The timing of the visit adds further questions to a growing list of McConnell's aides. To a growing list of McConnell's aides have declined to answer since an EMS call made public this week revealed he had been hospitalized after suffering a heart attack on June 14th, with an emergency dispatch sent to his Washington, D.C. residence. Audio of the call was first revealed by journalist Desiree Townsend. The Republican senator's team has confirmed he's in the hospital, but has offered no further details about his condition, including whether he's conscious or who is currently running his office. Senator McConnell appreciates the outpouring of support he's received while he continues his recovery in the hospital. He's dead, bro. He's dead. Jeremy Foss, an emergency physician at Brigham and Women's Hospital and assistant professor at Harvard, has warned that McConnell's condition could be more serious than his team is letting on, noting that most patients who survive CPR after a heart attack are not able to take care of their bodily needs. If it does work, we can restart their heart and their heart is beating spontaneously. That begins a long road to recovery, even for the healthiest of patients. So when you have a person who's elderly, who has other underlying medical conditions, it's really concerning. McConnell has faced several health scares during his 7 Senate terms, having first been elected to the Senate in 1985 and serving the longest tenure of any Kentucky senator, though concerns about his health have become more frequent and more serious in recent years.
No kidding.
In February, he spent 8 days in the hospital after checking himself in an abundance of caution following flu-like symptoms. He noted that on June 22nd, when McConnell was already in the hospital, his spokesperson, David Popp, said only that he would not be voting without addressing his medical condition. Democrat Charles Booker, who's seeking to replace McConnell, has questioned whether his team is trying to conceal the extent of his condition, suggesting he may no longer be fit to serve office. Obviously, Booker is my first pick for McConnell's replacement.
Same here.
But I'll take time.
That's my galactically approved candidate right now. In fact, I know one person who's at a Charles Booker event recently. Pretty cool. A space fam. A space fam.
Is a second pick, if necessary. You know what I mean? Kyle Kalinske on a level of dark woke most people couldn't even imagine. Breaking: Mitch McConnell found alive. Dude, what the? Dude, that is...
Okay, that shit is fucked up. That's right on brand with the thumbnail. It is so Weekend at Bernie's. It's fucking hurts. It fucking hurts, dude. By the way, what do people think about that thumbnail? Honestly, I was dying laughing once I got done making the thumbnail. Just like the first corner of the thumbnail, I could not stop laughing. Like after I had successfully photoshopped John Thune and little Mike Johnson, and once it all came together, it sung. It was like a work of art. Like, you know, I usually don't talk up my own thumbnails. It's sort of a rigmarole that I deal with every day. But this one really spoke to me. I don't know. Each one is technically its own art project. Very sort of just thrown together oftentimes. But today, I had a little extra time to work on the thumbnail. I decided to get ahead of it. Started working on it pretty early while I was working on things, and boy, oh boy. Because I just knew I needed to do it. Like, I had the idea for the Weekend at Bernie's. And it just sort of... It sparked into... It must have taken me like at least an hour to do that.
Crazy.
I feel like it sells.
I did not know. I thought people were being maybe a little racist, that she just like flew to China right after. I mean, it's suspicious that you would fly to China right after your husband is most likely dead. But she went beast mode. She beasted on him. She did a public appearance with the vice president, bro. Dude, can you imagine a Democrat? have traveled to China. I'm a Turkish American citizen, okay? I have no connection to Chinese heritage or to the nation state of the People's Republic of China. When I went to China, everybody said, I'm a Chinese agent. I'm being paid by the Chinese government. Meanwhile, we paid so much money for that China trip. It's unbelievable. I wish the Chinese government funded that trip. God damn it. That was all fear and funds. Anyway, that's besides the point. Okay? That shit was expensive as hell. Meanwhile, the Chinese wife of Mitch McConnell flew to China 3 days after Mitch McConnell most likely died. Okay?
3 days after
and met with the vice president publicly. Dog.
Okay, I'm not willing to get on board with that last statement. I do feel Hassan has taken it. You know, he's escalated this thing. I can't support that last part. But I mean, there's a lot of questions right now that we all have around this. Where is Mitch McConnell? Where in the world is Mitch McConnell? He could be alive, could not be. He could be in a coma. Sort of an in-between state. Right? Sort of alive, but not really here. They've had some sort of other catastrophic health event that may be preventing him from appearing publicly. But the campaign, well, the staffers and family don't seem comfortable enough to post a photo to confirm his health. But do feel comfortable enough to take a quick trip to China to meet with the vice president of China. It's very strange sort of confluence of circumstances that I can't help but have questions about. Like, I looked at this, I was like, oh god, this is going to be some racist shit, isn't it? And then I was like, wait, what's happening? Who's where now? And what, during what time? Like, the whole thing, it just doesn't make sense. Why go there now? Yeah. And it could be completely innocent. Maybe she is just trying to strengthen U.S.-China relationship. And Mitch is totally on board for it. And he's alive and well and knows what's going on. We have no proof of life. You know? Like, in this situation, I feel like we need... It's like a hostage circumstance, okay? We need proof of life on Mitch McConnell before we move forward on any kind of negotiating. Like, we need proof of life on this guy. Holding a paper with today's date on it, or the latest meme. Just, you know, some kind of substantive way to prove that man still is alive. Because here's the thing about all this. They are holding off on this situation, in my estimation, to prevent a runoff election, or like not a runoff, a special election before November. Right? They don't want to have to do any such thing. It would just pose a lot of problems. I mean, first off, I mean, the team doesn't want to lose power. It's also possible Republicans might see the possibility of, I don't know, like an independent or like a Democrat winning, like a Thomas Massey, perhaps, or a Charles Booker, like Hassan is saying. And that, I mean, that could upend their ability to pass legislation right now. And I'm just realizing that the Iran war vote happened in that time between June 9th and now, or whatever day it was. Like that's when the Iran war vote, the powers vote happened. Because I was trying to figure out where the missing senator, there was like one extra senator missing from Republicans vote on that day. The one that got fucked up because Trump had one of the senators from Pennsylvania at a rally event in Pennsylvania rather than voting against the resolution. Everybody remember this? But I could not figure out where there was like a third vote missing. Should have been two. Instead of it was a third one. And I think it's because Mitch McConnell is in the fucking hospital or wherever he is right now. But if we can prove that this guy is not capable of doing his job for one reason or another, I mean, there should be a vote to have him removed. There is a process to technically have this guy removed, I believe. You just impeach him. It would take 60 senators. I'm pretty sure. There's 2/3? It might be 2/3. I can't remember if it's 2/3 or 60. But there's technically a process to remove him. It's not a good one. But I mean, you get all Democrats on board, I'm pretty sure. And then, you gotta find a way to drag like 10, 15 Republicans along with them. This would throw a wrench into Republicans. I think a Massey or a Booker could absolutely win versus another candidate. Also, Republicans would have to come up with another candidate. Right? That would be a problem. And I don't think they're confident in what they have right now. I'm trying to think. Hold on, I gotta search this real quick. Just to make sure. Right, there is a Republican candidate because the seat that is up for election right now in Kentucky is his seat because he stepped down from re-election. I can't remember who the Republican candidate is that won. Because he technically beat Massey in a partisan primary. But that doesn't mean that they would win in the actual general election. Right, Andy Barr. So I think it was Trump's preferred candidate. Oh no, Massey wasn't running in this. He lost his House seat. He didn't actually run in this race. And he could run as an independent. Right. Right. Trump-backed candidate won the Senate primary for Republicans. Charles Booker won for Democrats. Massey lost his House race, which makes him open to be able to run for this race. And I think he's got way more pull than this Andy Barr guy. I don't even know him. There's no face to that name. Does anybody know who Andy Barr is here? But everybody knows Thomas Massey. And this could literally upend. They could be forced to run a pre-general right now, right? The general would still happen in November. Follow me here. But they could be forced to run a special election in which all the candidates who just won their elections, or even just ran in this last race, could get back, get into a second general election and potentially become the senator and take the seat of Mitch McConnell, right? Before the general ever happens in November. It'd be a fascinating change of events here. Oh my God. I'm not moving fast at all. Moving very slowly. This took an hour and a half. Honestly, it's because it's an important situation, right? Senators have an outsized amount of power because of our unfair system in which we just arbitrarily give states two Senate seats, regardless of size, right? So, I mean, senators like Mitch McConnell have always had an outsized amount of power in a not that populous state. And, like, this has serious implications. The fact that it's gotten this far, right? That we've been talking about this for this long on this channel since I started this podcast. Like, in the last 2.5 years, I have talked about him having health episodes on at least 2 or 3 occasions, maybe more. It's just crazy. They stole your Discord? Who stole your Discord? What? What are you talking about? That sounds troubling. You can't contact Discord support? Like, you still have the email, don't you? Did they already switch out your fucking email? Your retrieval email somehow? All right. Well, let's move on from Mitch McConnell and whether or not we're going to get a special election in Kentucky to quickly talking about some of the election news of the week. We've, of course, had a few big bombshell developments in multiple Senate races. Michigan and Maine. Mallory McMorrow dropping out on Sunday evening.
Today, I'm announcing that I am suspending my campaign for United States Senate. And I'm doing it with a deep, deep sense of gratitude for our thousands of volunteers, for everyone who donated what you could, building a campaign with 0 corporate PAC dollars, for my staff, who built this team up from nothing. I thank you. For my family, for Ray, who believed in me long before I ever believed in myself, and for Noah, our 5-year-old who presses her hands up against the window to wave goodbye every morning when I leave for work. Remember, Mom, she reminded me recently, it's not about if you win. It's about trying hard and having fun. She's right. So I want to be very clear about what this announcement is not.
I'm so glad Mallory McMorrow had fun. Tried her best. It's not about getting substantive policies passed for Mallory. It's just about the journey. All right, let's go here to Maine, where we've got multiple pieces of news this week, including one that just bombshell dropped like an hour ago. As I was clicking live, I had to literally wait an extra 10 minutes to listen to this. Because Graham Plattner released a video in which he announced the suspension of his Senate campaign. But that was not all that he had to say. Now, this was, of course, in the wake of these allegations that came out over the, I believe it was over the weekend, which we've now been talking about for the whole week. Was it over the weekend or was it Monday? I'm trying to remember. Was it Monday night? I think it was Monday night. It was Monday night, where I took the day off. I almost didn't take the day off because of this. It wasn't the weekend. It was Monday. But I think maybe it's because sort of things have been like come out in like piecemeal. Like the Political article came out first, and then the CNN interview came out. I think I'm just getting confused when things happened. But I think it was Monday that this happened.
Maine Senate candidate Graham Plattner has been accused of drunkenly forcing a woman he previously dated to have sex with him after she told him to stop, according to a Politico report released Monday. Maine resident Jenny Rasico told Politico that Plattner entered her home in 2021 while drunk and assaulted her. Rasico said she had been in an on and off relationship with Plattner, but she had cut off contact with him after that night and told him the incident was not consensual. A voicemail left by the Associated Press at a number listed for Rasico seeking comment did not receive an immediate response. In the wake of the new allegation, Democrats began withdrawing their endorsements of Plattner, including California Representative Ro Khanna and Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego. In a video posted to social media, Plattner denied the allegation and said he would be considering next steps for his campaign.
Yeah. Now, as to those two things, Graham Plattner is not maybe that's the wrong way to say it, is continuing to deny the allegations being made against him. But he has made a determination on his campaign. And as of like an hour ago, like two hours ago now, I think. Actually, I think it was like 8:30 or something like that. This dropped. Suspended his Senate campaign after calls from many people to do just that. Here's that video.
As many of you know, over the past couple days, I have faced some very serious allegations, and I just want to make it clear. This is all false. The things that have been claimed did not happen. It's not real. It has placed an immense amount of weight on me as I think about what needs to happen now. Amy and I are regular people. We were not looking for this experience. We were not looking to get into politics. We had no desire to run for office. I just want you to think about like what you would do as a regular person in a position where a much larger world, large forces were working against you personally to accuse you of the worst thing that a person could do, and it was not remotely true. I learned about this through press inquiries, with no time to truly respond, no time for investigations before a corporate media system and the political establishment got to act as judge, jury, and executioner.
I gotta say, it wasn't just them. I mean, broadly speaking, I saw, I think, almost every single leftist independent media channel that I follow or subscribe to do a stream or a video clip about this. Like it's just that is just false. Like, I mean, name a channel, they've done a story about this. And I think absolutely everyone has been saying Graham just needs to drop out because this is like, you can't come back from this.
Accusations are supposed to be the beginning of things, not the end. I think it's really important to understand why this is happening in the timeline, why this is happening right now. Much like October, when the first attack started, much like the news that was created the week before the primary, there is a reason that this is happening now. I only have until July 13th until I am officially the nominee. This was the last week to try to get me off of the ballot. And that's why this is occurring. It's not the false allegations, though, that have brought us to where we are. It's the fact that they're being used by the political establishment to put structural pressure on us. We live in a political system that is not built for normal people. It is a system that is built structurally to make sure that movements like ours cannot flourish. That if they begin to succeed, they can be crushed. What we have accomplished here, you made possible. The people of Maine, the volunteers, the voters, the grassroots donors, and I have all the faith in the world that we could win if we could continue to harness that. But the brutal political reality is that they are going to take everything away from us. Those in power who have the ability to do so are using these allegations as an excuse.
God. He has every right to defend himself. But I did not appreciate this very much. He spent like 11 minutes basically, saying that he did nothing wrong.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
And that everybody was just like working against him right now. And I mean, what do you expect right now? Like, these are horrible allegations. Somebody felt comfortable enough to go on CNN and talk to Politico about. I don't want to sit here and litigate that aspect of this, but this is absolutely the massive straw that broke the camel's back, right? Like, it wasn't just me, but multiple people found perfectly good ways to get past some of the other things that had come out, right? But this right here, I think it just broke a lot of people's trusts in so many different ways. But especially because he was directly asked by, I can't remember who it was now, but like on like an interview, he was asked, after all these different things had come out, whether or not there was anything left. He said no. And now we're here. It's still very upsetting because a lot of effort was put into this guy to get him to where he was. And the fact is, a lot of people supported this guy. People who had, you know, nothing, probably never watched this show, never watched any of the shows that we watch here on YouTube together. Like, I mean, he had managed to get together 10,000 volunteers for his campaign. He got a lot of, he really managed to trick a lot of fucking people. And to, you know, get a lot of people behind him in this campaign, which he knew was going to be very public at some, I mean, honestly, all politics like this, right? Like doing, like running for political office is a public thing, right? And your whole life is going to go under a microscope. Like, everybody just knows that, which is why I think a lot of people just avoid running for office in general. And, but like, he, I think, should have really thought about that before he ever got into this. All right. We're going to watch the very end of this clip. His campaign is being accused of trying to, like, force a particular path in the deciding of who is going to be the Democratic nominee. Like, I don't know how much efforts are actually being put in by them to do such a thing, but the fact that they would be stonewalling in any way to prevent things from moving forward, I think is a concern. But like I said before yesterday, when we talked about this, it was yesterday, right? Yeah. Tuesday. Yeah. I think it needs to be done democratically. Like, the DNC can't just handpick the candidate. Like, I will say that much. I think that, you know, another primary needs to be done between now and Monday. Like a lightning primary. Everybody already knows to some degree who was in the race. If other people want to get in the race, they need to have already filed their paperwork. I know Troy Jackson did that, but I'm saying like by like Friday or like by the weekend. Weekend's probably better anyway. Hopefully more people will have off work, but you got to get like an election happening Saturday, vote counted. Although, how do you do mail-in vote? That's a problem. God, people smarter than me would know how to do that. And oh God, this is a real fucking shit show right here. Janet Mills was the second. I think no. Oh my God. Here's the problem. Here is your problem. I mean, look at this. You got Janet Mills in second place, but losing by 52%. She lost by more than half of the entire electorate. You can't just hand it to her. So what do we do in this situation? We need I mean, Troy Jackson has filed. I will say that much. We talked about that yesterday. I don't know whether or not that's going to be enough, but like something's gonna have to happen, essentially. Some sort of delaying of the ballot for the general. I think somehow you have to find a way to do that. I don't know what that takes. I also don't know what the makeup of the state assembly in Maine is either. Oh, things are about to get very political. I'm feeling it. Oh, God.
This is incredibly difficult because...
And by political, I mean it's about to get, like, internally political. Like, within the within the DNC. And, yeah. We know how that goes sometimes.
I know that some will think it's an admission of guilt, and it most certainly is not. We're not doing it because of the allegations. We're doing it because of the structures that are being taken away from us by those in power. And I also feel an immense amount of responsibility to everyone who has worked so hard to get us to where we are. We went toe-to-toe with one of the most entrenched political systems in the history of the world, and we won. We beat them on June 9th in overwhelming numbers. We did it the right way. We built a campaign. We engaged in electoral politics. We motivated people. We banded together. We did it the way that we were told we are supposed to make change. And we won. And now they are not going to let us have it. Not if it's me. And so we're suspending campaign operations. I want to make clear, though, I intend to file my paperwork to withdraw. The process needs to assure that what comes next is reflective of the Mainers who on June 9th turned out and showed that they are desperate for a different kind of politics. It needs to be driven not from back rooms, but by the will of the people. And the decisions that come next must come from that.
Okay, that's good enough on this story. I will just say this one other thing. David Costello was not good either. He was in third place. In fourth place was Andrea LaFlamme. She was a write-in candidate. Got 1,100 votes. She had the closest, if we take Graham Plattner out of this situation, like if I had to pick between these three, she had the best policy set. But she had, she had to be a write-in. She didn't even actually make the ballot. And Graham got 156,000 votes. So it's very disappointing that this is where we're at. But like I said, we need to pivot on this and have some kind of a lightning primary. I don't know how, but it needs to happen for the sake of democracy. The guy has just dropped out. So now what? Now there's no other choice, right? Now there has to be some kind of process. Or Susan Collins just goes straight to the Senate. Like, Democrats have to put somebody up. There was an election. The guy who won that election just dropped out. So now we have to figure that out again. Now, Troy Jackson, like I said, he was a guy who was running for governor for Janet Mills's old seat that she had to leave to be in the race for Senate. He has a fairly good policy set. We talked about him yesterday. Ro Khanna has already endorsed him for this race. He gets the severity of this moment, honestly. Ro Khanna was the fastest on unendorsing Blattner and endorsing Troy Jackson. It was fucking fast. Okay. Now let's talk about everybody else who's out there winning. Because there's a lot of winning happening. Okay, not just Graham Blattner. Okay, we have to be able to shake this one off. All right? Go on, brush your shoulders off. Okay? I encourage you to do that, Space Fams. This is the moment for that. Just shake it off. And let's try and do democracy, because we still got a bunch more democracy to do. This isn't the only fucking election. We can't sit here like deer in the headlights and act like this isn't the only thing going on. People who are getting elected, getting shit done, and working on their generals and or their current tenures, future elections, primaries and generals alike, we gotta stay focused on. And ensure the best outcomes happen there. The fact is, right now, we're going up against MAGA, who is still very, very cooked. So long as we talk about the issues.
So as you all know, we've had many Zoran-backed candidates recently win, DSA candidates recently win, left-wing insurgent challenger candidates recently win. And this is a big deal, bro. This is a big deal. And what I have here is a great clip for you. This is Hassan laying out in very simple terms how MAGA is cooked against democratic socialists because finally we're fighting political battles and ideological battles on our grounds. This is what we've always wanted for a very long time. Now it's actually happening. Let's see what he has to say. Here we go.
For the first time ever, you are seeing Republicans take a defensive posture because the Democrats have not had a vision in the affirmative, right? Democrats, for the last 3-4 decades, since the Reagan era especially, have decided to play the defensive role. They are always telling you who they are not, who they oppose. They're never telling you who they are and what they stand for.
So right off the jump here, 100% correct. The other part I would add to that is they bought into the logic and the mindset and the framework and the ideology of their opponents. Bill Clinton came along with the DLC, the Democratic Leadership Council. He said, look, we're going to take corporate money too now. We're not only going to take union money or lawyer money. We are going to take corporate money too now. And we are also going to represent the will of corporations.
We should always strive to change that. It's true. We do have to do something. We do have to do something about Kyle. Because this whole thing, honestly, I was trying to avoid, I wanted to avoid these videos, but I couldn't help it. Like some of these videos that he did in his car this week with his goddamn Nike shirt from 1996. Because the whole vibe of it's just fucked. Also, why does Kyle have such bad tattoos? He has some of the worst tattoos ever. Oh my god. He's got like 2 different tribal tattoos. Why?
So you basically had Democrats officially sort of rebrand the party as half Republican. In fact, they had a term for it. It's called triangulation, where you say, I'm not with these crazy right-wingers, but I'm also not with these crazy left-wingers. I'm in the middle. I'm above it all. I triangulate. I'm like the reasonable middle ground that nobody can disagree with. This is how they framed it. And at the time, it was very electorally successful in 1992 when Clinton came out on the scene. Now, it's a little complicated why he ended up winning that race. It's not as simple as he was like just a generational political talent. You had Ross Perot, which helped spoil the election for him to win. I don't know if he would have won if it wasn't for Ross Perot helping against George H.W. Bush, right? But this ushered in the era where every Democratic politician and leader said, this is it. This is the answer forever. No more far left stuff. No more New Deal Democratic mindset, FDR-style mindset where we believe in social democracy and we want to check the excesses of capitalism. Now it's we are dyed-in-the-wool neoliberals. We're going to be half Republican, and all we can offer you is tweaks around the edges. We're not going to do any big universal programs anymore and things of that nature. And when you're in that defensive posture and you always half agree with your opponents, you can't really make a forceful case. You can't really make a forceful case without buying into their premise over and over and over and over and over. And then now finally, from 1992 all the way till now, finally we're beginning to see the fever break. And the actual left-wing candidates, the New Deal type candidates, they are the ones who are winning.
Now that we have a different crop of Democrats, Democratic Socialists, who...
I don't like that he's saying the fever is breaking, because this is not the fever. At least we've heard the term, the fever breaking. Like Obama loved this term, right? Like he used it like a bunch of times. The fever is not breaking, okay? Not that fever isn't breaking, and I don't know if that's what Kyle's suggesting, but I think the fact is that because like they were always kind of like, oh, there is reasonable Republicans. They'll come back. They'll come back to being reasonable. That's not what's necessarily. I don't think that's necessarily. But I think what's actually because it's not because like here's the thing. It was liberals thinking that liberalism would win over reasonable Republicans, which have now completely gone extinct, right? Like Mitch McConnell's probably would have been one of those. Not even actually. I'm trying to think. I don't think he would have even called Mitch McConnell a reasonable Republican back then. Mitch was always saying crazy things about Obama back in the day. But basically like there are no more of those like supposed reasonable Republicans in there. But like leftist ideas are becoming interesting to people, voters on the right who are now. I think that maybe just because the words being said so much. Maybe democratic socialist curious.
Every single person on this planet is gay. Yeah.
Healthcare, housing. I mean, come on.
Coming out and saying, this is what we are for. This is the idealism that we want to represent. These are the policies that we want to implement. We are fighting for the working class, and that's precisely what we're going to do. That's the agenda that we have. That's our focus. All of a sudden, the Republicans have to play defense against that.
Damn, look at all the gifts.
Instead of coming out and running the gamut on a litany of different culture war issues that they have seen tremendous success on, and then have the Democratic Party in its entirety run against those culture war issues by conceding on a lot of the hysteria to say, oh, we're just going to be a little bit more, we're going to be a little bit less vicious to trans people, and that's why you should vote for us. Oh. Instead of doing that, now we're having that battle on our terms. That's what's causing the Republican Party and its messaging apparatus to all of a sudden turn around and identify that there are such things as normal Democrats, capitalist Democrats. Mm-hmm. It turns out there is a distinction, but that's a good thing. Okay? It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing.
So when you as Democrats go out there and you say, I'm for universal health care, I'm for free college, I'm for a living wage, I'm for unions for everybody, I'm for ending the wars, I'm for taxing the rich, I'm for universal child care.
Yeah, no, this is 100%. We're fighting on our own terms now. The ground that we've been wanting to for quite a while. Where we don't have to play this game anymore of... I mean, like, because, like, honestly, I think most of us didn't even take the time, usually, with some of them sometimes, but, like to correct Republicans anymore on the difference between Democrats and leftists. But now, we're at a point where it seems like they're the ones who want to talk about the differences, which I find fascinating. You know, because I feel like I've had that conversation so many times. It's like, look, yeah, we all hate Democrats around here. We're to the left of Democrats. And that means things. And now you got Jesse Waters and Brett Baird and all these other people, Greg Gutfeld. You're like, actually, these are the real Trump is like, these are the real communists. I know I used to call Barack Obama a communist, but actually, it is these guys.
Zohran Mamdani.
The Bolsheviks are coming.
Oh, speaking of the Bolsheviks, let's go to Mayor Mamdani. A democratic socialist, not a Bolshevik. But a guy with a plan he is enacting. So many wins. We're going to be sick of winning any day now. Any day now. We're going to be sick of free childcare. We're going to be sick of rent freezes. We're going to be sick of clear streets. We're going to be trying to think about all his so many accomplishments so far. I'm trying to remember all the good ones. Well, somebody else help me right now. I'm struggling. My brain just broke. I have too much information in my brain. He's been winning. There's been a lot of winning. Okay? Mamdani is I'm just like looking at chat right now. Mamdani is a capitalist backed by billionaire PACs. What? He's never going to make transit free. Ah, right. He's never going to do it. Well, here's Zoran Mamdani at a conference earlier today with the governor. The big transportation announcement.
Welcome to a new era for public transit in New York City.
And actually, isn't that one of the things he did? Didn't he already make that one happen for a certain portion of New York? I just can't remember which portion.
Next stop, Fast Buses, Better Service, represents a historic partnership to build the fastest, best bus system in our city's history. The plan is designed to deliver for riders, to give time back to our neighbors, and to make our bus system easier, more reliable, and more comfortable for everyone. And it represents a unique spirit of collaboration in which Albany and City Hall do not hesitate to work together to improve working people's lives. Because the city has the streets and the state's got the buses, and together we are committed to delivering fast buses and better service for New Yorkers. Without further ado, it is my honor to introduce our mayor, Mayor Mamdani.
6 minutes. 6 minutes. I'm out of time and all I got is 6 minutes. 6 minutes.
Morning, everyone. It is an honor to be here with so many friends, partners, advocates, and community members, transit riders, and public servants. And also an incredible remix of Madonna's 4 Minutes. Thanks to your tireless efforts, we are here in downtown Brooklyn to say something.
You know, before we go further on this, I just want to point out You're saying that Mamdani won't make buses free, but the only thing that's kept buses being free across the city is the lady who's about to speak after Zoran, right? Is Kathy Hochul's refused to work with Zoran on a tax increase for billionaires. So he wants to make them free. He's working on it. Clearly.
Millions of New Yorkers have been waiting to hear. The next stop for New York City is better buses. And I want to acknowledge that we are here joined by a number of leaders at every level of government. We have our Governor, Kathy Hochul, who is joining us today. Our MTA Chair, Jano Lieber. Our City Council Transportation Chair, Sean Abreu. As you've heard from our Deputy Mayor for Operations, Julia Curson. Our DOT Commissioner, Mike Flynn. Our NYPD Transportation Chief, Obi. And we have from Riders Alliance, Betsy Plum and Andrea Albayeros Abdullah. And I also want to acknowledge our Borough President of Manhattan, Brad Hoylman Siegel. Council members Alexa Aviles and Amanda Farias. And our Brooklyn Deputy Borough President, Kim Council. Let's give them a round of applause. It is such a pleasure to be here alongside all of them as we come together to make an announcement that speaks to a singular truth that every person who calls our city home knows. In New York City, time is money. And we are going to give New Yorkers some of that time back. 6 minutes, to be precise. So to illustrate what 6 minutes saved really means, I have decided to keep the rest of my speech to 6 minutes exactly. We're going to use this stopwatch to show that the clock starts now. Now, for decade after decade, the working people of our city who rely on the bus have had their precious time treated with disdain. New York's bus system carries more riders than America's next 4 largest bus systems combined. And those riders commute on the slowest buses in the nation, many of which crawl at an average of 5 miles per hour. Too many New Yorkers walk faster to the bus stop than the bus they finally get on actually travels. Too many lives are planned around delays and commutes. Too many communities have demanded better. A devoted 34th Street busway, a redesign of Fordham Road in the Bronx, a rapid bus corridor down Flatbush Avenue. And yet, despite all of the work of so many that are here and even beyond this event, they have found that their voices have been ignored by those who can deliver change. That ends today. Our streets are public spaces. How we design them reflects who we believe they are for. Today, we make a decision that puts working New Yorkers first. Now, I am proud to stand alongside Governor Kathy Hochul this morning as we launch our bus action plan, Next Stop. This historic investment will make our buses faster and more reliable for millions of New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs. The Department of Transportation will work in partnership with the MTA to transform 50 priority bus routes citywide, some of which are currently the slowest in the city, many of which serve neighborhoods with few other transit options, and all of which deserve better. Now, here in Brooklyn, we will deliver the first of 5 rapid bus corridors by 2030 on Flatbush Avenue. Now, Flatbush Avenue is a corridor used by more than 130,000 riders every day, but slowed by some of the city's worst gridlock. The first phase of Flatbush is already underway and includes center-running bus lanes and new bus boarding islands. Future phases of the project include fully separated bus lanes, stations with level boarding, and fast, frequent service guaranteed.
Also, Ron, time to deliver on the fast part of the fast, free buses. Unveiling a new fleet. A new fleet of buses, in fact. Let's see what the governor had to say. Here's our terrible governor.
Hello, New York. You want to go faster? Well, so do I. And I want to thank our mayor and his team for working so closely with us. You know, we've wanted to do this before. This is not a brand new idea, but we never had the partnership and the leadership in City Hall that we have right now, and I want to give them a huge round of applause. And to all the transit advocates, the Riders Alliance, and everyone else, let's give them a huge round of applause for always being on the front line of what is right. I want to thank Jan Oliver for running an extraordinarily complicated system, but does it in an incredible way. Let's give him a round of applause as well. Betsy Plum, the executive director of the Riders Alliance, and all of you, I thank you so much. You are an important part of us getting congestion pricing over the line. Thank you very much. And we'll continue to stand up to the Trump administration and say, that ain't going anywhere, Mr. President. We're keeping our congestion pricing because it's 27 million fewer cars on the...
She's so bad at this. We need to get her out next. Like, I mean, she does some good stuff, but she's also incredibly hesitant on way too much stuff, and it comes out in the way she speaks. She like barely get these basics, and look at Zoran looking at her like, are you a veteran politician? Because Zoran get the whole crowd fired up. She gets out here, people are like, woo, okay, great, thanks, Kathy. Kathy's like, at $27 million. It's terrible. But more than her ability to public speak, it's her unwillingness to get on board for some of this stuff. Like, she's here for this photo op. Why doesn't it say free buses before fast bus? Oh, that's because she refused to allow for a small increase in wealth tax for billionaires. She said, no, I have to protect the billionaires of New York. All right, just a reminder, everybody, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, hit that bell icon, like the stream, all of these, very helpful. And of course, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, because we are completely funded by individuals like you. So many great ways for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifts, subs, Prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. Throne, and of course, Patreon. We still got to complete the Galactic content goal tonight. I don't think we've made any progress at all. So, get in there, Space Hams. If everybody contributed $1 watching the stream, we would actually exceed the goal. Think about that. But let's keep talking about the wins Zoran is bringing to the city with the majority report. Emma Vigland and the boys.
Zoran Mamdani can't stop winning, folks. He can't stop winning. He gave a speech as a counter to Donald Trump's, chest-beating macho nationalism one, although it was so low energy by the time he got out there because of the weather. Obviously, we know who controls the weather and who's trying to sabotage Donald Trump. Marjorie Taylor Greene can give us a lesson on that. It's the globalists, the globalists. But anyway, Mamdani spoke about how this country was a nation of immigrants, spoke about how patriotism is basically like an active process, which involves criticizing the country to make it better. The kind of thing that we should be hearing from national Democratic leaders, not just the mayor of our city that we live in. However, in terms of like the vacuum in leadership, who's filled the void better since Trump got into power than Zoran Mamdani? I can't think of anybody else. And I mean, I guess AOC on the federal level, but like there's been a dearth of leadership, and I'm just grateful that Zoran is stepping up like this. And there was at the beginning of his campaign, this like attempt for because the abundance bros, or maybe towards the end of his campaign, the abundance bros who don't talk about anything redistributive, they just talk about like zoning reform, which coincidentally is what the report was that Mamdani, that's how Mamdani cozied up to Trump in that first meeting, was Trump wants zoning reform and permitting reform in New York for building. And Zoran was like, I'm in favor of that. And Trump was like, oh, you're so handsome. So that's what got Trump, I guess, to warm up to Mamdani in that first meeting. But that's what the abundance guys are interested in. And they pretend like this is a national movement because it's a way to like foreclose other conversations about taxing the rich. Turns out you can do zoning reform and other like housing stuff while also taxing the rich. I mean, it's just like crazy. It's crazy when you think about it. And Mamdani is doing that. Now, so this is the hell that we live in here in New York.
I think that's because these guys are always trying to come up with fancy ways to avoid taxing the rich, right? It's why you get like all these sort of like convoluted policies, these very like milquetoast ideas, very lackluster, non-status quo, changing, complicated plans. It's all like a form of like Reaganomics and like trickle down, and it's just it's fucking like it's ridiculous. Like they're still holding on to it. That's why we get more and more silly plans from them. Because they've run out of ideas to enrich rich people. Because we've already done a lot of that. We've already done most of the things that enrich rich people already. Or like we've run out of ideas.
New York City, Wall Street Journal. New York City hasn't built this many apartments since 1965. Apartment construction in the U.S. has been declining sharply for years and fell to a 15-year low earlier.
It's the same with a lot of stuff when we really look at it. Like, our governments don't want to address the big problems because they upend power dynamics, right? Like, we refuse to deal with climate change and keep insisting that there's going to be, at this point, people are suggesting that there's like going to be some stupid like AI solution. We've had the solutions to these things, right? We've had the solutions to poverty. It's called redistribution, right? We've had the solution to climate change. It's called renewable energy, right? It's called renewable energy and like a couple of other like pretty simple things, right? Reduce our dependence on fossil fuels as a source of energy. Maybe reduce how much fucking beef we're eating. And improve our public transportation, right? Like if we just get all of our energy onto renewables in every single place, like that reduces most of humanity's carbon emissions. Not all of them. It's just like these are like all, like right like housing, like oh well we have a bunch of empty housing and we got homeless people. And I'm not saying that's the only like the only cause of homelessness, but most people aren't homeless by choice. Like would prefer to be like in a home rather than in a tent, in an apartment, in a broken down RV on the side of the road, right? It's just affording an apartment and all the things that come along with being able to afford an apartment in this society here in 2026 that poses most of the problems for human beings here right now.
Here, but in New York City, it is booming. The city added 38,682 units to its housing stock last year, the most new apartments completed in a single year for the city since 1965, according to the Department of city planning when developers rush to complete buildings before a new zoning resolution. The city's residential push shows no signs of slowing down. New application filings indicate a robust pipeline with 16,815 units across 281 buildings proposed in this year's first quarter, a recent Real Estate Board of New York report shows. So when you look at the rest of the city, but let's go to this part here about the job growth, because I've been told that because Zoran did a little video outside of Ken Griffin's
He's
$200
mean to a
million
billionaire. Then the billionaires are going to teach you something.
You remember when AOC said that, right? And when she got elected in 2018, she said, let's not give a tax break to Amazon for them to build their headquarters here because they want to do it anyway. And the entire liberal media ecosystem, from the New York Times to like whatever, and how could you oppose that in your district? You're taking away jobs. You're taking food out of the mouth of babes, you crazy communists. She said that didn't happen. Amazon still built their headquarters here. They wanted to anyway. They just wanted a tax break to do it.
Guess what?
Where do I stand on nuclear? I have a kind of nuanced view on nuclear. I mean, or I don't know if it's necessarily nuanced. You all can be the decider on that. But I, in my opinion, I think nuclear, when done responsibly, is on a carbon emissions, specifically carbon emissions standard, you get a better result than coal, right? Or fossil or oil, right? That said, I see it as a last resort type of thing. There are like some, I'll admit there's some places where doing wind or solar is difficult and prohibitively so. And in those cases, if you can't connect to the grid, if it can be done responsibly, I could make the argument for that. But I just don't see it as being the solution, right? Broadly speaking, I don't see it as the solution. A, because it's so dangerous, and B, because it's more harmful to the environment. Not if you take out the radioactivity, it's still more harmful than solar or wind, right? Because it still has a greenhouse gas that goes along with it, that steam. But I still see the utilitarian, like the functionality of nuclear in niche circumstances. And so therefore I'm not like just sort of broad brush no nuclear. Because it is an improvement over coal, or, you know, the other ways that we're running these power plants right now.
New York City.
Yeah.
Have some pride.
Flex on them. And by the way, it says it here in the piece, because it's like, people are like, oh, people want to be here. That's kind of like the talent pool, which is what we've been saying.
The city is older than the United States of America.
Exactly. A combination of steady job growth in sectors such as tech and finance. Now, can we put the article back up? Finance, that would be a hedge fund, right? That's what Ken Griffin, he has. There's growth in finance. Ken Griffin's sector.
I thought Miami was going to be the new Wall Street.
Me too. I mean, exactly.
Exactly.
Look, in terms of like the amount of cocaine that's snorted, it's comparable.
And
I'm out in Miami. I'm out in Miami.
Quality down there. A combination of steady job growth in sectors such as tech and finance and the highest rents in the country are encouraging developers to break ground on new projects. New zoning and tax incentives in the city are also playing a role. People want to be here and they want to work here, and therefore they will continue to be a very significant. There will continue to be a very significant demand for housing," said Rick Gropper, principal at Camber Property Group, an affordable and mixed-use housing developer. You can see here the chart showing completed new housing in the city by year. Now that's 2025. I know, but this is also so like I'm giving Mamdani credit for this, but it's also looping into this year. These forces help explain why New York developers are undeterred by the soaring construction costs and high mortgage rates that have squashed construction activity in other parts of the country. Last week, the city's Rent Guidelines Board voted to approve a rent freeze for the roughly 1 million apartments in New York City's rent-regulated stock. The freeze was one of Mayor Zoran Mamdani's key campaign promises, despite pushback from landlords who argued that they would struggle to keep their properties afloat.
But outside a rent-regulated market, the developers say it is still encouraging.
So,
I can't. Why won't it let me? Wait. Stop that. But outside of the rent-regulated market, developers say it's still an encouraging time to build in New York City. They're still going to continue to build. And, you know, like, they're also going to have to get over the rent-regulated market, right? Because these developers, I mean, they need work. They still need to do things, technically. And if these developers have such a problem with it, then get other kinds of funding, right? Get other kinds of funding and do union contracting. Like, you don't need some big ass billionaire developer to come in and do rent stabilized housing. Top chat is for people who hate Scrappy Doo. That's rude.
How rude.
He's just a cute little puppy. Why would you hate him? Okay. Now, Dana Bash, one of our least favorite CNN anchors, has been having, I guess what I'd call a time. An interesting time, which I've been taking in. It's been happening very recently. I'm not sure what's causing it. But she's been having some pretty weird interviews lately. One with Benjamin Netanyahu, which we will talk about later when we get to the Middle East, and one with old Governor Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro. Let's go here to Secular Talk with Kyle wearing a normal shirt from yesterday.
All right, y'all. So CNN is absolutely panicking and crashing out over the rise of DSA candidates that are winning everywhere, Zoran Indoors candidates that are winning everywhere, left-wingers who actually stand for something who are winning everywhere in Democratic primaries. So they brought on one of the more centrist, right-leaning, and Zionist Democrats in the country here. Of course, I'm talking about Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania. And listen to this loaded-ass, leading-ass question that Dana Bash asks Josh Shapiro, and then watch him squirm in the chair knowing that he can't be crosswise with the Democratic base and have a chance in 2028. So he's walking on fucking eggshells trying to soft pedal his disagreements with DSA candidates as Dana Bash is trying to fucking throw them under the bus and smear them to the high heavens. Here we go.
Daria Liza Avila Chevalier, she was a PhD candidate at Columbia and organizer. She called for the abolition of prisons, open borders, ended deportations, even people convicted of violent crimes.
Now, let me pause here to point out, did she call for these things? Yes. Is she to the left of me? Yes. Did she run on these things? Not remotely. What she ran on was Medicare for all.
Yeah, no, they're conflating things that she said in college with things that she ran on. It's interesting. Interesting play.
She ran on was ending our...
Honestly, Dana's not the only one to be playing this fucking stupid game. Like, we saw her, like, people running against her, saying it. It didn't work, did it?
Support for the Zionist terrorist regime that's killing kids on a regular basis. Okay? What she ran on was raising taxes on the wealthy. What she ran on was a higher minimum wage to make it a living wage. So she ran on objectively popular positions and repeated them 1,000 times over. They ignored all of the things she actually ran on to say, oh, here are the things that sound the worst that she believes in, so let me bring those up. Oh, isn't she crazy? Isn't she extreme? Isn't she out there? This is who these people are. Notice what Dana Bash is doing there. It's a fucking smear tactic is what it is. It's a smear tactic. Dana Bash and the opponents of the DSA and the Republicans are going to bring up the things that she didn't run on way more than anything she ran on. That's what they're going to try to do. Because if they tried to attack her on a living wage, if they tried to attack her on Medicare for all, if they tried to attack her on cutting off funding for Israel, they would expose themselves as they're the extremists. They're the extremists. Not Daria Lisa, they're the extremists. But notice what Dana Bash is trying to do here. Here we go. And watch Josh Shapiro squirm.
Ended deportations, even people convicted of violent crimes. She attended a pro-Palestinian rally on October 8th, 2023. A rally that reportedly featured some real anti-Semitic rhetoric justifying the attack.
Was it real anti-Semitic
What is Dana
rhetoric?
Bash not telling you? She appeared at a rally on October 8th, and it was after Israel had already hit over 400 targets in Gaza. She knew, and everybody with a brain knew very quickly, oh my God, they're about to level all of Gaza and kill everybody in sight. So in other words, she's being punished for being correct too early. That's what this is.
That's true. Also, she was punished for being correct multiple times. I mean, she lost her job. She lost her job before running because of her post.
In smearing this DSA winner.
Anti-Semitic rhetoric justifying the attack. How do you feel as a Democrat about someone with those views being in the United States Congress?
I mean, look, her district voted for her. But I have profound differences from that particular candidate, based on the citations that you read there. And she's not someone, who seemingly I would agree with on many things or that we share similar values.
That's a problem, Josh, isn't it? If you don't agree with her on many things, well, she's a Democrat. And the things she ran on are actually tremendously popular. And she is representing the will of her voters.
Yep, there's a lot of coping going on over here. We've been watching different forums. But you notice that even Josh Shapiro was unable to completely condemn or even kind of condemn Daria Lisa. He was like, well, the voters voted for that. It was a hilarious response to me. It's like Dana frames it as she said a lot of deeply anti-Semitic things. And he comes in, Josh Shapiro's like, actually, the voters voted for that. We may have some disagreements, but it's what the voters want. Now, of course, she hasn't said any anti-Semitic things. Dana is just confused and stupid, and the propagandist. Dono. First dono of the night coming in. And of the galactic content goal. 15 bones from Cthulhu. Thank you, Cthulhu. Breaking the ice. It's beautiful. Now we're on our way to completing that galactic content goal before the end of the stream. For the sudden end of the stream. Okay, well, while we're talking about Democratic Socialists, we should see what Donald Trump had to say at NATO earlier this, yeah, actually, when was it? I think it was earlier this morning.
Thank you, Mr. President, for doing this. Iris Tao with NTD, with a sister media with the Epoch Times. Okay. On communism, you've been issuing a wake-up call to Americans at home about the dangers of communism. And now you're speaking on the world stage. What's your message to people both living under communist and socialist regimes, but also people living under democracies like in Europe and America who might not have realized how close communism has come to home?
Yeah, that's a
great. Hold on, let him finish that.
Europe and America who might not have realized how close communism has come to home.
Yeah, that's a great question, actually.
Actually, a really great question. Thank you for asking. Let me tell everybody about the horrible dangers of communism. Here we go, everybody. Buckle up. This is Trump's new pet project, is ending the scourge of communism. And when he says communism, he really does mean actually healthcare and taxes for him.
Look, I want to get the word out because what's forming is communism in the country. And communism's easy to sell. I would be the greatest communist in history. I'd be right up there with
the greatest
Lenin. I'd be as
Right
good as
up there.
anybody. You've got
Everybody knows Lenin, right? Everybody knows the great Lenin, right? We all went to history class. We learned about Mr. Lenin.
right up there with Lenin. I'd be as good as anybody. You've got free rent.
The great
for the rest of your life. What they don't
Vladimir
say is that you'll be living in
Lenin.
squalor in 12 months. You've got the free house with
Vladimir Lenin. The great Vladimir Lenin. We all know him. And I'd be better. I'd actually be much better at communism.
say is that you'll be living in squalor in 12 months. You've got the free house. Would anybody like to have a free house?
Anybody want a free one?
Somebody will give it to you. You'll have murders all over the place. Communism's a disaster. It's been proven to be for thousands of years under different names, but same thing. It's very important. And, you know, it's funny. One of the reasons I do so well with Hispanic people, I set a record, Republicans. I get.
So you give people free houses, you have murders everywhere. If you give people houses, murders, you just get murders everywhere. That's how it works. I wonder who he means would be murdering people. Would it be him? If we start giving away all of his property, he'll start murdering people everywhere. He'll start freaking out if New York turns Trump Tower into affordable housing.
I do so well with Hispanic people. I set a record, Republicans.
They love me.
Great numbers for the election.
The
Helped me
Hispanics.
get elected in a landslide. The Hispanics, because a lot of them came from countries that were essentially communist. You know, whether you call them radical socialist or communist is not that much, but there's a little difference. When they say social democrats, we're social democrats, it sounds so nice. It's not nice. It's a very dangerous term. So I do talk about it, and I talk about it on TikTok, and I talk about it everywhere. I talk about it here. And you're right, it has become international, but...
I talk about it on TikTok. Okay? It's so serious, I talk about it on TikTok. Oh, boy.
A what now? About it everywhere. I talk about it here. And you're right, it has become international, but it's never worked.
It's become
And
international.
It's not going to work.
It's
What
not
is
going to work.
working is
It's not going to work. It's become international. It started in New York, and now it's international. Communism.
This is ridiculous.
Communism's going international. What does that mean? What exactly? I mean, does he understand what he's talking about? Like, or are we to all understand that when he's talking about communism, he actually means democratic socialism, specifically the democratic socialist wave in the United States, and that that's the wave that's going global? It still doesn't make sense, even if I grant him all of that. Haven't these guys been blaming China and Russia and like the Nordic countries for this stuff for like 2 decades? But no, the epicenter is in Brooklyn, Harlem, and the Bronx. It's emanating outwards internationally. It's gone international.
It is. So think of it. We have more jobs than we've ever had. People are making more money than they've ever made. I'm talking about workers now. I'm talking about workers. They're making higher salaries than they've ever made before. It's just the best system, and it's got flaws, but everything's going to have a little flaw. But it's been amazing. And when I watch what's happening, and I see these lowlifes getting, I mean, they're lowlifes. I watch them. I know good people. I know quality people. These are essentially lowlifes. And when I see what they're talking, I think they're very dangerous in many ways. And I've said it. Then I said, boy, that's a pretty big statement. Then I realized.
Look at Marco Rubio questioning his existence right now. Look at him. While Supreme Leader Donald Trump is going, these are sick lowlifes. Okay? Sick, nasty people, lowlifes. Criminals. I know good people, okay? Like Jeffrey Epstein. Right? I know good people like Jeffrey Epstein and Les Wexner and Howard Lutnick. These are good guys. Okay? These are good guys. They all hang out on the island.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
I know good people like Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay? That's why I gave her a special treatment in jail. A non-criminal jail inhabitant. It's not fair.
And I think they're very dangerous in many ways, and I've said it. And then I said, boy, that's a pretty big statement. Then I realized, a couple of people said, I think you're probably right. I think this country, with this thing that's going around, is in more danger than it was during World War I, World War II. If you talk about September 11th, if you talk about Pearl Harbor,
all of them combined.
That was big danger. I think the concept of us going communist, because one thing that happens when you go communist.
It's worse than all the wars. It's worse than the Revolutionary War, the World War I, World War II, the Gulf War, Vietnam, 9/11, all combined. That is the great threat of healthcare in America. People having healthcare, it's worse than 9/11. It's worse than 9/11. This is the president saying the threat of healthcare and more taxes for billionaires like himself is worse than the threat of 9/11 and World War II. These are the same people who have been saying that Hassan Piker, well, not literally him, but I just can't wait for the same people who've been saying that Hassan saying that America deserved 9/11 to come out here and defend this statement. That somehow people getting healthcare and billionaires being taxed a little bit more is more of a threat than 9/11. It's worse, somehow worse than 9/11 and World War II and World War I. All of the wars, much, much worse.
You never come back, never comes back. You die in squalor. You die a horrible death. You die in squalor. And it gets
worse than the Lord.
Nasty.
Support. It's worse than that war from the Lord of the Rings. Helm's Deep. We're gonna need Gandalf. I don't know if he's available to help with the communists. And those little hobbit guys. Can't forget the Ents. Can't forget those tree people. I guess that's what everybody's calling them, tree people. Which is weird. But if I recall correctly, they were quite pivotal in the battle at Helm's Deep. Without them, the heroes in those beautiful novels never would have succeeded. And Isengard would have been forever under a state of squalor and shadow. Thankfully, we had all those guys. Worse than all of those combined. We're gonna need some real help to prevent people from getting healthcare and from me getting taxed a little bit more. Because let's not forget, that's been one of the main talking points. Like, if we can just boil down all of the candidates we've talked about here that I have endorsed galactically. Let me just talk about me for a second. Let me make this whole election about me. I have been talking about candidates who are what? Pro Medicare for all and or single payer healthcare, universal healthcare, one of those three things. That are pro taxing billionaires their fair share. And anti-Israel, right? There's some other interesting issues, right, that we've, there's other issues that we've been very pleased to see. Anti-ICE, pro, like renewable energy, things like that. But I think those are the three ones that we talk about the most. It's like people are genuinely just fed up with billionaires just living, like Trump, just living the high life while none of us can afford healthcare. And I think the fact is that Trump himself is like taking direct offense to this, right? That all of these candidates are coming out and saying they want to tax him, a billionaire, more. Something he's been trying to prove to all of us for so long that he is, right? Because think about it, right? Like, because I've been trying to think about it as well, because he's obsessed with it. Ever since July 4th, he's been talking about the scourge of communism that's coming.
A communist.
And I think it's because he derives most of his self-worth from his money. I don't think he's proud of anything in his life aside from his presidency other than his money. I don't think he's proud of his family. He certainly doesn't act like it. I think he's just proud of his legacy as a billionaire, as one of the world's richest men. And if you take any of that away from him, he shrivels. His ego literally takes a hit. He's like, that's my money. And he's been doing all sorts of things to enrich himself, of course.
President Trump pushing crypto just days after it was revealed he made more than $1 billion from it last year, including more than $600 million alone from the crypto meme coin named after Trump.
I've become a big crypto guy only for one reason. If we don't have it, China's going to have it. I'm very much for crypto because it's not a question of a personal thing.
But it is personal for Trump. He has made massive profits from crypto. But some of his biggest supporters who invested in Trump's meme coin have gone broke, even as Trump is minting money. Up front now, Dan Alexander, senior editor at Forbes, who does extensive reporting on Trump and his finances. And Dan, and part of this is that even when the coin loses value, even just the trade back and forth, right? Trump makes money off of that, whereas the person who's trading it and losing just loses. I know you've talked to several people, some of whom were Trump supporters. That's why they bought the meme coin, right? They believed in him, and they've lost a lot of money after investing in the meme coin. What did they tell you?
Well, many of them are really disappointed right now. One of the funny things that they told me is that they went to these meme coin dinners or events. And at the first one, it was outside of Washington, D.C. at his golf club in Virginia.
I remember that one.
And they said it was kind of like a wedding full of crypto bros. And people were all just talking about crypto stuff, and it was random things were happening. A billionaire gets on stage, who's not Trump, and starts selling Trump watches. And Lamar Odom, the former basketball player, is walking around. And one guy says that the service is no good. He really wanted soda, and all he could get was water. So just sort of this funny mix up of glamour and really not glamour. And then there's a second event that just happened in April at Mar-a-Lago. And at that one, they sort of worked out some of the wrinkles. They had shuttles taking everybody in, and they gave out goodie bags to the attendees. And a lot of people got really, really excited about these goodie bags because of what they contained in them. Some of them had Trump-branded watches that people were really excited about. They also had bottles of cologne that were in little mini golden Donald Trump statues. And people were so pumped about all this stuff that they started stealing each other's bags. Like somebody.
Illegal.
Yep, Trump has been enriching himself in all sorts of fascinating ways since coming into his presidency. This bombshell, his release of his taxes, or not taxes, what was it? Was it taxes? Whatever, his financial disclosure statement, which I don't think it encapsulates his entire earnings, I'm not gonna lie. But suffice to say, people gotta look into his finances. It's quite disturbing just how much money he's made and how much money people have lost. Because while he and his family have made $3 billion, supporters and investors and other people have lost $7 billion. And of course, you know, he hasn't only been just enriching himself. He's also been using taxpayer money to enrich is the wrong word, to ensconce the entire capital of our great nation in gold shit and other sorts of things, like his name or the American flag blue. I'm sorry. The attempted bluification of the memorial reflecting pool, which we're going to talk about just a little bit more. Looks like the majority report caught wind of this clip that we watched earlier, but they found more of it. I don't know how they did that. So let's watch this of Secretary of Interior Doug Burgum on with, I think it was Dana Bash, talking about this. Was it Dana? Whoever it was. Talking about this kerfuffle in the pond.
I am so amused by these clips of Doug Burgum humiliating himself on Dana Bash's CNN show this weekend, being forced to go out there and defend Trump's claims about the reflecting pool, including his belief that there were gangs of hooligans who submerged themselves beneath the algae-laden water in order to create 350-foot incisions in the lining.
More like pooligans, am I right? Golf claps.
It's a tier 1 operator.
And God, I thought this country is supposed to be, and I thought we were all safe again because of Trump coming back into office. That's and everyone just stopping to do crime in D.C.
No more crime. Deploy more National Guard members, sir.
Right.
Yeah, I thought the crime was gone. What happened to that? Janine Pirro, I thought she cleaned up the streets.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
We have some like Navy SEAL type people. Perhaps it's subterfuge from within, from the wokes.
Safety's off, man.
It couldn't have been when Trump decided to take a joyride in his armored vehicle on the empty reflecting pool with the lining just coated on top of it that might have torn up the bottom. Or perhaps
soft tires.
It could have been.
So we have baby soft tires.
Yeah. This is the softest tires you've ever seen.
There's some rubber down.
Or like maybe the no bid contractor that you gave this to didn't do the right adhesive at the bottom. It could have been that guy.
By the way, I just want to pause.
Mr. Cigar Escort?
I mean, we should just.
I just want to pause for a moment. I don't think that they play this on this clip, so I made sure to find this clip. Because I actually missed this somehow. I don't know how. Don't ask me. But somehow I missed this. We never watched this on the stream. But this is Donald Trump. Like within a very short period of time of them having finished this reflecting pool. Driving over it. With, I mean, I can't believe just how many vehicles they've brought onto the surface of this thing. I mean, look at this. They've got the entire motorcade. It's the entire Trump motorcade driving on the reflecting pool after the fact. This is fucking so stupid.
This is ridiculous.
What's the point of this? Why are they doing it?
I'm like, are they driving or just freaking out in front? Yeah. They're going in slow motion for us.
Oh my God.
Come on.
Look at it though, he's doing a little maneuver over here. Everybody turns simultaneously. 5,000 pounds, more than that. They're all armored. 20,000 pounds of vehicles all turn simultaneously. Go to the center. Drive on top of all this shit.
Usually a second.
By the way, do you notice what they're really close to? And unfortunately, we don't have the whole clip. But do you notice what's right by them? That is a drain. In the center of this pool, there is a drain. It looks like a drain to me, or at least a seam. And they are driving dangerously close to that at an incline. They're like at an angle. And yet they are insistent on a completely... This is not the problem. This was perfectly fine, according to them.
People that haven't seen it, we should probably have the photo of the no bid contractor ready. We will, after Bergamentum finishes his rousing defense of Trump's claims, we'll show you who might have been responsible for not potentially doing the lining correctly. But here is Doug Burgum on with Dana Bash with the important news that is affecting all of us in the country. This is what CNN has to get to the bottom of here.
Half miles of expansion.
But it peeled off. Why? Why did that happen? Do you know?
It didn't peel off. There was vandalism. There was box cutters. There have been 7 arrests. There was
box cutters. Is it the people who did 9/11?
This is the worst thing that's ever happened with box cutters ever.
That happened. Do you know?
It didn't peel off. There was vandalism. There was box cutters. There have been 7 arrests. There was people literally trying to destroy part of a monument.
Wait, but the arrests were not of people that were claimed to have been going underneath the water to cut up the lining. They were people that were just like standing around the reflecting pool.
Making selfies of the dirty water.
So like, what's wrong with this reflecting pool?
Right.
Apparently not supposed to even look at.
Off to jail. This is
Criminal
terrorism.
setting. It's a criminal TikTok.
Rule on the wall. It is part of...
It's a criminal TikTok. You're not allowed to TikTok near the pool. Right to jail.
Right to jail. Right away.
Lincoln Memorial, and if anybody says that they're going to go and vandalize that, it's no different than if someone was throwing.
And
paint
you're
on Lincoln
100%
itself.
sure that what happened with the liner was vandalism. You can prove it.
Oh yeah, absolutely can, and as we drain it, and we've got all the photographs we can see. I mean, there's no possible way.
The photographs of a person.
So this is the way he answered that there. Can you
He
prove
gets
that?
slimier as it goes on.
And you have to say, like, as we drain it, like, pointing to a process by which you'll be able to prove it, points to me,
not having
a
evidence.
Non-expert, that you don't have the actual proof yet.
Right.
Right. We're gonna get the evidence. You'll see the evidence as we drain the pool. You can watch yourself, Dana. It's like, wait, so you don't have the evidence right now, and it becomes pretty clear that no. They don't have any evidence. They're just arresting shady-looking types hanging around the pool. Probably people who are looking too gleeful or disrespectful about the state of the pool. I would just assume that that's the orders that they're acting on down there. If you see anybody, like I can just imagine like Stephen Miller going, if you see anybody who's hanging near the pool looking shifty, taking TikToks and smiling, or touching the pool, looking at the pool for too long, just put him in jail.
But he's acting like draining it is going to be like this naturally occurring process, and eventually the scientific information will come to a head, and we will understand who the true culprits are here. It's just it takes a long time to drain the pool to identify the slices. We don't even have this. He was also on with Stephanopoulos defending the reflecting pool as well on ABC, and was defending the claim that they were 350-foot incisions that Trump said, and Burgum was like, when you add up all the incisions together, it's 350 feet. Just to show you how much these people have to debase themselves for this, like, aging pedophile.
Yeah, it's getting pretty pathetic.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Why am I a banana or a churro? I'm none of those things. And I don't know why you're accusing me of being any of those things. And I am wearing a... Oh, right, there's another clip. I forgot there's more clips of this debacle. I almost forgot. And I wear a tinfoil hat because there's a goddamn Twitch reward, points reward. And I wear a hat and glasses every day because people have bought so many hats and glasses on top of the times, like when I'm wearing the hats and the glasses, and we just count them for later. So at this point, I just wear them every day. It's just expected now. It's become a thing. Wasn't always a thing. I could take it off. No, I could technically, I could take it off. Thing. Take it off. But can't do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Investigate the drain pool.
What happened with the liner was vandalism. You can prove it.
Oh yeah, absolutely can, and as we drain it, and we've got all the photographs we can see. I mean, there's no possible way.
There are photographs of a person or people cutting a 300 or 350 foot gash in the bottom of the reflecting pool.
Dana, I'm not sure why you and others in the media think that you want to keep trying to question whether or not this is an industrial liner. Every farmer and rancher in America has had their pickup.
Wait, I want to unpack that one. I found that answer to be hilarious. Look, Dana. I don't know why you and people in the media want to unpack why not, and then he just moves on. He just it's because that's her job, you fucking ignoramus. I don't know why you in the media ask questions. That's Doug's response to do you have any like physical evidence, like proof that anybody did any of the things that you're claiming? And he's like, I don't know why you guys want to unpack proof or not proof.
They're not thing. This is an industrial liner. Every farmer and rancher in America that's had their pickup liner lined by this sprayed-on liner knows that you literally, it would never just like peel off or fall off. This is like a strong material, and it's the size of 8 football fields. And the only way you can end up with actual slices in one spot and not the other is that someone physically cut it.
That's the only way physically.
But the pool itself, it's not leaking. It was leaking 45,000 gallons.
Let's not forget, Doug Burgum is a materials scientist, so he knows. This man knows unequivocally. He can say without doubt, the only way, the only possible way that this thing could possibly have broken up in more than one spot. A pool that Trump has been bragging about its size, right? Like Trump has been talking about how it's like taller than the Burj Khalifa or something recently. But Doug's like, there's no way for this thing to break up in more than one place. That is physically impossible. I just really quickly trying to make sure I'm correct about this. What? I was wrong. Douglas Burgum is not the material scientist. He has a business degree. Oh. I'm not sure he's qualified to tell us whether or not that is, in fact, physically impossible for lining to do. For it to come up in more than one spot or not. I don't think he's really qualified at all to tell us about that. He was a management consultant at McKinsey. I don't think he knows. I'm sure he doesn't know anything about pool liners, actually. I can almost guarantee you Doug Burgum doesn't know a fucking thing about pool liners.
So we don't have proof, but we're making deductions based on...
Also, not a pool liner. I keep calling it a pool liner. Not a pool liner. Truck bed liner. Pickup truck bed liner. Not intended for pools. I'm sure they don't say it on the side of the can, but I'm sure everybody making the truck bed pool, I almost called it pool liner. The people making the truck bed liner, I'm sure inherently assume that people aren't dumb enough to use pickup truck liner for a whole pool, for a national monument. You know? Like, I'm just guessing. I'd love to know which company made this liner. Because unless this dude, this, velvet suit, cigar smoking guy, he's also the manufacturer of it. I suppose he could be. Gotta get rid of some extra product. But I can almost guarantee it's not intended for this use.
Doug Burgum, who is from North Dakota, but a tech executive who's made billions from Bill Gates, what he deduces from people's truck linings. Okay.
Yeah, but the Occam's razor here about this big mystery is the president in the armored, very heavy vehicle doing figure eights on the goddamn reflecting pool.
And also, I'm sure we're getting to this, but can you prove this is one way to ask it. Do you have proof is another way to ask that. And so all this stuff about draining the pool and photographs, it's the reflecting pool in Washington, D.C. Where's the camera?
There's gotta be cameras.
Going in and making 350 feet worth of fucking gashes in the side of this thing. That would look like, that would be apparent.
But we don't want copycats.
Do they have
copycat slashers?
To Brian's point, it's like Ace Ventura going through the drain pipes. That's the only way. That's the only explanation. Yeah.
Today, it's finally been fixed by President Trump,
Finally.
And the American flag blue is working perfectly. And again, it's beyond me why. I mean, the real scandal is about the fact that the state of our capital was in such total disrepair that some people, no one was reporting about. No one was reporting about the pro-Hamas graffiti on.
Nobody's talking about the pro-Hamas graffiti, huh?
The
Mr. Secretary,
Hamas cut up the pool.
Even like if I could, I would.
Seriously. Even Dana was like, "Look, that's not what we're talking about, Doug. I would love to get into with you about pro-Hamas graffiti, but that wasn't the question, pal. Like, of all people, oh, she was the one. Doug thought he had the right audience, and even Dana wasn't biting. She's like, nah." No, we go back to the pool because I don't feel like that answer really. Yeah, it was so satisfying. I mean, wow. Like, you really have to be failing for Dana Bash to be like, nah, I don't have time for your pro-Hamas graffiti talk. Let's be real. In Dana Bash's if this weren't in a professional capacity, Dana Bash would have been all about that. But she was here to talk to the Secretary of Interior, who was refusing to answer a very simple question about a pool. And even she was unwilling to debase herself in that moment. I found that fascinating. I really did. Like even Dana Bash was like, dude, you lost me on the pro Hamas fucking graffiti. Can we get back to talking about how bad of a job you guys seem to have done on this pool?
The joyride on the reflecting pool.
Oh, it does.
I just want to ask you about one other potential issue here. In May, the president's armored motorcade of SUVs, which can weigh up to 20,000 pounds, drove across that new coating of the reflecting pool's floor.
Could that be it, dumbass?
No,
I was with him when he came that night. He didn't take the Beast. We were driving in a Cadillac Escalade.
Oh, he didn't take the Beast
out that night? It is one of the presidential
Oh.
fleet of cars, but substantially lighter than what you're talking about. And at the time that we were there,
Oh,
they were
really?
still putting down the whole base level of this.
Is that the light? Is the light Suburban? I can guarantee you it's not. Just look at it. Just look at this vehicle for me for 1 second and tell me that this is a vehicle that a normal vehicle that you can buy. Look at it. The windows are like 6 by 6. Like they're tiny. Like they've been intentionally obscured, right? These things are laden down like crazy. Also, they're riding pretty low. Like you notice the suspension's pretty bottomed out on this car right here. You got special communications on top of the Yukon. I mean, it's clearly fortified. You can't tell me this isn't a fortified vehicle.
Rubber layer.
It was actually good that we did that.
So there was no damage
that
exactly. Night whatsoever. That was one of the questions we asked.
This helped.
Before we even brought.
This was a helpful excursion over the pool for literally no good reason. What did this achieve? I would just love to know why. Why did the president feel it necessary to even do that? Such a strange choice.
The presidential motorcade there, but not a chance.
How much is it going
to... do we have, I mean, again, it could have been that. It also could have been the guy that did the lining.
Yeah.
I know we were...
Like, he is so genuinely impressed by dictators around the world. He insists on copying them at all turns. Even when it's obviously a stupid idea. You know? Like, even when it's an obviously stupid idea, like, he's insistent on doing this stuff because he thinks it presents him as like a big, strong man. Because he needs his ego to be like boosted by every moment that he's alive. And granted, he's running out of moments, but I mean, it is unbearable at this point. It's gotten so out of hand.
Distracted by how compelling Bergham's arguments were here, but just search pool no bid contract for people that this
it's a very reputable guy.
Maybe we don't have it right away, but
extraordinaire.
I will say,
here it is.
My sort of things I may have said about Mr. Carafo are just based on his appearance. He might be a very upstanding guy, and this might be a huge misunderstanding about what's going on.
Totally.
I mean, when I look at that guy, I think there's no way that he would have cut any corners on their.
No, I second Mike. I'm completely judging him based on his appearance. It's a totally shallow judgment I'm making on here, but this guy does not look like the sort of guy, A, who should be getting government money for anything, and B, doing something to the national pool. The memorial, like the Lincoln Memorial. Like, what the fuck does this guy know about pools? He knows about people at the bottom of the Hudson or something. Not pools.
By the way, that is Kelly Dodd, who was a Real Housewife.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Apologies, Kelly Dodd.
Do not apologize to Kelly Dodd, but...
Damn. Am I coming at Kelly Dodd at the same time as this doofus? I don't know who Kelly Dodd is. I assume she's terrible. He's like the penguin. Exactly. He looks like the fucking penguin. Like, from just an outward appearance, he looks evil. He looks like a villain. Like, literally, here. I'll pull it up. I mean, they do literally look similar. There are some seriously similar vibes between him and the penguin. They even got similar as haircuts. Oh my god. He's absolutely the penguin. It's the same guy. He might actually be the penguin. No, he's not the penguin. He's the Undertaker's manager. I didn't watch wrestling. Yeah. Okay. Now, while the president spends millions on the failed memorial pool renovation and on putting his name all over everything and gold filigree all over the White House and building the Epstein ballroom and all these other things he's doing in DC, enriching himself to the tunes of billions of dollars, the American worker is still struggling. And I just want to talk about this story. Yeah, let's go. Let's go to this story. This one is fucking insane. Utterly ridiculous. And I think this is going to get traction soon. But... Oh, sorry. I went... This is crazy. So a Ford worker was fired for what? For accusations of stealing a $1.95 cookie, which it turns out that he paid for. It's utterly disturbing. The bizarre saga began at Ford's Kentucky truck plant in Louisville, Kentucky in the wee hours of May 9th when Kurt Chrome approached an Aramark self-checkout kiosk to buy 2 Grandma's chocolate chip cookies for $1.95. Crom, who spent 11 years repairing robots and automated equipment at the Louisville plant, told the Post he swiped his debit card, but the payment screen flashed red, indicating that the transaction had failed. Crom, a 60-year-old diabetic whose blood sugar had dropped to 60 during his overnight shift, swiped again. This time, the machine never displayed the usual green approval checkmark, but it didn't reject the payment either. Believing the purchase had gone through, Crom returned to work. Here's a photo of him returning home to Kenosha, Wisconsin after packing up a moving trailer and leaving Louisville, Kentucky after 11 years. Quote, I figured, well, it probably went through, unquote, Crom said. And I might have went over to the other kiosk and paid. This was so inconsequential to me, $1.95. I figured I paid, unquote. A week later, on May 16th, 2 supervisors summoned him to the labor office where he was shown surveillance video and fired for stealing the cookie. The bargainer says this is bad, Crom recalled. I said, for what? They said, they want to terminate you for taking a cookie. I was like, what are you talking about? Crom told the Post the company official showed him surveillance footage from an Airmark self-checkout kiosk that appeared to show a failed transaction after he swiped his debit card. Ford immediately escorted him from the plant, refusing to let him retrieve his belongings. They just terminated me, walked me out of the building, Crom recounted. I had to get to the union steward to even go to my personal laptop because they wouldn't let me get anything. You are terminated. Get out, unquote. After being let go, Crom went to work gathering evidence that he had indeed paid the $1.95 fare for the cookie. Days later, he asked a former coworker to photograph the break room kiosk showing the cookie's actual price. He then checked his bank records again. The charge was there, Crom said. It was on my credit card. The first charge of the day at 3:38 in the morning. He immediately emailed screenshots of the transaction to Ford labor executives and union officials. According to Crom, the company responded about 10 days later by demanding a notarized bank statement verifying the payment. Crom supplied it, and weeks later Ford informed him he would be reinstated with full back pay, roughly $33,000, and invited him to return. But by then, Crom said the damage had already been done. He refused. I emotionally couldn't go back, quote unquote, he said. I worked with 8,500 people. I didn't get to say goodbye to anybody. I'd been there 11 years. There was no apology. There was no serious, we're sorry, Crom told the Post. There was just an, oh, you're not coming back? No, I'm not interested in coming back. Instead, he said the company lost an exemplary employee. I'm a pretty darn smart guy, Crom told the Post. I fixed every piece of equipment you asked me to work on, and in the end, you did this to me. Despite receiving back pay and another chance to reclaim his old job, Crom said his trust in the company is gone. I expected to work for Ford until I retired, he said. I loved working for Ford. I never thought it would end this way. It was a home away from home. This was tremendously difficult for me, but I couldn't go back. I just couldn't. Yes, indeed. Apparently, this guy was earning like $250,000 a year. So they fired a dude they were paying $250,000 a year over a fucking cookie. It's crazy. It's wild. Now they've realized they made a mistake. But it's disturbing. They make billions of dollars a year off of this one plant alone. Okay, I just can't manage anything dumber than that. Oh, that's right. The federal government tried to levy charges against a judge from Wisconsin for speaking to ICE agents in her courthouse.
Illegal.
Remember that? I know it's been so long since we talked about this story. But this judge will not be serving prison time for supposedly obstructing this ICE agents. Whoops.
Now, former judge convicted of obstructing an ICE arrest will spend no time in federal prison. Hannah Dugan was sentenced today in federal court to a $5,000 fine after she was caught on camera helping an immigrant who was in the U.S. illegally evade ICE officers there to arrest him. A jury found Dugan guilty of obstruction last year. Dugan's case drew a lot of attention as the Trump administration looked to prevent people from interfering with its immigration crackdown.
Well, even though she was convicted, Judge Hannah Dugan will not be serving any prison time on that bogus obstruction charge. I think that whole thing is fucking insane. And that the people who made that decision and that verdict are morons. And I'm allowed to have that opinion as an American. Now, I don't believe in the great claims of impartiality of 12 people, Pick out 12 random people from America. Most of them are fucking dumb. I need a snack. But we're 3.5 hours into the stream. We're running out of time on the galactic content goal right now, I would point out. We made some progress. One dono over on Cash App earlier. Which got us, what's the math on that? Like a third of the way there. Unfortunately, we've stalled out on galactic donations. And since we're demonetized on YouTube still, and it's unclear when we're going to be remonetized again, really do need everybody's help. Perhaps more than ever. Every dollar helps out, and in fact, if half of the people watching right now donated $1 on Cash App or PayPal, or decided to become like less than that, became patrons on Patreon, we could very easily complete the galactic content goal, keep the Galactic News Network alive for another day. Otherwise, we might find ourselves with the stream ending suddenly. Alright, I need a snack. We are to keep going, so I'm going to do something real quick while we watch this Democracy Now! Clip from Monday. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. What two of you donates 50 cents? That any and all donations always welcome and helpful.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. As we turn now to the record-breaking heat wave that scorched the northeastern United States over July 4th weekend. At least 25 people are dead in New Jersey due to extreme heat and humidity after a massive heat dome settled over the eastern half of the U.S., bringing triple-digit temperatures, disrupting travel, and prompting emergency measures for millions of people. Many of those who died were found in homes with no air conditioning, on the street, and in parked cars, according to officials in New Jersey. More than 185 million people, more than half of U.S. residents, were under heat alerts over the weekend, with extreme weather forcing the cancellation of Independence Day events in states from Alabama to Connecticut. Severe weather forced the cancellation of the Great American State Fair, a 2-hour evacuation of the National Mall in Washington, D.C., and delayed President Trump's 4th of July speech. Here in New York area, the heat wave shattered records dating back nearly 60 years. Central Park reached 100 degrees. Subway stations registered even higher temperatures, while 17,000 customers lost power. This weekend's North American heat wave follows a record-shattering European heat wave that's already been blamed for thousands of heat-related deaths across Spain, France, and Germany. Climate scientists say the burning of fossil fuels by humans is the primary cause of global warming and the reason why heat waves are becoming longer, hotter, and more frequent. On Friday, a team of scientists explained the recent heat wave would have been, quote, virtually impossible, unquote, before humans began warming the planet. This is Theodore Keeping, a climate scientist at Imperial College London, who worked on the analysis.
We found that in the last 50 years since a previous heat wave affected Europe in 1976, that the chance of a heat wave like this has gone from almost impossible to something that we'd expect to see every couple of decades. And as the climate continues to warm, we will see events like this increasingly frequently. And in a future climate, this may be something that we expect to be commonplace.
For more on the extreme weather here and around the world, we're joined in studio by David Wallace Wells, New York Times opinion writer, columnist for the New York Times Magazine. His recent piece headlined, "We Need to Retrofit the Planet. The Heat Wave Proves It." He's also author of the book, The Uninhabitable Earth. Welcome back to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us, David. Start off by talking about what's happening here, and if you can put it in the context of climate change.
Well, the planet is now warmer than it has ever been in modern human history, basically since the agricultural revolution 10 or 12,000 years ago. We're already outside the window of temperatures that enclose the entire history of human civilization, and we are warming more rapidly than the planet has ever warmed in its history, including periods where warming produced deaths of 50 to 90% of all life on Earth. So we're running a pretty radical experiment, and things are changing pretty rapidly. Just over the last couple of decades, we've seen the pace of warming accelerate, and we've seen the chances of heat waves like the one that we saw in Europe grow as much as 100-fold more likely. So just since the 2003 heat wave, which killed tens of thousands of people in Europe, a heat wave like the one that we just saw in Europe has gone 100 times more likely. There are a lot of questions about why we haven't prepared adequately for these heat waves, and we should be asking them and doing more to protect ourselves in the future. But I think the baseline observation that we have to make is that things are moving incredibly quickly, and that makes it incredibly hard for us to change our ways.
I think Thomas Jefferson wrote in 1776 at the signing of the Declaration of Independence that it was 76 degrees. On July 4th, of course, in this area, it was over 100 degrees, triple digits. Your piece is headlined, "We Need to Retrofit the Planet. The Heat Wave Proves It." I was upstate New York, and trees, there was a kind of, I called it a torrential tornado. It took down trees in the Catskill area all over, and yet was hardly talked about afterwards. And yet it was in the midst of this heat wave that happened over like 30 minutes. How do you retrofit the planet?
Well, I mean, there are a lot of pieces to it, but unfortunately, a lot of the natural world, like the tree landscape that you're talking about, it's going to be quite difficult. The human-built environment is a little bit easier, but it still requires something like, take the European heat wave, building in air conditioning for 300, 400 million people who don't have it today, reimagining the way that buildings are built so that they don't retain heat, which is what they were designed to do, but actually repel heat, which is what Europe's going to need in the decades ahead. It also involves different kinds of urban planning. I think about the way that LA has been rebuilding in the aftermath of its fires, resisting a lot of fire codes that might help neighborhoods, be more resilient in the face of fire in future decades, and instead the local communities are fighting those restrictions. So, we have an enormous landscape of the built environment the world over, which was designed and erected to survive climate conditions, which we've left behind, and we basically need to reimagine all of that to survive new climate conditions.
Yep, we're living in times where we got a lot in front of us to deal with, and we need less people fighting against these sorts of things. But we also need a government that is solving these problems to some degree, at least for like private citizens, right? Like not for businesses and stuff like that. or, you know, or like people's like real estate empires. But like honestly, like to some degree, like you can't leave. Like you just like not to some degree, like to like the whole thing is like you can't have the option to not do it, because not retrofitting the homes leaves your neighbor exposed, right? The more homes that are built and are unprepared to deal with things like wildfires, especially when it comes to wildfires, like the more apt everyone else's house is likely to burn down, right? And those cases, like, the government just needs to step in and say this is for the benefit of society. You know, force businesses to pay for it themselves, but pay for like homeowners for at least one property per person. If you own a bunch of properties, yeah, I think you should have to pay for the rest of them. But your main residence, wherever you sleep at night, that deserves to get retrofitted for free, in my opinion. And then, yeah, you put in building codes that force the rest of everyone else to pay up and get those things done, because society needs it. And I just need to say thank you to another individual, two individuals, actually. I take it back. Two beautiful individuals. Good God. Hold on. My fucking phone just froze. What are you doing? SM with the stream fuel. 10 bones. For here for you, GSL. Hope this helps. Thank you very much. We're making huge progress on the galactic content goal, people. What can I say? We are crazy close to completing it. That happened fast. And we now have at least a half an hour cushion left right now. We're looking at to complete this goal. It's looking very achievable.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Hey GSL,
Hello.
I have news. Bob the Xenomorph won his state seat in Texas in the Midland District, but I have some troubling news.
Oh, no.
He got the overwhelming support from the fellow Xenomorph community. But I could have sworn Bob was the only Xenomorph in the area.
Huh.
Should we be worried?
That is an interesting development vis-a-vis Xenomorphs. We'll look into that later. But Texas, that could be an improvement. That could be an improvement if there's like a Xenomorph voting block versus a Republican voting block. I don't know what the necessary goals are of Xenomorphs, politically speaking. I assume they want healthcare like everybody else. You know, healthcare and healthy stomachs to gestate in. Thank you for the bid, CR New York. Colombia Rican with the mucho generosity. In multiple ways. Truly beautiful. All right. Breaking news. The Long Island medium has made contact with Mitch McConnell. Teresa Caputo has made contact with Mitch. Oh my God. Oh, thank God. So he's fine? Or wait, does that mean he's dead? Forget how that works. Does that mean that he's no longer with us? That's very sad. I guess that's confirmation. Over on Vertical Chat right now. It's not me saying it, that's a chatter saying it. I can't say. I can't say for sure. You know, I can say for sure is that this week, people across the United States have seen devastating loss as a result of horrifying disasters, wildfires, floods. Yeah, and as we've been covering in the West, it's been all fires all the time. The I'm going to call it the Chillin Hills fire. Continuing to grow. I think it now exceeds 10,000 acres. Here's a couple of updates on that. First, Fox 13, Seattle.
We begin with homes burnt and at least one person dead after a wildfire destroyed about 10,000 acres in central Washington. The Chelan Hills fire started early Saturday morning and is only 20% contained, according to county officials. Fox 13's AJ Janaville spoke with one family today who escaped the flames but lost everything. AJ, what can you tell us?
Sabira, Owen and Madison Joga tell me they just moved into their dream home on the eastern side of the state with their 16-month-old just a short while ago. Now at this point, they're homeless.
We actually woke up to a knock on the door, and it was a deputy again saying, "Level 3, you need to leave."
Madison and Owen Joga are originally from King County. They moved out to Douglas County about 5 weeks ago. A dream for the Jogas, settling into their 19-acre property with their son, intending to build a farm, and they have a second baby on the way this winter. But the Jogas' picture-perfect future plans are now gone.
We went back to the house the next day to try and see if anything survived, and I wasn't prepared for the emotion that would come back.
It was like driving through an apocalypse zone, man, going up through there, and we saw houses still standing, so we had just a brief glimmer of hope.
The Chelan Hills fire tore through their home Saturday.
Oh, God. That's devastating. Whole thing is fucking gone. The cement foundation, barely that left. That's horrifying. Even the yard furniture is gone. And the grill. Good God. He's right. It does look apocalyptic. Unfortunately, this fire continues to go almost unchecked. Containment on the Chillin Hills fire, whatever we're fucking calling this thing. Chelan. Continues to grow. I don't think it's above 20% containment or something like that right now. Here's the latest from King 5 Seattle.
This morning, fire officials are reporting progress on the deadly Chelan Hills wildfire in Douglas County. Containment is now up 50% with no significant growth yesterday amid red flag warning conditions. But urgent level 3 go now evacuation orders remain in effect for areas east of the Columbia River across.
I thought she said, did she say 15 or 50? She didn't really enunciate that very well. I was listening to this kind of fast earlier. Did you say 50 or 15?
Chelan Hills wildfire in Douglas County. Containment is now up 50% with no significant growth yesterday amid red flag warning conditions. But urgent level 3 go now evacuation orders remain in effect for areas east of the Columbia River across from Chelan Falls.
Suffice to say, there's still a large evacuation zone. 10,000 acres have burned. And it's not contained yet. Until it gets over 50%, that fire is still growing, not shrinking. Meanwhile, in Utah, multiple fires, of course, have been burning all week there, too. Here's your updates on those fires from ABC4 Utah.
Now to the fires we're continuing to watch for you this afternoon. Scorching nearly 96,000 acres of land up in the Tusher Mountains is the Cottonwood Fire. At last check, it's now 47% contained, up from 25% on Saturday. So some promising news there. However, closures are still in effect for the Fish Lake National Forest area and Highway 135 in both directions. Meanwhile, the Babylon Fire also continues to rage on in San Juan County, growing to about 90,000 acres in size with 0% containment. Over the weekend, fire crews say the flames burned towards the area of Skull and Crossbones Summit near Torto Canyon.
So yeah, there's at least 4 very large fires burning and I think the Mineral Gulch fire, I actually haven't checked. I gotta check up on this. I haven't even checked on this. I was going to, and I totally forgot about this fire. But there's multiple very large fires burning practically every western state at this point. Washington, Utah, New Mexico, Colorado. All seeing extreme fire behavior as a result of extreme heat and drought. Let's go to New Mexico real quick.
Good evening. As a fire burning deep in the Gila wilderness reaches its 15th day, the new incident management team on scene says they're in a good place to protect cabins, but many factors of this wildfire could make it a long-duration event. News 13's Michaela DePauli has the latest.
A lightning strike ignited the Zacatón fire, and now it's burning on lands where New Mexico's third largest wildfire, the 2012 Whitewater Baldy, consumed nearly 300,000 acres. The Zacatón incident commander says tricky terrain, fast-burning fuels, and no safe evacuation route for crews has impacted their engagement on the ground.
10,000 acres burned now in New Mexico as a result of this fire. The Zacatón fire, that was... That's in the Gila mountain range, whatever you call them. I got the latest update in Colorado on the Aspen Acres fire, which is, I believe, the largest fire in the state burning right now. Approaching 100,000 acres burned in this one fire alone. With multiple, multiple other fires burning in Colorado, none of these western states are getting a break this fire season.
We continue to follow the largest wildfire burning in the state, the Aspen Acres fires, burning just over 96,000 acres or 150 square miles. That's about half the size of New York City. That fire is now 15% contained. Thanks for joining us. I'm Sam Shocker. Officials say yesterday afternoon that fire surged northwest, threatening Greenwood and Wetmore. The fire is burning across Custer and Pueblo counties. Over 1,600 personnel are working to fight the fire. That is the 7th largest wildfire in the state's history.
7th largest fire in Colorado state history. Still not contained. And that was from 4 hours before the stream started. So that's a very up-to-date story for that one. Not been good so far. Now, on the other side of the weather system, from extreme heat to extreme storms, over the weekend, the Midwest was seeing heavy rains, which led to flooding in Iowa and Illinois. As storm system continued to push eastward, hitting New York and New Jersey, parts of Pennsylvania. Let's go here to Eyewitness News ABC 7 from Monday.
Back here to the city in South Brooklyn was one of the hardest hit areas. Check out this Citizen App video revealing the roads in Coney Island looking more like rivers. Eyewitness News reporter Kimberly Richardson there to continue our coverage at 5 o'clock. Kim?
Well, Mike, rain, flood, repeat. Folks living here tell me that's exactly what it's like every time a system like this rolls through here, and it can change in a dime. Take a look. This is Neptune Avenue right now. As you can see, cars are getting through with no problem. There's very little standing water, and people can cross the street. This is the after. Check out the before.
It started around 10 a.m. It was raining. About an hour, it was like Jones Beach right here.
What was outside was now pouring into Neptune Gourmet.
Look at the beautiful view around my store. Oceanfront, baby.
Here in Coney Island.
Waves coming in through under the door. The sewage always gets clogged. They just got to fix it.
Torrential rain here in Brooklyn overnight and on and off today overwhelmed this section of Coney Island. For part of the day, Neptune Avenue in the 30s looked like a gigantic lake. Cars barely made it through, and those on foot, well, they took their chances. Inside the deli, an umbrella wouldn't be a bad idea. The water's not just on the floor, it's also coming from the ceiling.
The water was pushing so hard, and there's cracks in the building's old, so it would come in and leak.
Did you expect this?
I didn't expect it this hard, but it's always like this right now. This is regular for the corner.
Yep. Floods in Brooklyn. But honestly, New Jersey saw the worst of the storm. Crazy scenes. Crazy scenes in Paramus and other places in New Jersey. God damn it, what the hell? I'm fine. I'm fine. Everything is fine. The smoke is being seen in Albuquerque now, too. Yeah, honestly, all the states where there... I've been noticing... We don't talk about it, just because for time's sake. But there has been smoke advisories in almost every single state that I've seen. That has these wildfires going in them. And at some point, they're all just gonna, like, combine. I feel like just one big smoke cloud. Just block out the sun, like the Matrix. Yeah, scenes in New Jersey were pretty fucking crazy. Including at this BJ's.
A routine shopping trip turned into a terrifying experience in Monmouth County this morning when heavy rains caused the roof of a BJ's warehouse to cave in. It happened around 11 a.m. at the BJ's location on Route 35 in Ocean Township. Officials say the roof above the bakery gave way and then it sent shoppers scrambling. Action News anchor Gray Hall here with us at 5 o'clock with more on a pretty frightening situation.
Yeah, frightening and dangerous, Shari. It was a massive chunk of the roof that collapsed onto the bakery section at that BJ's Wholesale Club out in Ocean Township. There were dozens of people shopping at the time, and amazingly, no injuries reported here. Take a look at the video that captured the moment that roof actually caved in. Look at
it actually is amazing.
They are looking at this video to try and see
It's actually... It is actually amazing that this old guy managed to avoid any injury. He just sort of like... He just like does a little shuffle, a little jig, manages to avoid certain death by like a couple of feet.
Officials saying that they are looking at this video to try and see what went wrong. Two people were actually partially trapped.
This is ridiculous!
Themselves. They eventually got to safety. The collapse sent water and debris pouring into the store. Dozens of emergency personnel responding, sending drones to help search for any victims who...
Yeah. Storms hit very hard in New Jersey, causing some pretty horrifying scenes, and it wasn't just at BJ's. No, the streets were completely submerged in some places. Cars underwater.
As we mentioned, parts of our area saw a lot of rain and in a very short amount of time. Camden had nearly 3 inches of rain in 1 hour, which created, well, scenes like this. Streets and backyards flooded over, and now officials are assessing the damage. Action News reporter Leland Pinder is live in Camden with that part of our story tonight. Leland.
Yeah, Rick, quite a mess. Debris still on the road here on Market Street. And take a look down here at Market and Delaware. Traffic lights appear to be out after the storm. And let me show you one more thing here on Market Street. Not sure if this car was towed here or maybe the water moved it, but you see it's up on the curb. You can also see just how high the water got earlier today.
So, see, this is where it was.
Crystal Baker shows just how high floodwater surged inside her home on South Merrimack Road. Just hours earlier, her garage and driveway were completely underwater.
This is probably like about 5 hours of non-stop sweeping, using a wet vac.
City officials say nearly 4 inches of rain fell in about an hour Monday, triggering flash flooding across Camden. The sewer system quickly overwhelmed. Route 30 flooded
immediately,
in both
if not
directions,
sooner.
This man was scooping water out of his car on Market Street.
Probably going to have crews operating tonight.
Camden leaders say emergency crews have answered nearly 100 calls, ranging from water rescues and stranded motorists to flooded homes.
I've been living here 30 years. Never seen nothing like it.
The city activated its emergency operations center and is urging residents to call its hotline for damage assessments and assistance.
Yep. Storm has passed. People are now trying to assess the damage. And slowly, cleanup's been getting underway. The places where power getting restored to. There was a bunch. I don't remember exactly how many customers were out, but it was a bunch. There's been multiple outages, though. First, it was from the heat wave, and then it was the storm. Good old climate change.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Is Jordan Peterson still alive, by the way? While we're talking about people being alive and or not being kept in a basement by their loved ones. Like, can we get a wellness check on Jordan? Like, we haven't heard or seen from him. We only hear about him through Michaela. You know, it's feeling very Mitch McConnell-y, if you will. Supposedly some mold-related illness, but this has been dragging on for quite a while now. Can't even get a picture of this guy.
Cleanup effort is now underway in parts of New Jersey that have been hit hard by flash flooding.
In Ocean Township, video shows how heavy rain caused the roof of a BJ store to partially collapse on Monday. It left the store flooded out.
Closed to business this morning, given yesterday's severe build. Family pumping water out of their homes, some using cups to remove water from their cars. One of the scariest moments Monday, though, happened right inside the BJ's Wholesale Club. Surveillance video shows a large section of the roof give way under the immense weight of rain. A waterfall gushed into the bakery section, pushing heavy product displays straight across the floor. Despite the fact 27 people were inside and 2 shoppers were initially trapped under the debris, first responders reported 0 injuries.
All of a sudden, like, within minutes, it was low, then it just got high.
The roads were just as chaotic Monday. Route 35 transformed into a river within minutes, swallowing cars and trapping drivers
Immediately,
who had
if
to be
not sooner.
physically carried out of their vehicles by bystanders. With most of the flooding subsided, the focus now turns to recovery. The mayor says in addition to the BJ's, there were other roof collapses reported around town. While families and business owners continue tallying up the devastating cost of all this damage, officials warn that full cleanup could take days or even longer to complete. Reporting live from Ocean Township in New Jersey, Christina Fan, CBS News, New York.
Christina, thank you.
Yep. It's going to be a lot of cleanup. A lot of damage done here from this storm. Fact is, we haven't seen any hurricanes yet this year, which is because we have this El Nino sucking up all the heat in the Pacific, sort of disturbing the normal storm activity in the Atlantic. We have yet to see an actual hurricane. We saw a tropical storm technically make landfall in what? Louisiana? Texas? Somewhere around there. It's like a post-tropical storm, I think. One more clip in the United States. This was from over the weekend. Live video of one woman in the storm in New Jersey.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Look at that, guys! Look at Dion's tree! Oh my God! Oh my God, buddy! Buddy, my leg is cool. My leg is cool. Get the leg.
Leg is cool. Get the leg.
I guess we have to call someone.
Get the leg. Buddy, get the leg.
My car! The Lexus!
The Lexus! Oh my God. Scalera. Janet Scalera. This is the name of that woman. It's the most Italian New Jersey accent on the face of the planet. Get the leg. The leg is caught. The Lexus. Oh no. It's terrible. I don't mean to, but she is, honestly, something about her voice is just hilarious to me. Like, she's just, her response is so classic. Oh God. But that is horrifying. Having your Lexus smashed by a tree, that's no good. Getting knocked over in your own garage. None of these things. Nobody wants that. Exactly, it's the trifecta. Oh, the leg, the car, and the Lexus. There's no coming back from that. Although the leg seemed fine. She got up perfectly fine. And her attention seemed to focus in on that Lexus pretty quick. Oh. I just left that in there because somehow she made that horrifying situation funny to me. I'm sure it was terrifying. Okay, now let's go to some other storms on the other side of the planet. Most of South Asia is getting slammed by storms. We've been talking about them. And a super typhoon Bavi, which originated in sort of the southeast Pacific. We've been talking about that region a lot. That's where the super El Nino is. That's been making its way across the Pacific in a northwesterly fashion, over Guam and the Mariana Islands, and is now heading towards Taiwan, possibly the Philippines, most likely Taiwan, though. And meanwhile, the storms are just continuing on the mainland. In places like India, Bangladesh, some horrifying scenes. Let's go here to DW News. To a landslide, which was triggered by heavy rainfall in Kerala. Jesus. Oh my god. When I saw that guy pull a woman out of there, I couldn't believe it. And that like she just walked away. It was mind-boggling to me. I was like, what? There was a human in there that survived that? Crazy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Suffice to say, the climate breakdown is taking all sorts of different forms, all of them equally disturbing, I would say. Because for me, they all just sort of combine into one cloud of horrible. You know, they're just adding up in my mind. I almost don't see them as like separate events, because I know to some degree they are in fact interlinked. You know, regardless of how much we want to cloister ourselves here in the United States, shit happening here, weather-wise, may have come other places. Always comes from other places, actually, and then goes other places. Something of a yin-yang. Our weather. Oh, this next one's pretty frustrating, though, I gotta say. If I had to quantify it, one of the more frustrating ones. Let's go to Bangladesh, not very far away, where, of course, as many of you probably know, there are a bunch of refugee camps. Rohingya refugees who fled Myanmar in one state over, continuing to live in bamboo shacks. Those are the lucky ones. At least 8 people died here as a result of landslides. Honestly, this is very close to the Kerala region, if I'm not mistaken. Here's a clip from the AP from 11 hours ago. That section of the hillside collapsed onto this house, killing the 4 people inside. Now the people living in the nearby shelters are unable to stay there. The heavy rain has become a serious source of fear for everyone living on the surrounding shelters. When the rain is heavy, the rain goes through the holes in the roof. We're also afraid part of the hillside could collapse at any time. We have to live in constant fear. During the rainy season, we can hardly sleep. That's the situation we're living through. Yeesh. That shit is fucked up. People who are already experiencing immense struggles. You know, all these refugees here who were forced out of their home country by a literal military coup, who Trump cut aid off to earlier this year, continue to live in these refugee camps, trying to make a life for themselves there on these sort of bordered encampments. But they're not, you know, not like meeting building codes or something. Bamboo is quite awesome. It's true. We've talked about how awesome bamboo is, but you know, these shacks are, the lucky ones have bamboo to build with, you know? Like the rest, the other people are building with literal trash and whatever they can find on the ground. People fled for their lives from the military coup and the civil war that happened, has been going on still. And people are, there's like 1 million people plus, 1 million plus people living in these refugee camps in Laos, and in Bangladesh. I got more raw footage here from the mirror. I don't know how much more is actually in here. But do you see what I mean in terms of like what they're constructed out of? Like bamboo is for the lucky ones. Everybody else is literally just sort of building with trash, like whatever it can find, and it's clearly, you know, it's barely holding up. Like the guys are saying, roofs are just leaking. And stuff is collapsing, stuff being held together by stuff people are just finding on the side of the road. Like, that's just the canvas tarp. Like, they've managed to make it look good, but that's just the canvas fucking tarp with some sticks on top of it, right? Do people recognize this? This is just a fancy refugee camp, you know. This is kind of to some degree what you see happen in Gaza in past times. Like right now, there's no opportunity for this, but like building on top of buildings, and then, you know, very slight improvements to the building techniques and things like this, right? Wood frames, but it's still a tarp. It's just a tarp and some sticks. This is not gonna hold up to a fucking landslide. Like eventually over years you could, you know, sort of improve these things from the ground up. Hopefully from the ground up. But that doesn't always happen either. But yeah, you know, like people are just barely struggling to survive. The United States cut off aid to all of those people. And now they are struggling with this. And I would point this out. I think it's highly likely that Bangladesh, Myanmar, Laos, all of these South Asian countries are going to get hit pretty hard by Typhoon Bavi as it makes landfall. I think some of this will disperse in different directions and feed the already existing storms happening on the continent. And to an already, you know, soaked landscape that spells bad things, you know. It spells bad things. Sorry, let's go here to China. We saw this video yesterday, but this is just wild. A reservoir burst after days of rain, causing scenes like this.
Where a dam gave way in Hangzhou, east of the regional capital of Nanning. Persistent heavy rainfall since July 3rd has caused severe flooding and unleashed surges of water, prompting officials in Nanning, home to 9 million people, to put the region on high alert. Social media footage obtained by Reuters shows floodwater pouring into a construction site in the city of Wobegon, east of Nanning. According to China's official Xinhua news agency, dangerous conditions have been reported at several reservoirs in the region, with torrential rains set to continue.
Yeah, so this is just one of multiple reservoirs in China that have been overfilled by the torrential rains that have been happening in this portion of the Asian continent. And now we got a super typhoon heading in. I think we're going to see a lot of stuff like this in the coming days, and I'm not looking forward to it. think it's actually going to be worse than this somehow. I'm just trying to imagine what that looks like. We're going to stay in China, talk about the rains that have been happening here a little bit more. The storms that have been happening here before this typhoon ever makes... Once again, the typhoon still in the Pacific. Still in the western Pacific. I don't know exactly where it is, but it hasn't even made landfall in Taiwan that I'm aware of. But you got storms like this ongoing on the mainland. And like this. And like this.
日，广西宾阳县出现宾阳县受灾群众8606人，当地已经连续几天停水。独田村是六兰村。洪灾影响最。
You see what I'm concerned about right now? We got people already dealing with what seem to be quite disturbing levels of flooding.
出现宾阳县受灾群众8606人，
You know?
当地已经连续几天停水。独田。
Rather destructive flooding we're seeing here in China. Destructive storms, not just the flooding, the winds. You saw a tornado. And like a hotel lobby get like obliterated with dozens of people inside to witness it. It's just... This is the preamble. Right? Like if we are to, you know, try and chronicle this, like, I mean, this is the preamble. This is what we have to come is a Category 5 storm, which is going to have at least 150 mile per hour winds, maybe higher. It all kind of depends on how this all plays out. How much energy is lost when it hits Taiwan. But it's pretty disturbing. What are we going to see next? It's Waterworld time, I guess.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, now let's go out into the middle of the Pacific. Wait, hold on. Oh, God. Before we do that, I have to check a couple things. I think we got a couple of donos on Twitch, right? Or just one? Just one. We're very close to completing the Galactic Contact goal, but we haven't done it yet. We're like 75% of the way through it. Like $10, I think, about is what would get us across over the hump. Great ways to do that right now: Cash App, PayPal, or by becoming a Galactic patron on Patreon. You could also, of course, donate on Twitch. Bits, power up subs, gifted subs, prime subs. I won't end the stream because of how close we are to completing it, and I don't want to take the week ending report away from everybody. Wait, this is the midweek report. Sorry, the midweek report away from everybody. But I know we can complete this goal. Fact is if everybody watching the stream, we got like 75 people watching the stream across both platforms. Maybe slightly more. Like 80 people watching the stream. That's like, what is that? It's like 15 cents a person? My God. You lose that in your couch on a weekly basis. Don't lie to me. All right, let's go to Guam. The Northern Mariana Islands, who were the first to witness Super Typhoon Bavi. They won't be the last. Your eyes are not deceiving you. That is video footage. Or a still. It's a still. It's a photo. It's a photo of something. Sabbath Rules just took money from Jeffy Bezos and gave it directly to me. Very thoughtful and very helpful to completing the galactic content goal. Yeah, some pretty crazy scenes here from Super Typhoon Bavi. Basically just sheets of water going sideways because it's going 200 miles an hour. What is that in kilometers per hour? Sorry for doing freedom units. It's like 350 kilometers per hour or something like that. It's very fast. It's incredibly, ridiculously fast. It's like being in a river, but on land. It's like in a torrential river, but on land somehow. Don't ask me how that's possible. Enan Dunphy. You've fled Galilean moons, the Jupiter Islands, as you call them back home, only to arrive in a world where Count Binface, the Dark Lord, is popular. Oh, God. I'm very sorry to hear that. Let's go here. Island news 22 hours ago. Take a look at some of the destruction left behind by these horrifying storms.
Right now, impacted residents with ties to Hawaii are having a tough time getting the basics like power, water, and shelter. Jasmine Perry has been monitoring that situation. She has the details tonight.
The situation is dire. This video behind me from the Marianas Press, it shows a line of cars waiting for fresh, clean water. Car after car waiting for their chance to get 25 gallons from the island's only working water station. Now people are seen without power as well. With a population of around 50,000 people all around northern Mariana Islands, no one has been untouched since the past two super typhoons.
Crews have started going out to do assessments and try and bring back the power and water. We've seen through videos on social media, pictures, and just communications with our family members that a lot of people lost their homes. Some lost pretty much everything.
President Donald Trump declared a state of emergency, and they're still waiting on the major disaster declaration, which will pave the way for more federal support.
So things like individual assistance to help people get back on their feet.
Do you know what we're here for?
So because we're still in the last disaster, we'll have two separate processes to apply for some help.
Easton says 500 people continue to be sheltered in the three islands, while others continue to lose their homes, like this lady in Sina Paulo.
Look what happened on my house. For how many years it's been having a super typhoon, only this time got break.
With about 300.
Oh, good God. The devastation. Look at how fucked up the palm trees look. Oh my god.
FEMA personnel assisting, they provided 1,400 tents as makeshift homes.
That's all we can do before, as we know, more storms come, right? I mean, that's one of the biggest things that cause anxiety in our community is that this isn't the last typhoon. And so we're hoping that we get a bit of a break before the next one.
While officials on all islands address the power needs, including this damage to an aging power plant, Easton can't help but wonder what's ahead as many are still trying to recover from Typhoon Silaku that hit the island chain just 3 months before.
Exactly. We just got done talking about, it feels like, honestly, the last 3 months have been insane. We just got done talking about the typhoon that slammed Guam and the Mariana Islands earlier this year. Twice. 2 massive storms utterly decimating these islands. They did not need more suffering. It's already hard enough living on those little islands in the middle of nowhere. Parkour's Language, thank you for the raid on Twitch. Welcome in, people. You are a YouTube watcher, but you knew you had a free sub to toss my way. Oh, very smart. Very smart thinking, Sabbath rules. Using your free Twitch Prime sub that you get with your Amazon Prime membership. That is using your noggin. Using your noggin, great job. All right, one more clip on Super Typhoon Bobby. This is Fox News weather. With the latest update that I have for this storm. It's from 6 hours ago.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
In the Western Pacific, Super Typhoon Bobby is setting its sights on Taiwan and China after slamming Guam with heavy rain, more than a foot of rain. And you can tell that the winds were ferocious as well. Bobby passed to the north, so they didn't even see the worst of what that super typhoon was able to dish out across parts of the Mariana Islands. Let's go ahead and start things off with a satellite so you can sort of identify where we are tracking this storm. Again, typhoons are the same thing as a hurricane. We just call them typhoons in the Western Pacific. Here's Guam, of course, a big U.S. interest, and we have a lot of military members out there. Philippines right here, Taiwan, and China. So we're looking at impacts for Taiwan and China. That's the next step here for Bobby. And the water temps, they're really, really warm. That's how we get these insanely strong typhoons. And many times, if you just look at the Earth in general, we get some of the strongest tropical systems in the Pacific in the form of typhoons.
155 mile per hour winds still with this storm here. You can see parts of this storm are sort of breaking off and hitting the Philippines. Although it's much less intense wind-wise. I'm sure it's fairly rainy there right now. So as you can see, it's made it halfway between Guam and Taiwan. I think it's probably got like a day. About a day until it gets to Taiwan. It depends. Its speed, and that being its travel speed, not the wind speed, could change throughout this time, so it's just a guess. I'm sure people there are bracing for this. You have a big, beautiful brain. That's good. The video had low sound? Oh, it was low. How long was that going for? I was reading... Oh, that went all the way... Oh my god, you must have missed all of the sound. from Typhoon Bavi and China. Because I was reading subtitles back in Bangladesh. How has nobody said anything about this until now? Why is Emily the first one to mention this? All of you are your ears broken? What's the deal?
This is ridiculous!
I'm very disappointed. I need a sign for low volume sound. Oh god. All right. We're 4.5 hours into the stream. So I'm going to take a quick galactic intermission, eat the snack that I made myself earlier. Still been sitting there for like an hour. We're still super close to completing the galactic content goal.
Repressed!
Like 75% of the way through it. But we will be right back after this brief galactic intermission. Hopefully with the rest of everything I have planned for us tonight. Because it's not just Binface and the Olympics. Not the Olympics, the World Cup. All right. Okay, hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit that bell icon and the like button too. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. So many great ways for you to show your support. Even though we're still demonetized on YouTube, we got Twitch, bids, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal donos. Throne, and of course, Patreon. Where, for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens, shout-outs at the end of the show, secret content, and Discord channel as well. Alright, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over, and the stream is about to begin once again. So get back in those seats. Otherwise, you're going to miss it.
The Bolsheviks are coming.
So we're all going to learn this together.
Why did she say those things?
All right, Space Fams. We're back. Oh, we are back, and we are more back than you even know. That's right. Oh, yeah. We did it. We completed the Galactic content goal. Donation over on PayPal. From Young Z. $12 bones. Good enough to get us across the finish line here. And to make a dent in the galactic deficit. All great. All good. Wait, we deserve confetti. There we go. Do we need new confetti colors? I feel like I need new colors. I don't know what color I want. That's not bad. It's more fun. Yeah. Confetti time! We completed another galactic content goal, ensuring that we get all the sweet galactic content that I have prepared for us tonight's stream. Meaning it's probably going to go for like another 4 hours. We got a bunch of stuff left to talk about. FIFA. We got Count Binface. But then we got a bunch of other shit. We got Ukraine and Russia. We got the NATO summit in Turkey. And the latest developments in Iran. All coming to you here on the Galactic News Network immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, people, last chance to take a look at this beautiful, glorious, majestic visual display. We're going back to the stream. All right. Started off with some action-packed talk. Get us started off here today. Stuff that matters to the whole world. Except really to the United States. We only care about it once every 4 years. The rest of the world cares all the time. I'm, of course, talking about football, a.k.a. soccer. And this week, Donald Trump created a whole... I'm not sure what to call it. Kerfuffle. After asking, or calling, I guess, calling up Johnny Infantino on behalf of the U.S. men's team player, Fuller and Wobegon, who's actually a birthright immigrant, which I thought that was touching. Trump was standing up for birthright immigration. Now that he's lost. I know that wasn't why he was doing it, because it was completely petty. But I just wanted to point that one out. I found it fascinating. He said, well, He said it was unfair. It was an unfair call on the field. Now, in a normal world, a leader, a foreign leader calls the FIFA and says, "I didn't like that call." They get hung up on. But not in this case. And therein lies the controversy.
And on behalf of all Americans, thank you for getting rid of that ridiculous red card.
Obviously, as a U.S. supporter, I'm quite happy with it, but definitely understand the other side and how it's pretty unprecedented.
Just makes a mockery of the whole tournament.
The sportsmanship of this game is in question here.
No matter how many goals he scores, no matter how many games he plays, the world will only remember him from this moment.
Well, it's a row that has led some to question the integrity of the beautiful game when US star Folarin Balogun got a red card for this tackle. And the rules meant that he should have missed the following game against Belgium. In a shock decision, football's governing body, FIFA, said they'd suspend his ban, leaving him free to play.
What now?
It's delighted US football fans, including President Trump, but it's dismayed others. We look at the questions that FIFA are facing, the impact Balogun could have on the pitch, and what it could mean for the sport. So, what do we know about Donald Trump's involvement? We'll let the president explain it himself.
Yes.
All I did, I asked for a review because I didn't think it was a foul. And, you know, again, I'm good at this stuff. I didn't think it was a foul.
I'm good at
it
this
was
stuff.
Two great athletes that crashed into each other and got it.
I'm good at this stuff. Look, I'm a soccer expert, okay? I know a foul when I see it. As a man who played a lot of soccer.
I didn't think it was a foul. I thought it was two great athletes that crashed into each other and got entangled. That was not a guy punching somebody in the face or anything that, you know, would be different.
That would be
Tell him
different.
what to do. I can't tell him what to do. But
If he punched him in the face, that would be different.
And I don't believe he made the decision. I think it was a committee that made the decision. And they made the right decision because, number one, it wasn't a foul. And you know what? If they beat us, then they can be really proud. The other way, if they beat us, we'll say I say it was rigged.
I'll say it was rigged.
Well, our correspondent Nick Johnson is...
I'll obviously say it's rigged. Everybody knows it. Yes, great athlete Donald Trump. Football aficionado. He calls it like he sees them. He wasn't like punching him in the face. How is that a foul? Well, as a person who played soccer, I can tell you, you don't have to punch somebody in the face for it to be a foul. For a penalty to be called. He's a national disgrace.
Games, should they dislike a decision taken by a referee?
Well, Donald Trump and FIFA President Gianni Infantino have a close relationship. The footballing boss has been in the Oval Office on multiple occasions. Here he is, letting the president hold the World Cup trophy. Famously, Gianni Infantino also awarded Donald Trump a special Peace Prize.
Mr. President, this is your prize. This is your Peace Prize. There is also a beautiful medal
A beautiful
for you that you can
medal.
wear everywhere you want to go.
So, Nick, tell us about the Infantino-Trump relationship. The two seem pretty close.
Yeah, as you got a snippet there, it's fair to say they've got a bit of a chummy relationship. That inaugural FIFA Peace Prize that Gianni Infantino awarded to President Trump at the end of last year. But we heard from the president himself earlier when he was speaking to reporters in the Oval Office. He described Gianni Infantino as a hugely respected man, but he said that his respect for the FIFA president had gone up tenfold.
Hugely respected man. All right, now that's, I'm fairly certain, untrue, broadly speaking, on the planet. But who can expect the president to be accurate times like these? Got his blood pumping from watching sporting events. But suffice it to say, the world was pretty upset at this decision from FIFA. And I think Gianni Infantino lost most of his remaining respect as a result of this decision. Whatever was left after that FIFA Peace Prize thing.
Well, I don't like the outcome of this jousting event, so I declare the victor someone else.
This is the type of that obviously, people speculate about all the time, right? Like, this is what you say. Oh, it's scripted. Oh, powerful countries or powerful countries with big market teams or big countries that have a lot of money want to make sure that their teams have staying power because that means more purchases. That means more money for the overall organization. This is something that people talk about all the time. And now Donald Trump has basically done away with the speculation because he's done it. And not only did he did it, I can't even talk. Not only did he do it, he flexed on the world. He did it, and then he openly said he did it.
Yeah, a stunning World Cup reversal in favor of the U.S. men's national team. Leading scorer Folarin Balogun ruled eligible to play for the United States in their round of 16 game against Belgium tonight. Balogun was sent off with a red card for this tackle early in the second half of the team's round of 32 win over Bosnia and Herzegovina. The red card means an automatic suspension for the following game. FIFA had confirmed that Balogun would be out against Belgium.
Just a couple of athletes colliding into each other. Now that is definitely not allowed. You're not allowed to... You're not allowed to step on other players willy-nilly. It's not allowed.
Illegal.
Team's round of 32 win over Bosnia and Herzegovina. A red card means an automatic suspension for the following game. FIFA had confirmed that Balogun would be out against Belgium and that there was no way to appeal the ruling. Following the controversial call, Balogun saying the contact was unintentional and that he accepted the decision.
There was many emotions, but for me, the most important thing was just trying to stay calm. I think, I didn't want to react out of emotion, out of anger, and, I had to just accept that.
I love how his take is so much chiller than the president's. Like, the guy who actually got the red card is like, yeah, no, you're right. I fucked up. And it's unfortunate. President's like, no, unacceptable. Mr. Balogun is like, yeah, I'm just gotta stay unemotional about it. Trump's like, I'm calling Johnny right now. This is a great injustice. It's been done to America.
It was made whether I agreed with it or not.
But suddenly on Sunday, news that Balogun was in. ABC News sources confirming reports that President Trump had called FIFA President Gianni Infantino to review the matter.
He doesn't sound very American. Okay, calm down, everybody.
President Trump posting online Sunday, thank you to FIFA for doing what was right and reversing a great injustice. In justifying the about-face, FIFA citing Article 27 of its disciplinary code, saying the implementation of the match suspension is suspended for a probationary period of 1 year.
That's really funny, by the way. Yeah, like in a year we'll think about it, but like, oh, it's cool. You'll suspend him a year from now. Balogun should refuse to play. That's not going to happen. Don't be insane.
FIFA's not admitting they made a mistake. They're not admitting that the referee on the field made a mistake and gave the player a red card when it shouldn't have been a red card. The red card hasn't been rescinded. What's going on here is they're suspending the suspension.
The United States' next opponent issuing a statement. The Belgian Soccer Federation saying that it was astonished by FIFA's decision.
Dude, Jordan Henderson's arm break, I'm not going to watch it because it also...
Astonishing. The Belgian team, these actions taken by Trump and the FIFA organization. It is rather astonishing. I mean, it sort of calls into question the fairness of the game if the president of a particular country, the most powerful nation on the planet can, and the host nation can somehow influence the outcomes of like you know, like the games essentially. She's like, no, that red card was wrong. It's like host nations at the Olympics being like, no, that should have been a 10. that shouldn't have been a 9. That should have been a 10. She gets the gold medal for figure skating immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Attitude. It's important.
I guess that's what we should expect in this is just a preview of 2028. The Winter Olympics. Is the winter or summer Olympics? I can't remember. Is summer or winter? Whatever it is. Trump's gonna be like, not true. Actually, he lifted 1,000 pounds. Write that down. I said write it down, or you're going to an ICE detention center.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Think about these things. Simply sitting around and hoping that China save us is insane. That's not how that works. Last point I'm going to make on football is Mbappe was a victim to racialized animus, this time from a senator in Paraguay. He responds, Madame Celeste Amarilla, you are a despicable woman and unworthy of your position.
Oh my God.
You do not represent Paraguay, that country which has sweated passion and honor through the competition. Through your recklessness and brazen racism, the entire world has already forgotten the journey and the historic effort that your players accomplished during this World Cup, making way for an incompetent woman who gives the worst possible image of her country.
Wow.
I will never allow people like her the freedom to spread their hatred and racism across the world. The dictator has spoken.
So I saw the play, and I'm a person that loves sports and was a good athlete, and I understand sports really well, really well. And that wasn't a foul. That wasn't even an infraction. That was two guys running full speed that happened to crash into each other. You can't take your foot and properly place it on somebody else's foot.
That is
when you're going, no.
You're not supposed to place your
great.
You're not supposed to put your foot on the other player's foot at all. And actually, that's exactly what you're supposed to do. That is quite literally what you're supposed to do. And it's not just soccer. Basketball. I mean, I'm trying to think of all the sports where you're not allowed to stomp on the other player's foot. I think most sports you're not supposed to stomp on the other player's foot.
Athletes that got tangled up, and this referee who is a little bit.
Yeah, I do like. I just want to go back. I want to listen to that one more time.
Worst possible image and racism across the world. The dictator has spoken.
So I saw the play, and I'm a person that loves sports and was a good athlete, and I understand.
Footage not found. I forgot that he said it right at the beginning. But footage not found. Trump was not a good athlete. There is no evidence of that at all. There's no photos of him playing sports ever. He believes that the human body is a battery. The more you use it, the less life you have. Like your life is shortened every time you exercise. I've never seen Trump exercise one time, unless you count golf. That's it. I've never seen him run or jog or do anything more than a brisk walk. I am a great athlete. President Bone Spurs. He's a great athlete. I know all about sports. That's why I didn't join the military, because of my bone spurs.
It's really well. Really well. And that wasn't a foul. That wasn't even an infraction. That was two guys running full speed that happened to crash into each other. You can't take your foot and properly place it on somebody else's foot when you're going, no. These were two great athletes that got tangled up. And
he doesn't understand soccer.
This referee who is a little bit suspect.
Hamas, the referee, was Hamas.
If you check his
little bit suspect.
If you check his past, I don't want to say that because I don't like to create Controversy?
Yes, you do.
I don't like to create controversy.
You love creating controversy.
I
What
don't
do
like
you
doing that.
mean?
It's not my
He's
favorite
literally-
pastime.
he's- I don't like to just.
It's not my very favorite thing to create controversies. I didn't literally create my own social media platform so I could always say whatever I want, no matter what.
Great controversy, but very checkered past. They're saying the referee was Joe Biden. I'll say it. Joe Biden was the referee of this beautiful sport. Biden appointee.
But very suspect. If you'd like, I'll provide you with the past. He made a call that nobody could believe. You know, even people on the other side, they say, "Oh, we got lucky. Wow, that's." And it's very interesting. They say they don't show them in slow motion, and I never realized that. I never heard of that before. That they're not allowed to review in slow motion because it's so different. Because you'll take one little quarter of a second, and you'll see that a hand is touching a neck, or you see something. Whereas when you see it in fast motion, it will look like two guys collided.
Throughout this speech, Trump proves that he doesn't watch soccer at all. And this is the first time he's ever seen the sport. But he felt it. That's how much of a megalomaniac he is, right? Like how self-important this man is. He's never played soccer. He's never played any sport. He doesn't watch soccer. But he took it upon himself to call the president of FIFA to tell him the call was wrong.
Which is really what happened. They got sort of entangled. He didn't do anything wrong, and he's our best player or one of our best players.
Or one of them.
Vital player. And he gave him a red card. I didn't know what that meant. I didn't think it meant much. Then I started hearing that means he can't play in the next game, at least in the next game. I said, boy, that's a big, if it happened to...
Dude, has this ever happened? Like, it's kind of... Dude, this is literally like shit that you read in history books. I know the stakes are technically lower because it's like, okay, at the end of the day, we're talking about a soccer game, right? But like, this is straight up like a king. This is what you read in history books about how a king would be like, well, I don't like the outcome of this jousting event.
Exactly.
So I declare the victor someone else. Like
actually,
literally, that's...
Sir Fancifat is actually the winner. I declare it immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
That's right. Emperor Trump. Supreme Leader Donald Trump. Causing a serious controversy over his desire to get involved in sports. Something that he's never been involved in before. He is a real lunatic. It's real psychotic. Let's end here in a country that actually cares about all of this. With Navarra Media in the United Kingdom.
First, their goal-scoring striker was suspended, having correctly received a red card in the previous game. Then the rules were bent, some would say outright trashed. Political interference from the most powerful elected person on earth? Absolutely. And still, they lost. In the early hours of this morning, British time, Belgium beat one of the hosts of this year's World Cup, the United States. Now, if you aren't familiar with the controversy preceding that game, you're probably thinking, so what? After all, Belgium, despite being a much weaker side than a decade ago, are ranked 9th in the world by FIFA. Most Americans, meanwhile, think football is a game you play with your hands. How absurd. But while Belgium were always the favourites to win, that didn't stop many Americans convincing themselves they could win this game, even if they knew literally nothing about football. That may have included Donald Trump, because the US president called Gianni Infantino, the FIFA president, querying whether a suspension to Farage Balogun, the US team's hotshot striker, could be lifted. Here was Trump talking about that conversation.
But all I did I asked for a review because I didn't think it was a foul. And, you know, again, I'm good at this stuff. I didn't think it was a foul. I thought it was two great athletes that crashed into each other and got entangled. That was not a guy punching somebody in the face.
It's just a midday entanglement.
Different. And I think it's a terrible, if they wouldn't allow, you know, a top player, maybe the best, maybe among the best players on the team to play, I think it would have had a big stain. And I related just that feel. I didn't tell him what to do. I can't tell him what to do. But and I don't believe he made the decision. I think it was a committee that made the decision. And they made the right decision because, number one, it wasn't a foul. And you want to see a game with your best players. You don't want to say
you want to see the one. You want the best ones.
Best players not going to
even when they do the things they're not supposed to.
Next week or in the next game. I said, wow, that's a lot of power. That's terrible. But then I looked at his past, and it wasn't so great.
I didn't know what a red card was, but then I found out, and I said, this is crazy. How's that a red card? He's talking about Farage Balogun, by the way, like he's, Lionel Messi. This is a guy who I think scored 3 goals in the championship 4 years ago, then went to France. He's had a good season in France, and now he's, I think, Monaco, right? The way they talked about this guy, you thought, wow, it's like Messi in 2022 for Argentina. Farage Balogun can single-handedly take the United States men's team to the World Cup final. As we've just seen, no. Slightly wishful thinking there. And I don't mean to be derogatory about anyone's appearance. I think that's a really horrible thing to do. But that lady in the corner, maybe you can rewind this, if you're watching the upload later on. That lady in the corner probably spent a few too many weeks at Mar-a-Lago. Very strange American
I
politics
love how
Trump, isn't it? Not long after, it seems.
I love how people, even in England, are all like we talked about this the other day too when we first saw this clip. Because Michael Dell's wife looks fucking crazy, dude. Like she has had way too many plastic surgeries. It's out, just age naturally, for the love of God. It's out of control. But seriously, his wife looks horrifying, and it's fascinating to me that that's also something that everybody else picked up on immediately. She's got a real fucked up face, dude. She's had way too many plastic surgeries. She looked normal at one point. Like, look, this was her like 30 years ago. Got to be at least 30 years ago, right? Fairly normal looking face. And now this is her now. Oh my God. It's like her face is like she tried to freeze her face in time, but like parts of it kept aging, and everything about it looks wrong.
Balogun's suspension was indeed suspended. In other words, his punishment wasn't lifted because of a mistake, which happens, by the way, but it doesn't happen in the World Cup because there's no review of red cards, but it was simply deferred. The red card stands, but it won't kick in for another year. FIFA's disciplinary code states that Balogun should have received a ban of at least 2 matches for serious foul play. In the end, he got 1 match. It was a 1-match ban, already very strange, and something FIFA, the game's governing body, wouldn't actually explain. And then, the day before the Belgium game, after news of Balogun's suspension broke, FIFA explained their reasoning for this sudden act of charity by pointing to Article 27 of the FIFA Disciplinary Code. That article allows the federation to, quote, fully or partially suspend the implementation of a disciplinary measure. Basically, it's a very wide-ranging rule that allows FIFA to make whatever decision they like without any criteria. It's FIFA basically being Judge Dredd. I am the law. You know, Gianni Infantino, I'm gay, I'm a migrant, I'm disabled, I'm the law.
Every single person on this
In
planet
response
is
to that news,
gay.
there was incredulity from many.
Incredulity indeed. Gianni Infantino declaring, the ruling on the field not so important. whatever FIFA decides at the end. Doesn't matter what happens on the pitch, in the game. Whether
Donald Trump, though, who said
people
this
committed penalties or not. I mean, by that same sort of logic, couldn't they also, like, overturn goals? Right? Because if you can overturn a red card, couldn't you overturn, like, a penalty kick as a result of a red card? And if that penalty kick resulted in a goal, couldn't you just say, oh, that goal is, you know, forfeit? When does it end? That's the question.
The US team isn't very good, as we found out last night, by the standards of elite football. So why are you complaining? Well, yeah, but rules are rules. Anyway, in a slightly similar vein, the usually superb Cenk Uygur really let the side down. He said this: I'm torn on Trump interfering with the World Cup. On the one hand, it feels like we're getting a special advantage. You are. It defeats point of sports. It does, which is supposed to be on merit. On the other hand, I like that Trump finally did something for us, and red card was BS in first place. No, it wasn't. It was red card. And even if it's not a red card, the same rules apply to everybody. Imagine if in the 1990 World Cup semi-final, Paul Gascoigne, second yellow card of the tournament, he's out of the final. Queen Elizabeth II calls up FIFA. Paul Gascoigne, he was the player of the tournament. Paul Gascoigne has to play in the final. Of course, England side didn't make the final, did they?
Yeah, maybe leaders should just make calls to FIFA on behalf of their teams whenever they have a problem with a outcome of a game. Yeah. Cenk got in there somehow. I don't know how he did that. One more clip here.
To them. Which is kind of crazy when you think about it. It's a country that's built on a constitution. It's meant to be built on rules. Something very important there and interesting when it comes to foreign policy. I found this the most valuable post, though, not least because it explicitly states the subtext. This is from a person, I'll be honest, I've never heard of before. And maybe that's why it's so interesting. Ellen Carmichael. The most interesting part of the red card saga isn't the ruling. It's how differently Americans and Europeans process the idea that they might have been wronged. Europeans are fundamentally different from Americans in one particular way. They expect life to be aggravating and at times unfair. It's just a fact of moving through the world. I joke that in Europe, the customer is always wrong. You don't read the fine. I quite like that, to be fair. You don't read the fine print. The only pharmacy in town is closed every other Tuesday for 3 hours. And even if the times weren't posted, that's still your problem. Too bad if you want the bill because the waiter's on his union-mandated half-hour smoke break and you're just going to have to wait. I don't know. I mean, do waiters have strong trade unions in any European country? Maybe Sweden. To quote the great Mark Knopfler, I've never heard of him, apparently so great, sometimes you're the windshield, sometimes you're the bug. There's something freeing in that. Things are less in your control, so there's less angst in managing your expectations. In America, things couldn't be more different. We simply can't accept a wrong left unrighted. That's what they think, right? This is about a moral crusade. And all of a sudden, I'm reading this.
I mean, some people certainly think that, but also Trump thinks that to the nth degree. And he sees the world through such a zero-sum sort of lens, and I don't think all of America thinks in the way that Trump thinks of this, but I don't think it's completely wrong. You know, I don't think we should necessarily be leaving these wrongs unrighted. But Trump has a weird, twisted view of what is wrong and what is right. That's part of the problem, is the concept of what is wrong and right. And when it is that we should be getting worked up over things.
Unrighted. That's what they think, right? This is about a moral crusade. And all of a sudden, I'm reading this and I'm thinking, Iraq makes so much sense. We kill all these people with sanctions in the 1990s. We invade the country, 1 million unnecessary deaths, according to the Lancet magazine.
That's true.
The Lancet Journal. We can't stop Iraq. We can't just walk on by. In Iraq, you probably should have walked on by. In Vietnam.
Yeah, I mean, to some degree. I'm not sure I would compare these two things. The Iraq War and the FIFA World Cup. But I do see what Aaron's trying to say. Okay. I figured we would just talk World Cup to start off the Earth news portion of tonight's stream. We got more stuff to talk about. We're not even going to leave North America. Let's talk about the deal. The U.S.-Canada-Mexico trade deal. The U.S.-Canada-Mexico trade deal that Trump signed into law in his first term, that he's railed against in his second term, and has now refused to sign over the
President
weekend.
Trump calling a mulligan on one of the signature trade deals of his first term. The White House announced yesterday that it will not renew the USMCA trade agreement with Mexico and Canada. The decision comes as no surprise. Here's President Trump just a few weeks ago.
I don't know that I'm going to renew it because, to be honest with you, the United States does much better. Hey, we don't need anything that Canada has. We don't need anything that Mexico has, but they need everything that we have.
So in 2024, the U.S. imported more than $900 billion in goods from both Mexico and Canada. The White House blames the deal for worsening the U.S. trade deficits with Mexico and Canada.
Yeah. $2 trillion in trade between Mexico and Canada. Just in imports alone. And Trump is potentially going to scuttle this deal. I mean, it still remains in place for years. I think until after Trump leaves office. Unless he somehow gets us out of the deal. He's just refusing to re-sign the renewal whatever thing. I think this is really just more Trump trying to do his version of Art of the Deal. Just more arbitrary threats and random actions being taken that he views as being punishment. Whatever else, try and get his way on something, whatever that might be right now. I couldn't tell you. Because the fact is, he doesn't even know. He doesn't understand the things that he's even upset about. Like, he's made all sorts of claims about tariffs that didn't exist in Canada. And, like, once again, he is the one who signed this deal. The USMCA was his accomplishment that he was, like, he couldn't have been more thrilled about originally. Hold on. You know what? I should do this. While we're on this, might as well.
In Canada. Now the
Look, here it is. Seven years ago.
With our signatures today, we will formally declare the intention of our three countries to replace NAFTA with the USMCA. The USMCA is the largest, most significant, modern, and balanced trade agreement in history.
Oh, wait.
All of our
you can't see.
countries will benefit greatly.
Hold on. We gotta go back. Nobody can see what's happening.
With our signatures today, we will formally declare the intention of our three countries to replace NAFTA with the USMCA. The USMCA is the largest, most significant, modern, and balanced trade agreement in history. All of our countries will benefit greatly. It is probably the largest trade deal ever made also.
The largest.
In the United States, the new trade pact will support high-paying manufacturing jobs and promote greater access for American exports across the range of sectors, including our farming, manufacturing, and service industries. As part of our agreement, the United States will be able to lock in our market access to Canada and Mexico and greatly expand our agricultural exports. Our nation.
See, he was so thrilled about this deal back in his first presidency. That is, I mean, he is a psycho. All right, now let's go down to South America, where unfortunately things are getting worse as time passes. In Venezuela, the UN humanitarian chief making an appearance on Al Jazeera to discuss the urgent need for aid in the country. This is from earlier this evening.
And joining me now live from Caracas in Venezuela is Tom Fletcher. He is the UN Undersecretary General for Humanitarian Affairs and Emergency Relief Coordinator. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here on Al Jazeera. Can you describe what you've been seeing there on the ground in Venezuela and the scale of the destruction?
Well, the devastation is very, very hard to witness. The sights, I'm afraid the smells of, so many bodies out there decomposing in the heat and the humidity, and the evidence of so many lives destroyed in a matter of minutes, of course, just 2 weeks ago. And people are in shock and despair. We've seen today a number of bodies being taken from the rubble. I've sat with grandmothers and mothers who go out every day in the hope that perhaps, against all hope, their child or grandchild will be pulled from the rubble. It's very rough.
When you meet these mothers who come out every day hoping to get their kid out alive from the rubble, what do you tell them? I mean, can you say anything to comfort them?
Yeah, you can. And obviously, we're here to provide that humanitarian support, food, water, shelter. We had over 50 search and rescue teams here, many still here, of course, from over 30 countries. And so there was this massive mobilization alongside the government of resources to try and save as many lives as we could. What's happening now is we're transitioning into that next phase of the response.
Yeah, that's what's so disturbing about this moment. He's talking about the next phase. They're done looking for survivors because there's very, very low chance of there being any left at this point. It's been almost 2 weeks now, I think, that since this all happened. I've been trying to not focus on this too much because I know this is now just sort of a waiting game, but also, I mean, we have to focus on it because honestly, people here need help. People here need help. Big time.
Humanitarian response, but also trying to create the conditions for people to start to be able to rebuild their lives, their livelihoods, their homes, and to start to imagine a world where they can start to get back on their feet.
You've just...
Yep, UN doing what it can, but of course, a lot of the UN sort of backed agencies are defunded as a result of the USAID program being shut down, since we were one of the biggest funders of international aid. And let's not forget that they are already stretched quite thin, dealing with all sorts of crises, including, I don't know, the Ebola crisis in Africa, civil war in Sudan and Myanmar. I mean, name a crisis, and they've got them. It's all over the planet, and significantly reduced resources. Got a real problem with solving these situations. Maybe we should undogify things. There's an idea. Just de-dogify the country. Reinstate some of the things Trump has destroyed that we so desperately need. Okay. Now let's see. Let's go here now to Channel 4 News from a couple of days ago, to a fascinating conversation about what needs to happen in Britain for there to be a future for Britons.
If we don't get wealth taxes or some serious movement on wealth taxes from Burnham when he comes in, he will lose the next election. If he doesn't, it will be Farage. Farage will come in. He will cut taxes on the super rich. Living standards will fall. I'm not Karl Marx here. I'm not saying like seize the means of production. I'm saying, can we just stop this situation where working people pay 50% and billionaires pay 0%? And so don't tell me if we try to tax them, the country's finished.
You're getting emotional thinking about it.
Well, you know, like, it's my country, Chris.
You know, Andy Burnham, if he gets to watch a clip of this, what's your message to him? Hello and welcome to The Forecast. It's a welcome back to my guest today, because Gary Stevenson is perhaps one of the most well-known advocates now for a wealth tax in Britain. He, of course, is the man who was a former Citibank trader who then wrote a book about everything he thought was wrong with our economic system and why we need to tax the rich more and to tax wealth. He has obviously gone massive on social media. Gary's Economics is a huge YouTube channel in which people watch his thoughts on politics, economics, and everything else in between. And now Gary's done a documentary for Channel 4 called How to Get Filthy Rich with Gary Stevenson, which is going out on Channel 4 this week on Wednesday, but you'll be able to see it on the Channel 4 streaming platform and on YouTube in a few days' time, in which he goes and meets people who are struggling, people who are extremely rich, and talks to them about his key idea of bringing in a wealth tax. And of course, it's an amazing time for Gary to be pushing this idea again, because we have a new government coming in, and Andy Burnham is now on record many times as saying we need to tax income less and wealth more. So welcome back, Gary.
Thanks for having me.
I mean, does this feel like a moment you can seize?
It's the closest we've been in my lifetime. I would say I'm hopeful but not optimistic. Listen, we've got a chance here. Inequality's been getting bigger and bigger. Really, the whole of my adult life. Living standards have been falling and falling. Keir Starmer was never going to do it. I was lobbying him aggressively before he came in. I've been lobbying as hard as I can the last few months. Tone seems different. People are willing to talk to me. People are willing to listen to me. I haven't had any promises yet. But look, if we don't get wealth taxes now, I guarantee you, Andy Burnham will fail on the economy.
We don't get wealth taxes now, Andy Burnham will fail on the economy. Says Gary Stevenson of the internet. This was a fascinating interview here with Channel 4 News. We're not going to watch the whole thing. It's like an hour long. But we'll get a couple of quick snippets in here.
But on your assets?
On the assets? No, on the assets it won't be much. No, because that's our tax system, isn't it? We tax work and we don't tax wealth.
How does that make you feel?
To be honest, you know,
You don't think it's a moral question?
Listen, look, we can individualise this as much as we like. You know what I mean? I am.
But that's what you've got to do, isn't it? I mean, when you go
Yeah.
and talk to these billionaires,
Yeah.
you are sort of individualising it. You're saying to them, look, you know, you've got to step up. No, otherwise everything is going to fall apart.
Chris, I'm not. I don't come here, I don't come on this show and I don't do this documentary to tell the billionaires to step up. I expect the billionaires to fight for every last penny and to take everything. I expect them to take everything from the public. I come here to tell the public not to let them take it. I don't expect the listen, when Francis Fulford says to me, we will fight and we will win, I want to tell the public, are you going to fight? Listen, I talk about my grandma and the poverty she grew up in. Look at the enormous increases in living standards in the course of her lifetime. You know, and that was, she lived through World War II, right? They didn't ask for it. They didn't beg for it. They took it. They took it. And you need to be organised. You need to understand the problem. You need to fight. And crucially, they tax the rich. And that's how they got those living standards.
I mean, there is a...
Yeah, and the problem is I don't know, but I think it's very similar in Britain. But like, when you tell billionaires to step up, they hear philanthropy. And philanthropy is just a vehicle for billionaires to enrich their friends and get tax breaks. And it doesn't actually go to everyone in society like people like to think it does. When they give money, they know where the money is going, and it's usually not the poor people.
in your latest YouTube video.
Quite ragged right now.
You're basically saying you need to stop in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, look, if anyone's
you're burnt out.
If anybody's read my book, you know, people will know I had a really bad burnout, you know, in my 20s, and I've suffered from burnout before. And you know, I'm the kind of person that is obsessive about my work, and I have a tendency to overwork, and I've had mental health problems. I've had problems with burnout, and I don't want that to happen to me again. But listen, this is, I want to just move over this. Like, this is not like a Marvel movie, right? This is not Gary Stevenson saying, I'm not Iron Man, right? Listen, I'm a very good economist with a very good track record, with a very good understanding of how inequality is going to affect our economy. I'm telling you right now, and I've been saying it for years, with a string of incredibly good predictions, if you do not take action on this growing inequality, then poverty will aggressively and rapidly get worse. I'm not planning to fix this by myself. Listen, do we not all want the same thing here? Surely we all want a country which is not riven by desperate poverty. Listen, I grew up in poverty. I don't want that for the kids that are growing up now. And it's this, I don't want this, I hate this adversarial nature of it. Listen, I'm not a politician, I'm an economist. And I'm a trader. And I'm a very good economist. And I'm a very good trader. And I make correct predictions again and again because I'm right on one simple thing, which is you cannot allow inequality to rapidly grow in an accelerating fashion and not expect poverty.
Well, on your with your trader hat on,
yeah.
a lot of people are also arguing that we're in a massive asset bubble at the moment, and there's going to be an enormous crash in America because AI stocks in particular are massively overvalued. What do you make of those predictions, and do you think that might be a correction to the super rich?
Look, I'm not an expert on AI in particular. My trader's instinct is that there probably is a significant amount of overvaluation there, which means that there is definitely potential for a big pop and a big drop. And I'm short tech stocks, I'm short AI stocks, but I'm long pretty much everything else. If there is an asset bubble, an AI specific asset bubble pop, I will, like all other rich people, be buying everything else. That's what we always do. You know, I've got cash on the sidelines, they've got cash on the sidelines, we'll buy everything.
So you can hedge against it, basically?
No, because quite simply, listen, as inequality increases, wealth inequality increases, what you're doing there is
This is... I don't think Christian understands the concept of what he's talking about for some reason, which is strange to me. But if you're a billionaire, right, you have billions of dollars, or even if you got millions and millions of dollars, right? You got like $100-200 million, and all of a sudden, home prices in your area go down 50%, or globally, whatever. I mean, when you're a billionaire, you're thinking globally, right? When asset values go down 50% or whatever, you see a massive crash, they go in there, buy up. And they expect it to go back up over time because they can do that. They can take a risk. They can literally take a risk in the form of property and assets. While everybody's 401ks are imploding and can't imagine a retirement anymore, and we have to put grandma in the fucking retirement home now. It was because these people are just greedy, right? And that's the problem, right? Like, you can't expect like a market crash to correct all of the inequality. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, Elon Musk will continue to own everything that he owns. It'll just be worth a little less. He'll still be just exorbitantly wealthy. The rest of us are the ones who are going to get hurt. Anybody who has a 401k, retirement account.
It's quite simply, listen, as inequality increases, wealth inequality increases, what you're doing there is you're transferring economic power away from like regular ordinary people towards the very rich. Now, regular ordinary people spend basically their entire income over the course of their life on goods and services. Whereas incredibly rich people, because their lifetime income is so high, they spend almost their entire lifetime income on buying assets. So as inequality gets richer and richer and richer, as it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, what you are doing is you are shifting economic demand away from goods and services, which is what you produce, by the way, when you work, towards assets. And you will see asset prices go up and up and up and up and up. And I'm aggressively long assets. I've been reducing that over time because of the massive increase. But if we get a dip, I'll buy again.
So if there is a crash, it will be ordinary people who pay the price again.
It always is. In 2008 it was. In COVID it was. In this Iran war crisis it will be. 2011 sovereign debt crisis. It always is. When was the last time? When was the last time an economic crisis didn't see the rich get richer? Not in my lifetime.
In this conversation, you said...
And he's absolutely right. He's absolutely fucking right. On the broad scale, rich people get rich. When there's blood in the water. When people are scared and selling things for cheap to pay the bills, pay for food, whatever. They're there to buy. Pennies on the dollar. That's why we need to tax wealth, according to Gary Stevenson. And not work. Or at least put a tax on wealth. And because, to some degree, it's the same situation in the United States. A lot of these guys are able to avoid increasing income taxes. And we've lowered the U.S. business tax rate. That's what we really need to do here in this country, though, is raise the business tax rate. Wealth tax, sure, that too would be good. On top of that, we've made it so easy for these companies to pay nothing. Multi-trillion-dollar companies paying next to nothing in taxes. They paying probably a much lower effective tax rate than you or I. Speaking of inequality, one British politician has been in the hot seat over the last couple of days over a reported financial payment, millions of dollars, I'm talking about Nigel Farage, who was confronted while wearing this suit about that very question.
Is it a mistake not to declare the gifts from George Cottrell, sir?
You tell your bosses you harass my family anymore.
Oh.
I'll take you with serious consequences. That's what your organisation has done this morning. Go away.
Was it a mistake not to declare the gifts, sir?
You have broken all the rules, Leveson and everything else.
I love that he comes back. He already acted like a complete moron. He's like, no, I'm coming back. No, I'm not done. Like, I'm responding to the exact same question. No, I'm not done.
Cut.
Sky News has not contacted Mr. Farage's family over the story.
Oh, poor Nigel. Oh, God. Now, you'll be shocked to hear that Nigel Farage did quit his hard-fought seat. I mean, didn't he just get done fighting for this seat recently so that he could run for prime minister in the Reform Party? Am I wrong about that? I'm trying to remember the timing of when that happened. But he resigned in dramatic fashion in the last 24 hours. Here's the AP from 8 hours ago. Another blue suit. He loves these like violently blue suits.
No, I've decided that the people of Clacton should be the judges of my actions. This will be a people versus the establishment by-election.
Nigel Farage, Britain's most prominent anti-immigration politician, has resigned.
Me, the elected politician. The people versus the establishment. I mean, he's been in British politics now for well over a decade. And he's like, oh, we're going to fight the establishment over this $5 million payment that I received that didn't tell anybody about.
But there's a twist. Farage has quit his seat in Parliament in order to trigger a special election in which he says he will run and plans to win, thereby returning to the House of Commons. The backdrop to this unusual move is that Farage is being investigated over his finances. Parliament's standards watchdog is looking into several donations to Farage, notably a £5 million gift he received in 2024 from a cryptocurrency billionaire based in Thailand. Farage says he broke no laws and no parliamentary rules, but if he is found to have breached the rules, he could be suspended from Parliament, and that could set off a process in which his own constituents could call for his recall and a new election. It's to get ahead of this and to preempt that Farage is triggering the election.
Now, it's not clear to me that they can't just re-investigate him after he comes back to Parliament, but he seems, if Nigel Farage seems to think that if he quits Parliament and he gets re-elected, they can't re-investigate him for the same crime. That seems to be his plan. However, that may not go as well as he might hope. Because there is one individual waiting in the wings, in the shadows.
Down. The way Farage is framing this as a people versus the establishment contest has echoes of Donald Trump, and Farage is a longtime friend and ally of the US president. But in the British political context, it does carry risks for him. For one thing, even if he wins this election and returns to the House of Commons, he still faces that investigation into his finances. That's not going to go away. And it could lead to there having to be another election in a few months' time if he is suspended. Also, the other political parties don't seem to want to go along with what they have branded a stunt to attract attention. So none of them are going to run candidates in the upcoming election in the seaside town of Clacton. So far, the only contender who says they will run against Farage is Count Binface, a comedian with a trash can on his head who likes to run in Parliament elections to add a bit of levity to the proceedings and to mock what he sees as political over-seriousness.
That's right. Oh, and Count Binface is quite serious. He's running for this seat. in Clacton, making multiple appearances on British media. Here's BBC Politics, 15 hours ago, with Count Binface's public declaration.
Now, the interview of the morning. Count Binface has confirmed that he is going to run in the by-election in Clacton if it takes place. This is the by-election that the major parties are saying, as we've heard from them all this morning, they are not going to run in. So who better to talk to about this? Joining us live, Count Binface himself. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Justin. Good morning, Today listeners, Planet Earth. It is a pleasure to be here.
I should say you are, I can see a video link of you. You appear to be in outer space and wearing your bin.
But what else would you expect, mate? You know, I was on my way back home to Sigma 9, bit of R&R, and then old Nigel throws his toys out of the pram, has a hissy fit, calls an unnecessary by-election. I got wind of that. I've turned around the Starship pronto. How about that? Lovely.
What is your appeal going to be to the people of Clacton?
Well, I'm not Nigel Farage.
It's a full manifesto.
Yes.
Daddy can do no
so
wrong.
I'm assuming from that you are going to be sparse when it comes to policy promises.
How dare you? I've got a full and costed manifesto, Justin. It's just that, you know, I like to tailor it to each constituency. I mean, some of my national policies will remain. I pledge to build at least one affordable house. I will nationalise Adele. I heard your bit about the water, and I'll make water bosses have to take a dip in British rivers to see how they like it. I'll price cap 99 flakes at 99 pence. I think the Clacton folk will like that one. And so it goes on. But if you'd done some research, you'd know that.
Can you win?
Probably not. But then, you know, my job is to celebrate and defend the wonders of British democracy.
Yes.
And look at this, eh? The fact that you're interviewing me on the Today programme, because all the other parties aren't standing, says more about them than it does about me. Are they running scared from old Binny?
Exactly.
Or do they think that Nigel's running a cunning stunt? And I pronounce that carefully at 8:55 in the morning.
Do you now, moving swiftly on, call on Kemi Badenoch, Sir Ed Davey, and other major party leaders to back your fight for Clacton?
No, I don't need them. I mean, they can do whatever they want. I think they're too busy trying to shore up their own positions, wouldn't you say, Nick? In the face of such trenchant questioning from you.
Yes.
When, of course, you're not celebrating Manchester United. But, you know, I'm game for anything, just like I'm game for the fact that your lovely people got me on for 8-4.
Gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Exactly. Well, there you have it. Count Binface, proving that he's the most serious candidate running in this Clacton by-election, appearing on BBC Politics. And naming at least a few good policies in there. One affordable house. Price caps. I mean, come on.
Come on!
What do you got against that? Was it me with a gifted sub to Bay Wealthy? Thank you, was it me? I think it was you. We're not done. Like I said, Count Binface is taking this election seriously. He didn't just go on BBC Politics. That's not what you do if you're taking an election seriously. No, you go on all the British morning shows. Here's Good Morning Britain from 12 hours ago.
All the major political parties have refused to stand in the Clacton by-election. But Nigel Farage will be up against Count Binface. And of course, the Count now joins us on Good Morning Britain. Very good morning to you, Count Binface.
Good morning, Miss Reid. Good morning, Mr. Balls. And how dare you say all the major parties aren't standing? Come on, you contradicted yourself.
No, that's true. You are standing. Are you in it to bin it?
I mean,
well, exactly. This is one of my lovely little phrases.
Was that a pun? Did she say, "Are you in it to bin it"? I didn't quite catch that in there. But I just gotta say, more consistent than most politicians. You know, willing to stand on his own 2 feet. Didn't ask for the endorsement of horrible Kemi Badenoch or others. You know, he thinks, and I agree. On Binface's own merits, is clearly better than Nigel Farage.
Are you in it to bin it?
Well, exactly. This is one of my lovely little phrases. I mean, am I standing? I mean, right now I'm sitting, and it depends on getting the 10 nominations from the good humans of Clacton, if, of course, Nigel Farage doesn't do a reverse ferret because he's terrified of the prospect of facing me, mano a bino. So we shall see.
And Count Binface, have you been to Clacton many times? Do you know the constituency well?
Well, I've been to Clacton precisely 0 times because based on the activities of the incumbent, I thought that was what you were supposed to do. So I was just following protocol. So whether I should turn up in the constituency at all is clearly academic. Or maybe I should spend more time in Washington, D.C. or in Thailand. You tell me.
And talking of following the other candidate, have you ever received a £5 million gift from anybody?
Certainly not on your planet, no. So you can't get me on that one, standards commissioners. What the recyclons give me on Sigma 9 is my business alone.
I mean, the trouble is, it has all turned into a farce. If Nigel Farage only faces a challenge from, with all due respect, you, Count Binface, do you think that the other parties...
Wow. I take offense for Binface. I mean, for her to call him farcical in such a manner.
How rude.
God, good morning, Britain. Jeez.
Respect you, Count Binface. Do you think that the other parties are making a mistake, or do you think that Conservative voters, Lib Dem voters, Labour voters should all vote for you or boycott this by-election?
Well, I mean, Susanna, you talk to me about farce, but you're a Crystal Palace supporter. And they've been through all kinds of stuff, but now they've turned it around. And they've won trophy after trophy. So the underdog can prevail, as you well know. And, you know, whether the other parties are running frit, I think is the political word. I love that word, frit.
Yes.
Of old Binny, or they don't want to be part of Nigel's sideshow, we shall find out. But of course, the thing is, if there's a second by-election when Parliament finds out that Nigel has done something a bit iffy, if they do, who knows?
Who knows?
Then, of course, there'll be another by-election, which costs 380 grand to the British taxpayer. So if they vote me in, I save you lot 380,000 Earth pounds without lifting a space finger. It's a win-win.
Is he in it to bin it? Is he in it to win it? We'll find out.
Count Binface, thanks very much indeed for your time this morning. And of course, editorial will always say we need to point out Nigel Farage says he's done nothing wrong.
And read out the list of candidates.
Oh yeah, we got to make sure that everybody knows Nigel says he didn't do anything wrong. Right. Well, there we have it. Very, very serious candidate, Count Binface, running in the Clacton by-election, facing against Nigel Farage, being described as a farcical situation by Good Morning Britain.
How rude.
But some people are taking this run seriously. Some people pledging their support for Binface. Clacton residents reacting to this by-election. Here's Times News on the ground.
Tell me how you felt yesterday when you learnt that you're going to have a by-election.
Obviously, it was a bit of a shock, first of all, but again, he's trying to prove a point, and they seem to be picking on him at the moment. Nobody's picking on Starmer, who's obviously, there's lots of our children now, more children out of
There's a lot of very interesting people here in Clacton. Nobody's picking on Starmer. He's literally just stepped down because everybody was telling him he was doing a terrible job. I don't know what he means by that.
Work, etc. like that.
They're more worried about the £5 million that he received and things like that. That was a gift. That was given to him.
Oh, it was a gift. It was just a nice gift. It's a little gifty gift. It's just, you know, from one friend to another, just $5 million bucks. Pounds, actually. What is that? $6.5 million bucks? It's more than $5 million. I know that much. That's a lot of money. Let's see some other reactions to this situation.
Had a vote about this guy. We never know. He's up in Manchester coming. Now he's going to be possibly the Prime Minister of this country.
How do I feel? I don't really feel anything for it, really. It's unnecessary. It's all a political game. We're doing it for distraction. You know, we've got 5 million reasons, haven't we?
Why do you think he called the by-election?
As a distraction. Man's under pressure. Doesn't do anything, self-centred, self-serving. It is a distraction. People will vote him in round here. As I say, I'm quite pleased that the major parties aren't going to put any candidates forward. They shouldn't. It should be just this guy making a mockery of a system.
You do have an alternative candidate. We don't know the full list of candidates at this point, but Count Binface has said he's going to run.
Yeah, I'd vote for Binface. And I've lived in Clacton since 1977, and I think we've just become a political circus.
There you go. One Binface voter sounded very serious. Lifelong Clacton resident. I'd vote for I'd vote for Binface. Heck yeah, buddy. There you have it. All right, final clip on the Clacton by-election. Sky News Australia, 12 hours ago. Title, A Serious Risk. Nigel Farage may lose Clacton by-election to Count Binface. This is my favorite sentence of the week. This is literally my favorite sentence of the fucking week, I swear to God. It's just something, just imagining it is just so great. Just thinking about Binface beating Farage. It honestly, that's a harm reduction vote right there. That is a harm reduction vote, Clacton. Make that vote. Get Binface in office immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Join me again from France, still on his holiday, is our regular commentator and very devoted guest of the show, for which we are grateful, GB News star presenter Patrick Christys. I want to make sure, Patrick, that you know it's appreciated. But anyway, what do you think Nigel's up to? Because I can't see how this is going to work for him.
Look, everybody in all the chats pointing out the similarities between me and Count Binface, I can assure you, are just happenstance, okay? We just both happen to wear helmets. We both happen to like space and live in space. And or spend a lot of time in space. We have different origin stories, so just, you know, keep that in mind. All right, two different guys.
Basically, what's happened is that he is being hounded by the press over this. They've been turning up at his daughter's home, and say what you like about Nigel, he has never, ever, ever brought his family into politics, and that's really wound him up that they've been doorstepping his daughter. Every single media interview now is always around this 5 million quid, and nothing really...
Oh, God, poor Nigel Farage's daughter getting doorstepped? Oh, God, how old is Nigel Farage's daughter? 26 and 21. So they're both adults. Adult human beings. It's not like they're children. They're his children, but they're not children.
Changed in that. He's given his answer about it. There is an inquiry into it, and nothing has changed since then. So he's getting very frustrated. So I think what he thought he'd do is basically make the point that other political parties don't like people who earn money or have business acumen, which is why we have a parliament full of overpromoted school children. I'm going to call a by-election, just show everyone that the public doesn't care. The public doesn't care about this 5 million. But as you've identified, it's kind of backfired because the only person standing against him now is a man called Count Binface, who dresses up as a trash bin. And it's just Farage versus Binface at the moment. But you've mentioned that he's probably going to win this by-election. He should win the by-election, obviously, even if it is just versus Binface. However, there is a serious risk here, Andrew, genuinely, that the man who is leading the party that is ahead in the polls and is probably going to be the next Prime Minister loses to a bloke dressed as a dustbin and he's out of the running. And there is precedent for this in Britain.
Oh, please make it so, Britain. Oh, for the love of God and all things holy, make it so. It couldn't make me happier. Watching Sky News pundits over here having a fucking field day over this situation is incredible. They're losing their goddamn, they're losing their shit. They're like, oh my God, our favorite guy Nigel might lose to a space knight. That's a problem. Well, nothing would make me happier. Wasn't me with some assorted biddies, thank you. Wasn't me. Just a reminder, it doesn't trigger the alert unless it's 100 biddies or more. So I might not notice those little ones. Okay. Anyway, pretty crazy that this is being taken this seriously by anyone. It gives me great hope, though. I would just love to see Nigel Farage get taken out. Not that he wouldn't be able to find a way to get back in, but it's just, it would be beautiful. It would be beautiful to me. I'm sure he'd find a way to weasel his way back in over time, but just to watch him get taken out by Count Binface, a guy we've talked about. I've supported Binface in almost every local election he's ever run for, and he's not just a local. I mean, he's run on a number of different elections, including some of the big ones, if I'm not mistaken. He's committed. He's committed to, I don't know what he's committed to. Certainly better things than Nigel Farage. I think Telefax or something like that. It's not clear to me what that is. Actually, I think I looked into this. There was like some system. It was like TV, or it was like, it's complicated. It's like British people had some weird way of getting the news. I forget what it's called now. He was going to bring that back. Price caps on crumpets. Build at least one affordable house, among other things. Okay, well, that's it on the UK politics of the day, but we're not done talking elections. We're just going to go across the channel to France, where we have another impending election coming up. Marine Le Pen facing a verdict earlier this week. One which had some bearing on her running for president in 2027, supposedly. Let's go here. France 24, yesterday.
Reporter Catherine Norris-Trent, who's at the Central Court for us there. I mean, Catherine, it really is crunch day for Le Pen and for the far right. Explain to us exactly what the decision is, first of all.
Good morning, Stuart, from a very busy Central Courthouse. First of all, there's hundreds of journalists down here for this really significant verdict. This trial is an appeal. Marine Le Pen was found guilty last year, along with several other members of her party, the National Rally, of embezzling more than 4.4 million euros of European public funds, which was intended for European parliamentary assistance for MEPs in the parliament there, which Marine Le Pen and her colleagues are accused of using to pay for jobs and services for National Party workers who weren't anything to do with the European Parliament. Now, they denied those charges. They are appealing, but if found guilty, the consequences could be very significant indeed for Marine Le Pen. She could be barred from running for presidential office. She already was at the first trial, and that was, unusually here in France, applied immediately, which created a lot of debate, even uproar on the far right here in France, of people saying that this was a political verdict designed to keep Marine Le Pen and her party from power.
Yeah, this has been ongoing for a while. She was determined to be guilty. And they're very upset that she had to wear an ankle monitor. And the fact is, to some degree, the reason why people are really upset about this is because it's a really, unlike in the United States, where we just elected a felon as president, it's actually something of a thing. What do you call it? I can't think of the word. People in France don't like electing criminals, I guess is what you'd call it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
The country's been on tenterhooks now for the last 16 months waiting for this verdict, and now that suspense a few extra hours until she got into that television studio. And what she's announced, he says, that she will stand in 2027 with a very strong sense of defiance. She has, of course, legally here in France the possibility to appeal the appeal decision. She just confirmed that that's what she would be doing, and she believes that she will get justice, as she describes it, and that she can go ahead and campaign. She believes that the appeal to the appeal will exonerate her and mean that she can stand in 2027 without that bracelet. To be clear, until now, the question of whether she would stand with an electronic bracelet had been put to her. She'd been very clear that she would not, that it would be too complicated to negotiate with a magistrate each time she wanted to leave her house and go out and campaign. I think the point of today's verdict, the fact that it opened that window, clearly was one she was going to seize. This is, after all, a woman, Issa, who has had 3 unsuccessful bids for the French presidency. You'll remember that she took over her father's party, at one point expelled him, has really been going through this detoxification.
That is true. In fact, I don't think most people know that fact, but it's pretty hilarious. And in fact, her father was a psycho, too. Far right. The founder of the Nationalist Front. Basically hated all immigrants and Muslims and a bunch of other groups of people. And she kicked him out and took over. But kept basically everything else the same. Now, supposedly, the court shortened the sentence for her to wear this ankle monitor and be on house arrest so that she will actually be able, I mean, they didn't say it was because of this, but as a result of that, Marine Le Pen will be able to run for president in 2027 without the burden of an ankle monitor or being able to leave her home. Here's the AP from earlier today.
France already had one of the most important elections on the global calendar for next year. Now it has one of the most unusual too. Far-right leader Marine Le Pen has confirmed that she'll be seeking the presidency of France for a fourth time. And this despite having been found guilty not once, but twice by French courts of embezzling public funds. It's a stunning picture. A candidate who was sentenced Tuesday to court-ordered electronic monitoring.
My God. Well, there you have it. What a lovely watercolor painting. Wow, wow, wow. Look at that. Is that watercolor? I think it is watercolor. That is lovely. Is France. We do the watercolor instead of the colored pencil. Like you in America.
It's just too French.
Well, Marine Le Pen not giving up, not surrendering after being convicted of second time. More crimes. Not being deterred. Moving forward with her declaring her bid for president yesterday, I think. Earlier, actually, it might have been. No, it would have been Wednesday. I think. France. All right, now let's get the updates on what happened with Ukraine and Russia this week. Got a few clips there. Been a fairly busy week. Russia, Ukraine, both levying massive waves of strikes on one another. Over the weekend, Ukraine striking multiple oil terminals. Something that is causing serious problems for Russia internally. As we've been talking about Russia, Ukraine has turned up the volume on its attacks on energy infrastructure in the country, hitting many, I don't know exactly, I think it's like seven oil depots. We have the major 10 oil depots in the country, which is causing a massive fuel shortage suddenly. Which politically for Putin has been quite bad.
It's become a repeated pattern. Another Russian oil facility up in smoke. After long-range Ukrainian drones reach their target. This time hitting a major oil terminal in St. Petersburg. Russian President Vladimir Putin dismissed the strikes targeting his home city as not critical. But residents in this town west of St. Petersburg, queuing hours for fuel, may feel otherwise.
My tank's almost empty right now, and the car is starting to stall. I don't know if I'll make it to the filling station. Since they won't sell fuel into canisters, I'll probably have to leave my car right here.
Massive lines. People waiting for fuel. Honestly, we could see this at some point in the near future. Here in the United States, not as a result of anybody striking our energy infrastructure, though, but because the Iran war is back on. And as a result, that countdown clock on the U.S. hitting tank bottoms in Tulsa are back on. Now, let's talk a little bit more about the implications of this Russian fuel crisis. CNN 2 days ago.
As Vladimir Putin makes a statement with his barrage of deadly strikes on Kyiv, the Russian leader is now facing trouble at home, as we hear from CNN's Claire Sebastian.
Two women screaming at each other over a spot in line at a Moscow gas station. Scenes like these are becoming more common as intensifying Ukrainian drone attacks have caused fuel shortages and panic buying. CNN's analysis has found that at least 50 of Russia's regions, well over half, are now officially reporting supply problems. Unofficial reports coming from almost everywhere else. Lines outside gas stations forming from Moscow to Siberia. And here in the southern Krasnodar region, a video emerged showing two women berating a man for filling up a gas canister. Authorities have banned this in multiple regions to prevent stockpiling. Well, other Russians are coping with humor, turning hours-long waits into makeshift tailgate parties, joking that the best place for a date night is waiting for a fuel tanker to arrive, and that Russia's most expensive perfume is now gasoline.
Boy, oh boy. This fuel crisis is getting real bad in Russia. Social media on fire over this situation. All right, now to the very best. The great Harry Emden with the numbers.
Harry Emden is joining us now. All right, we see this attack. We should look at what's happening inside of Russia. How much is Putin being looked upon by his own people?
Yes.
Outside of the war, watching what's going on with that, and who are dissatisfied with the way things are going, especially when it comes to their personal economies.
Yeah, look, leaders at the end of the day have to respond to the people in their country. And right now, Vladimir Putin is feeling the heat because it's always about the economy, right? And what you're seeing here is, take a look. Okay, Russians who say their economy is getting worse or getting better. You know, you look back 2 years ago, look, the majority of Russians said their economy was getting better. That number has collapsed. Now we're just talking about 27%. Compare that to the percentage of Russians who say that their economy is getting worse. That was just a third 2 years ago. That is up significantly like a rocket to 60% now, nearly doubling in just the past 2 years. This war, and of course, all of the sanctions that go with. Holy Toledo.
Holy Toledo, Batman. Space fams. Economy in Russia getting worse and worse, at least for the people living it. Meanwhile, Ukraine continuing its attacks throughout the week, Russia saying it downed hundreds of drones, vowing retaliatory strikes on Monday. Here's Al Jazeera.
The Russian military have called their Monday night attack on Ukraine a response to Kiev's strikes on civilian infrastructure here in Russia. Ukrainian drones attack Russia daily, mostly targeting the country's oil facilities, knocking them down one by one. And that's become the main reason for the country's current fuel crisis. This Monday, the Russian Defense Ministry has reported that it has shot down more than 600 Ukrainian drones all over Russia. And there are now reports that Ukraine has struck the Omsk oil refinery, which is located as far as 2,500 kilometers from the border in western Siberia.
Yep, back and forth. Honestly, the war between Ukraine and Russia in the recent weeks has definitely escalated from what I can tell. Now let's talk about one country who, as a result of all this, is increasingly being seen as a key member of the NATO alliance, an alliance we're going to be talking about a lot in a second. Let's talk... Actually, Nathan, hold on. Maybe I should do these two after that. That actually seems fine. Actually, no, well... Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, let's do Poland. Then we'll do Turkey. And then we'll do Syria. And the rest of the Middle East.
Russian attacks continue to strike fear around Ukraine.
No, we don't need this one. Yeah. Okay.
Keeping watch along Poland's border with Russia. The guards scan the horizon, and there are motion sensors that track every move. This is part of Poland's multi-billion-dollar effort to fortify NATO's eastern edge.
We're right by the border fence. The Polish border guards are over there on patrol. And beyond this barbed wire is Russia. But we're not allowed to swing the camera and show the Russian territory fully. Such are the sensitivities between the two countries at the moment. Here, we truly are on NATO's eastern frontier.
They take security seriously here, aided by intelligence shared across NATO, an alliance that has helped transform the Polish military.
We have gone from being a recipient of security to a provider of security, and this is evident, for example, in our support for Ukraine. Polish industry and factories are, of course, benefiting from all of this, and right now it is clear that the defence sector of the economy is becoming a driving force for the entire Polish economy.
Yep, Poland's economy basically switching to a war economy. Seems like we're just got elevated tensions everywhere, basically everywhere. It's not a good vibe on this planet of ours right now. Now we got more to talk about. Let's go to Turkey, where Donald Trump arrived yesterday for a NATO summit. Leaders from NATO countries arriving to talk about our supposed military alliance. Trump, of course, starting off the week, as we talked about yesterday, before even getting to Turkey, by throwing shade at Giorgia Meloni, his former right-wing ally, who he's now taken to bullying since the G7. Here's the AP from yesterday to get us started off on this discussion.
US President Donald Trump and his NATO counterparts are meeting for 2 days here in the presidential compound in Ankara. The focus is going to be on making Europe stronger within NATO. Over the last 2 years, it's been spending far more money. European allies and Canada, they've increased spending by about 20%, but that hasn't satisfied Trump. First,
yes, European countries, shockingly, even though Trump keeps saying they're not, have increased military spendings by billions and billions of dollars. Started their own military industrial complexes of their own in some cases. Everybody trying to prove to Trump that they can defend themselves. But nothing satisfies the Cheeto in chief.
It's science. Cyclone Cheeto.
Nope. Trump went nuclear on NATO, saying all sorts of crazy shit like this.
I was very disappointed with NATO, and frankly, if it weren't held in Turkey, where my friend happens to be a very strong leader, a very strong person, it's possible that I would have attended. I felt I had to attend because of the fact that, I know he's gone all out. It's a big thing to have NATO come to Turkey or anyplace else. It's a big thing. But we weren't treated well because we did something in Iran. We don't need anybody's help. I didn't even...
But now, before we get to that part of this comment, I'd like to point out what he just got done saying. He just said, I only came here because of Erdogan. Out of respect for him and our beautiful friendship, or whatever the fuck he just said. And I knew that he went all out. I felt I had to come. Because of Erdogan. This is the only reason he's here? The guy who's like the most on the fringes of NATO. Like, the least like dude in NATO. Okay. You say so, sir? Where is it? There it is. Found it.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Because we did something in Iran, we don't need anybody's help. I didn't even want the help. But before I asked, they said they wouldn't be there. And we've invested trillions of dollars in NATO.
It's not true.
To protect
This is
European
not true.
countries.
This is just a delusion. You keep saying this over and over again, that we've invested trillions in NATO. It's not true. We've invested trillions in the military-industrial complex, in U.S. hegemony, right? We haven't given NATO trillions of dollars. We've built bases in NATO countries. That's cost us a fuck ton of money. We've spent trillions on our military, broadly speaking, right? And in fighting wars that we've fought with NATO, all of which we started, I would point out. And like, it just hurts my brain every time he says this. We've given NATO trillions of dollars.
What you talking about? Others, Canada, etc. But to protect people, countries from, generally speaking, it used to be the Soviet Union, now it's Russia. And I say that's fine.
It's fine.
But you would think that they'd be very willing to do something to help us.
Russia?
And they really weren't. In the case of...
So it's not clear what he was saying there. But it sounds like he thinks Russia was supposed to come help with Iran? Or it's not 100% clear. Let me hear that one more time. It's
Generally speaking, it used to be the Soviet Union. To protect people and others, Canada, etc. But to protect people, countries from, generally speaking, it used to be the Soviet Union.
Oh,
now
from
it's
Russia. Protect them from Russia.
And I say that's fine.
I say it's fine.
But you would think that they'd be very willing to do something to help us. And they really weren't. In the case of the United Kingdom, the Prime Minister, I guess he's no longer there. Maybe because of this. There was a very...
Maybe it's because of this. This guy is fucking insane, and that is not why Keir Starmer is out. It's not even close to why Keir Starmer is out. It's quite the opposite, honestly. But it's insane. It's insane that he's like, look, we helped them out. We helped out Ukraine, but United Kingdom won't help us with our little war in Iran. He's just sitting here crying more about how people didn't come to open up the Strait of Hormuz after he started a war with Iran that nobody asked for and that nobody was told about. It's not like we were invaded. It's not like we're the country of Iran, the country that was invaded. Trump just doesn't understand how our allies, how this all was supposed to work. There is no Article 47 in the NATO charter that says, and if a deranged leader of a country violates the United Nations charter and in violation of that charter assassinates a leader and invades a country and then causes a economic crisis as a result of a naval blockade, were to come and help unblock that like, I mean, nowhere it doesn't even get close to that. Doesn't even get fucking close. That's a debacle created by one man who's crying about nobody coming to help him about it. Oh, it's so sad. We've really fallen a long way. Gotta say. But that wasn't all Trump was saying. He also made a bunch of threats against Greenland.
A what now?
Yep. He hasn't apparently forgotten about Greenland and continues to think that we deserve it more than Denmark.
Greenland doesn't help Denmark. Denmark doesn't spend money to really help Greenland, but it's an important part for the United States. And it's surrounded by China ships and Russian ships. And that's not going to happen. The ships it's not going to happen. It was Greenland that, and it continues to be, that should be controlled by the United States, not by Denmark.
Trump brought back up Greenland and the prospect that the U.S. is entitled to Greenland. He, interestingly, once again described Russian, Chinese jets, or boats rather, circulating Greenland. Interestingly, Becky, he hasn't brought up that issue on.
Yeah, it's been a little while. He's been busy. Apparently, he hasn't forgotten about Greenland. It's still a burning desire of his, somewhere deep in his loins. Dirty, disgusting, orange loins. I feel bad for Greenland, honestly. I mean, we got to do something. We honestly got to get this guy out of here before we get anywhere close to invading Greenland. But it's just disturbing that he's just back to this. He is an utter disgrace. He's a goddamn disgrace. How are we doing right now? Wow, I'm crushing it tonight. 70, I already got through 70 clips. 70 clips! 6.5 hours. That's a good pace. That's a good pace. Still got 30, we still got 30 more. It's a long stream tonight. Not a long stream. It's a good normal size stream, I think. It'll probably be like 8 hours. We just got so many things to talk about. I'm impressed that we've made it to this already. After this, it's, let's see, Syria, Israel, Gaza, Iran, Khomeini, and the restart to the war. It's been a busy week already. It's Wednesday. I keep thinking it's a week-ending report. It's because I haven't done a midweek report in a while, like a serious one. Maybe it's because there was no like election last night. I don't know. Anyway, let's go here to talk more about this debacle in Turkey led by Trump.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We turn now to Ankara, Turkey, where the NATO summit is on its second and final day. President Trump's dominated the headlines by restating Greenland should be controlled by the United States, denouncing European allies and declaring the ceasefire over with Iran, while calling Iran's leaders scum and a cancer. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte praised the most recent U.S. attacks on Iran, calling them absolutely necessary, while telling Trump, quote, "I'm with you." Rutte's comments came after Trump castigated NATO allies for refusing to aid the U.S. and Israel in attacks on Iran. Ahead of the talks, Rutte praised NATO members who've committed to spending at least 5% of their gross domestic product on their militaries, a key demand of the Trump administration. Trump, meanwhile, refused to rule out additional U.S. troop reductions in Europe, but earlier today he did praise Turkey's president, Recep Tayyip Erdogan.
I like Erdogan. I'll tell you, I like President Erdogan. He rolled out the red carpet. He's terrific. You know, he could have gone into the war. A lot of people saying, like with Bibi, I like Bibi. I think Bibi was a terrific wartime prime minister. But Bibi said rough things yesterday about Turkey and Erdogan. And I said, you know, I spoke to him. I said, he could have gone into the war because he doesn't like Israel much, and he doesn't like Bibi much, and he didn't go because of me. And this is a military power.
This was a wild claim that Turkey didn't invade Israel because of him. Based on what? What is he? Where? On when? What? I mean, why? Why would Turkey invade Israel? I just keep one. I'm just like, after hearing the sentence, I just can't figure out what in the shit the president is talking about.
Millions of soldiers. Turkey is very strong.
On Tuesday,
Turkey's
Trump
very
announced
strong.
he would lift U.S. sanctions on Turkey that were imposed in 2020 over its purchase of a Russian air defense system. Trump made the announcement following a lavish state dinner hosted by Turkish President Erdogan, whom he called Turkey's biggest asset. This comes as the mayor of Istanbul and other Turkish politicians, civil society figures, and journalists remain jailed on politically motivated charges. Ahead of Trump's visit to Ankara, Turkish police detained more than 100 protesters as they marched to demand Turkey's withdrawal from NATO.
NATO's crimes around the world are apparent. They have also committed numerous offenses in Turkey, orchestrated coups, and have bases here. And now, shamelessly, they are being hosted in Ankara. I am here today to protest because I cannot accept this blow to my honor. NATO is a very big criminal organization.
For more, we go now to Ankara, Turkey, where we're joined by Ruth Michelson, journalist based in Istanbul. Her recent piece for The Guardian headlined, "Turkey Intensifies Crackdown on Public Life and Run-Up to NATO Summit in Ankara." Talk about what's happening in the street and also people's view of NATO and what's happening right now.
Well, I mean, I think it's clear here in Ankara and in Turkey more broadly, this NATO summit is not taking place in a climate of freedom. We saw in the 2 weeks leading up to this summit happening, authorities in Ankara arrested over 200 people in dawn raids. There were members of that group that were arrested that Human Rights Watch pointed out. The authorities have given no clarity about what warranted the arrests, what warranted the accusations that went along with it, that those arrested had links to terrorism, things that we do know about at least one of.
Sounds familiar. Activists being arrested on terrorism charges. Head of the president coming to Turkey. I'm sure the two are, to some degree, not connected, because Turkey has been doing a hell of a lot of repression of people, of political candidates, political movements, Because Erdogan's grasping at power right now, just like holding on to it, and we've talked about it, like, you know, like he put the mayor of Istanbul, Imamoglu, into jail. Who is his number one rival in a potential presidential election in the country. But certainly there is some amount of connection, right? Like, I don't know, I can't say what degree of people, you know, but like, there's been a general reign of repression in Turkey that I think is just getting more focus right now, since NATO happens to be there right now. People probably were also planning protests, I would assume. So that's kind of what I guess is my guess is what's happening, right? People who are already getting repressed and have been like protesting against Turkey, the government just like, what's the word? Preemptive, a perfect word to use in the Middle East right now. Preemptively arrested them, you know, for bogus shit, of course, but you get what I'm saying. Thought crimes. Now, apparently, the United States is considering selling a number of different war technologies that we are the sole proprietors of. F-35s and Patriot missiles for Ukraine. Sorry, F-35 for Turkey, Patriot missiles for Ukraine. Both interesting developments.
Patriot missiles to be made in Europe, he said. The two leaders will talk about it. The US made Patriots, of course, the only air defense weapon capable of taking out Russian ballistic missiles, and there is a current shortage. And a note on what we heard on Ukraine-Russia. Trump deferred to Marco Rubio at one point, who said the following. I thought this is quite interesting. He said, Russians are finding it more difficult to defend their own airspace. And Rubio said that is a new dynamic in this war. That was in answer to a question that was posed about what Donald Trump thought of Ukraine's offensive, its drone attacks on Russia, and very specifically on Moscow.
President Trump did say to Zelensky, it seemed to be a spontaneous, spur-of-the-moment thing, that he would allow Ukraine to license Patriot missile systems. One of the things that Zelensky has been...
Yeah, this is a massive change. But Donald Trump all of a sudden taking a big liking to Vladimir Zelensky, suggesting that he would allow Ukraine to manufacture Patriot missiles of their own. Should be a huge win for their fucking defense industry. And for the defense of Ukraine itself. And, I mean, Turkey was banned from having F-35s by the United States. I can't remember specifically what it was for. General shittiness, something or other. I can't remember. But I think Erdogan did something real fucked up a while back. And we were like, you know what? No more F-35s for you. But Trump actually, he loves Erdogan. A great strong man. I love big, strong men. We all know this about Trump. Now, you know who Donald Trump doesn't love? The president of Spain. No, he's been rather upset with that guy for a number of reasons, including Spain's decision, Prime Minister, or did I say president? Prime Minister of Spain, who Donald Trump has been upset about a number of different actions by him, but the Spain has not lived up to his demands and is now claiming that the United States is going to cut off all trade with the country of Spain. I don't know exactly what that entails. It's quite a disturbing thing. I mean, he's done a lot of crazy shit unilaterally. But can you imagine, like, all packages going to and coming from Spain all of a sudden just being, like, not allowed to, like, no more trade, all trade with Spain. It's over. 2,000% tariffs.
Spain is a wasted cause. We don't want to do any trade business with Spain anymore, by the way. I'd like you to cut it off.
Hours after Donald Trump threatened to cut off all trade with Spain, the country's prime minister said he and the U.S. president had an informal, friendly chat about the World Cup. Later, speaking to reporters, Pedro Sanchez appeared to brush off Trump's threats.
Because, after all, when you step back a bit from these kinds of statements, what you see is that the relationship between the United States and Spain, socially, culturally, economically and politically, is very positive.
Trump has been venting his frustration at NATO countries for not supporting his war in Iran, and Sanchez has been especially critical of the military action and has refused to allow the U.S. to use its military bases.
How rude.
So yeah, Donald Trump very upset with Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez over a number of different things, including the war in Iran. And threatening to cut off all trade with Spain, whatever the hell that means. You know, it sucks that we have to try and decipher what the words of Trump mean, or that I have to on a daily basis. It's like, it wouldn't be important. Like, he's a crazy person. He's an octogenarian psychopath who's clearly sundowning and is, you know, he's the sort of guy you just wouldn't take all that seriously in your normal life. You're like, okay, Grandpa, okay. Saying crazy stuff again, hey, Gramps, great. If he were, I don't know, on the corner, but he's not. He's not a, you know, he's not just some random dude just standing there spouting off. He's the President of the United States of America. But for how much longer? A question we could ask. Kyle Kalinske over Secular Talk seems to think he's looking horrible.
Donald Trump is really, really struggling. I mean, badly, okay? So this past week or so, he's been out of control. His brain is not functioning. He can't string coherent sentences together. His words are all fucked up. He's slurring. He's falling asleep in public. He's wandering off at random times. It is very bizarre, and it should be eye-opening to everybody. So first, let's rewind a little bit here. This comes from a few days back. This comes from about 3 days back, okay? And he was having some event. Nicki Minaj, I believe, was at the White House. And Trump fucks up a speech here. He confuses Nicki Minaj with Kelly Loeffler, who's the administrator of the Small Business Association or Small Business Agency, whatever the acronym stands for, right? Nobody caught this. There's this one.
Okay, what's incredible about this one to me, when I heard this, I just started dying. Because yesterday I was making fun of him because I was like, I'll bet you he thinks that Nicki Minaj is actually Cardi B. He couldn't tell the difference between those two women and blah, blah, blah. And I was just kind of making fun of him and sort of calling him an old racist. But but this is crazy. Like, mixing up Kelly Loeffler and Nicki Minaj is wild. That shit is crazy. Those two people are not the same. I mean, there's no, like, there's so much daylight between Kelly Loeffler and Nicki Minaj.
Look up this is.
Jeff is great, and he's married to a person who's doing a phenomenal job at the SBA, small business. Nicki Minaj, who's so incredible. They call it small business, Nicki, but when you add it up, it's bigger than any bank probably in the world.
We
I
love
don't know.
Nicki.
It's Larry. It's right up there. Small. It's not small business.
It's not really small.
But she's done fantastically.
Messing up Kelly Loeffler and Nicki Minaj is like messing.
Yeah, so how did I not pick up on this? How did I not realize that he was suggesting that Nicki Minaj was the small business administrator or whatever? Oh my god. Like, I didn't pick up on it. Like, it was deranged as shit, but I didn't quite pick up on what we were listening to. We were just listening to these speeches. But great job, Nicki. And what's crazy is Nicki actually stood up for it. Nicki... what I love is that Nicki stood up for it. I wish I had that clip because Nicki stood up for the applause. And she's like, yes, thank you. Thank you. I know I did a great job with small business. It's like, bitch, you didn't do anything with small business. Why are you standing up? But she stood up. I couldn't believe it. I just, like, that one blew my mind. I was like, oh my God, Donald Trump is worse than I thought. He really is falling apart. Kyle's right. I don't know how I didn't pick up on that. I'm starting to lose it.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Comes out. He's always been, well, first of all, he's a pedophile, as we all know, but he's also, at the very least, bi-curious. And so that's why he always talks about, El-Sisi, we fell in love. We fell in love. Remember that time we were at that hotel? He said to President El-Sisi of Egypt. He talks about Zoran every other day. Like, what a handsome boy. What a handsome boy he is.
A communist.
He's got a type, right?
He's a communist.
Well, the Turkish
but
president sort of fits that type, too. So here he is talking about his love of the Turkish president.
We are great friends. The president has done an incredible job just landing at the airport, to see such a beautiful airport, and to have a building named after me. I was very happy about that.
Have a building named after me. Man, they know how to work Trump like nobody's business, bro. It is so fucking easy, dog.
Airport is absolutely beautiful. The roads coming in were brand new and beautiful.
He is obsessed with having his name all over everything. And honestly, when he's gone, we need to have a conversation about how we get his name off of everything it is on. Oh, he's so deranged in his desire for power and recognition. And it's honestly, to some degree, it's almost not the power, it's just the recognition and just like getting his way. I guess that's power. When you're the president of the United States, that's power. I guess, but I mean, like, it's just so childish.
You've been a great leader and a respected leader all over the world.
You're a little baby.
And we really do. We've had right from the beginning good chemistry. We've had a very special relationship.
We had great chemistry. Remember when he was at some event in like Iowa and there was an Olympian there and he's like, oh, he came close to me. I forgot to grab his leg. I forgot to.
He looks very low energy to me. That's what I notice, is Trump seems highly low energy. Just sort of going through the motions out here.
Starts wandering around, and at some point he tries to wander off, and the president Erdogan has to grab Trump and like get him back on track. Like, no, we're going over here. Come with me over here. Watch this. Watch this. Here we go.
Told the Iranian leaders, whoever they are, I'm staying out of this.
Right.
And
There he goes.
They rocketed Turkey a couple of times. So now they said, and they've said some negative things about the Turkish leader at the Ayatollah's funeral, the never-ending funeral he's on. So they said something negative about Turkey, so he kind of risked that alliance for the president.
Two doddering, wandering old men, and Erdogan.
one old guy slightly more conscious than the other old guy, leading them down this path. This very obviously lined path. Like, there's clearly a carpet. That's where you're supposed to go. That's very obvious. But we got a half there moron.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Jennifer is correct. Demented and unintelligent. All right, we're not going to go very far. We are leaving the NATO summit from Turkey to go down to Syria, where I think the actual order of this stuff, if I recall correctly, I was going to do this in a different order, but I don't know. This happened right as people were starting to arrive in the area. France's President Emmanuel Macron made a stop in Syria to meet with, what's his name? Al-Jalani, Syria's interim leader.
At least 18 people have been injured, including 4 police officers in the center of Damascus as 2 explosions rang out. One of them reportedly from a bomb in a bin, another one from inside a car right next to the Four Seasons Hotel, which is where Emmanuel Macron, the French president, and his entourage have been staying. These images will continue to show throughout the program, of course, of the aftermath of that explosion. We're hearing, though, that the French president Emmanuel Macron was already out of the hotel and inside the presidential palace talking to the Syrian president Ahmed al-Sharaa at the time of that explosion, and that he did not even hear, in fact, the explosion as it rang out, but already still black smoke seen over the capital. And we've seen as well images of the security apparatus, if you like, that has descended on the area. Of course, there was already a huge security presence there, but has been reinforced, I suppose, even more as the Syrian authorities have raced to try to secure the immediate area around the hotel and also ensure, of course, that the presidential palace is fully.
Yeah. So Emmanuel Macron came here to Syria to see how great things are going, meet with Al-Jalani, the leader of Syria, and this happened. And this is only one a number of recent violent incidents that we've seen in Syria in the last week. Yeah, probably not what Syria's president was hoping for, or Emmanuel Macron for that matter. Probably a little bit shaken with these explosions happening outside of his fancy hotel.
As this defense authorization bill makes its way to the floor of the House, AOC has introduced an amendment that, if passed, would more than likely halt all offensive and defensive military aid to Israel, assuming Israel didn't radically change its behavior. The proposal would require all U.S. defense articles and services to be used in accordance with international law, consistent with 6201 of the Foreign Assistance Act.
International law, you say?
Essentially says countries that restrict U.S. humanitarian aid are prohibited from getting any military stuff. I don't know how else to articulate that.
I think it's 620I, just...
620I.
Yeah.
And the fundamental difference in this amendment versus, let's say, the Leahy law is the responsibility of the administration to affirmatively issue a clearance, and also the Congress's ability, or I should say requirement, to specifically authorize the transfer. So the point being that with the Leahy law, you needed to have some, like, the administration itself come
Has
to some
discretion.
finding.
Yes.
And
It gives the
had
president
discretion.
power. It gives the executive branch the power to determine whether or not Israel's violating international law. This goes further than that.
The requirement for the president was like, the executive branch was like, if you find a problem, then you are compelled not to sell. Well, it's easy not to find a problem if you don't look. In this instance, the bill would require an affirmative, or I should say an affirmation, that none of the military equipment is being used in violation of humanitarian law, or that there's, and that would be much more difficult, of course, all things taken for, as is. We should say this is both offensive and defensive. It'll be interesting to see if Marjorie Taylor Greene, who I think it was had a more limited amendment, will vote for this if it hits the floor. Oh, wait. She resigned.
Yeah, because she cares so much.
Well,
about
it'll be
Gaza.
interesting to see if she goes on a podcast and talks about it.
That's what's important.
And I say that as a podcast.
But obviously, I mean, that's part of why we're criticizing her in general, Marjorie Taylor Greene, not like the history of anti-Semitism, hatred, bigotry, conspiracism in general. It's just that she hasn't been on our show. As a reminder, Marjorie Taylor Greene, October 26, 2023. Breaking news, I just introduced my resolution to censure Rashida Tlaib as a privileged to force a House vote in 2 legislative days. Tlaib has led a pro-Hamas insurrection into the Capitol complex, has repeatedly displayed her anti-
Wow, pro-Hamas insurrection into the Capitol. Why didn't I hear about that? That's really weird.
That's really weird.
Yep. It'll be nice to see a resolution like this pass at some point. F is in Francis. My name is now Francis. Why is my name now Francis? Why is my name now Francis? I don't appreciate that. All right. No, I don't expect that necessarily to make it past our current Senate makeup, but maybe in the future we could see something like that. I would love to see the day. Now, we got more to talk about in the Middle East. Time is now part 2 for the weird Dana Bash CNN interviews take 2. Benjamin Netanyahu edition. This one I found truly fascinating. I'm not going to lie. For a number of reasons. I mean, it's nothing new for CNN to have on war criminal, specifically Benjamin Netanyahu, on for interviews and things like that. What's not normal is for Dana Bash to take this tone and stance. Well, you'll see. Let's go here. CNN from yesterday. I just found this to be an interesting shift. One which I feel may have something to do with the shift in U.S. politics right now. I could be wrong, though. I could be wrong, but I just feel like Dana herself is having something of an existential crisis over what's happening in U.S. politics. And you'll see she makes that somewhat clear during this discussion.
is in Turkey right now. He said this morning he will consider selling F-35 fighter jets to Turkey, which is a reversal of a ban he put in place. You said yesterday that would, quote, upset the power balance in the Middle East. Have you made that clear to President Trump?
Yes, I have. Actually, spoke to him several times about it. And I think that everybody understands that notwithstanding the personal friendship that President Trump has with Erdogan, it doesn't make Turkey a friendly or a friendly state to the United States. To the contrary, it's a regime that's infected with the Muslim Brotherhood, which hates the United States. He harbors Hamas, the Hamas terrorists. He supports them. He finances them. He's thrown his opponents in jail, all of them. He throws more journalists in jail than anyone can understand. So he's not exactly a model ally of the United States, but even worse than that.
For him to talk about people throwing journalists in jail, which I think for most journalists, they would actually prefer to being murdered repeatedly over and over again. You know, because how many journalists has Israel killed now? Like 500?
Threatens Greece, a NATO ally. He occupies half of Cyprus, another NATO country. And the most important thing, and I put it right on the table, he threatens to destroy my country, the one and only Jewish state. His number two says that we have no place among the nations, and you know what that means. And his number three, the interior minister, says that he's looking forward to be the governor of Jerusalem. Hello? You know, we're a sovereign country.
Yeah, but Prime Minister,
we're a
the
sovereign
President
country.
said this morning
And we tend to
that-
stay independent.
President said this morning that they are great friends, and not just the two of them, the countries of the United States and Turkey, and that Turkey is perhaps a better ally than other so-called allies. So he is considering giving the country these planes, F-35s.
Well, as I said, it would destroy the power balance in the Middle East because Turkey, I think, has aggressive aspirations. I mean, they openly say that. They want to restore the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, I'm not going to listen to everything the BB has to say, but I just want to hear the tone that comes from Dana. Because it is important, I think. Because she is honestly been one of the most ardent Zionist voices on CNN. She loves Israel. She loves Bibi Netanyahu, or has, from what I can tell, for a long time. And from what but in my estimation here, after watching this clip, she seems very upset with Bibi in a way that I couldn't imagine being upset with Bibi, because she seems to have an actual some weird personal connection to Bibi. I don't know if they have some personal connection outside of these sorts of interviews. I don't know. She just seems disappointed with Benjamin Netanyahu in the same way you'd be disappointed in, I don't know, the president of the United States as an American. This whole interview is her being but you're just doing it. You're doing a really bad job. And don't you see, Trump loves Erdogan more than you. Why can't you be more why can't you do better? And that seems to be the whole thing here.
Prime Minister Netanyahu, the conversation that the president is having with Turkey today is just the latest in moves that he has made that are not making you happy. He obviously imposed ceasefires in Gaza, in Lebanon, on Iran. He made you turn fighters back from attacking Iran last summer. He's told you what you can and can't do in Hezbollah. Who is calling the shots for Israel?
I think there's a wide misperception of everything you said, because a lot of these
Did you hear that?
Some of them were not true, and some of them were agreed in advance, and some.
Do you hear that? Who's calling the shots for Israel? Is it the United States? Or is it Israel? Do you hear her? I mean, we all know that the United States calls the shots for Israel, but she seems to think, in her mind, Israel's just acting of its own accord all the time. And she's like, Benjamin Netanyahu, are you letting Donald Trump tell you what to do in Lebanon? Are you going to keep fighting? I mean, that's what this sounds like. Is that not what it sounds like to everybody else? Like, Dana's like, look, you better keep fighting. You better keep fighting in Lebanon.
In its wake, I wouldn't do that. Necessary. When you're given that power, you're going to see aggression in its wake. I wouldn't do that.
Prime Minister Netanyahu, the conversation that the president is having with Turkey today is just the latest in moves that he has made that are not making you happy. He obviously imposed ceasefires in Gaza, in Lebanon, on Iran. He made you turn fighters back from attacking Iran last summer. He's told you what you can and can't do in Hezbollah. Who is calling the shots for Israel?
I think there's a wide misperception. Everything you
I mean, did you hear that? She's like, look, President Trump is telling you you're not allowed to fight Hezbollah. Are you going to let him do that to you? Do you hear her? She's a genocide. She's like a genocidal maniac, but she's like gone. Like, do you see what I mean? She's like gone like off like the reservation. Like she's like, I think she's like so upset that Israel's losing popularity. Just broadly in America, in the Democratic Party, you have anti-Israel representatives getting elected all over the place. And now she sees the president, who's been basically letting Israel do whatever the fuck they want this whole time. You know, saying mean things through Axios's, what's his name? Ari... Fuck, I can't think of his name now. But she's just like, look, you're not gonna let the president. You're not gonna let the president stop you from doing the war, are you? Who's doing Israel's foreign policy anyway?
I want to talk specifically about Iran for a moment, sir. President Trump said the memorandum of understanding with Iran is probably an unconditional surrender. But the specific question is, under this MOU, the United States terminates all types of sanctions against Iran. Is this a failure for your country, for Israel?
Oh, my God.
Look, I think it's too early to say what will happen. The president believes that he can stop Iran's nuclear program, which is a nuclear program to create atomic bombs.
Like, the answers from Benjamin Netanyahu are to some degree irrelevant. It's the questions that I find insane. Do you hear her? Do you hear her right now? Like, I imagine that this would be exactly the same sort of... Actually, this is, I feel like, a softball, more of a softball interview than Benjamin Netanyahu would get on Israeli television. But she's coming at this from such a fucking weird angle. It's like a very pro-Israeli, almost anti-American angle. It's like, look, Trump wants to end the war in Iran. Is that a loss for you? Are you sure you want to let the president end the war in Iran? Like, it's crazy. Like, this whole thing has just gone off the rails. She is now just... It's like Dana's just like an Israeli journalist now or something. Like, what is going on? She's like, is this a failure for our country? What's going on? Trump wants to end the war in Iran, but shouldn't we keep it going? Benjamin says Dana. Like, what in the actual fuck is this line of questioning?
The issue of supporting Israel as a Jewish state and just U.S. support for Israel overall, they have become a central issue in American politics, really a litmus test right now in Democratic primaries here in the U.S. I want you to listen to how the mayor of New York City responded.
You see what I mean? Even in the way that she framed the question, she's like, support for Israel as a Jewish state, or even at all, has declined. people no longer support the ethno-state aspect of Israel, and in fact, people are starting to not support the general idea as a premise to begin with. Oh, Dana's very upset.
He was asked if he supports Israel as a Jewish state.
I've said time and again that I support the state of Israel as a state with equal rights. I believe that any state that preferences...
But as a Jewish state is the question.
I think any state that privileges one religion over the other is one that I can't tell you I support, whether it be Israel or Saudi Arabia or anywhere else. And a lot of that comes back to a fundamental belief that we should all be considered equal no matter what our faith is.
Your response?
Zohran Mamdani.
Well, he conveniently forgets that the only democracy in the Middle East is Israel. 20% of our citizens
are living without rights, being thrown in prisons without trial, living under occupation. I don't know what the end of that sentence is. I don't care. I actually do know, but he's a piece of shit, and I'm not going to force us to listen to this genocidal maniac.
Who support Israel and support what you just said.
That fights are murdering their own people and trying to terrorize everyone else.
Some American Jews in Congress who support Israel and support what you just said say that a lot of the actions by you and your government are making Jews in the United States unsafe. Congresswoman Haley Stevens, she's running for Senate in Michigan, said Benjamin Netanyahu has made us less safe. He has frankly put Jews in an uncomfortable position across the country. Have you?
How rude. Well, it's made her uncomfortable because she can't stand up for the truth. She's trying to probably excuse anti-Semitism. You know,
she's not. I just want to explain. She's somebody who supports Israel. She supports funding Israel, which is diminishing big time.
And I actually didn't know this about Haley Stevens. I find this to be fascinating. But we watched this clip yesterday or the other day. I think we should watch it again. But in case you don't know who Haley Stevens is, Haley is the other candidate in the Michigan Democratic primary for Senate, Abdul El-Sayed, the other candidate. Oh, wow, Erica Kirkwood's in the chat. So glad to see you, Erica. This is Haley. This was Haley in October. I'm sorry.
Hello, everyone. It is Congresswoman Haley Stevens.
I think this was August of 2023.
The great state of Michigan, and I am with 20 of my Democratic colleagues from all over our great nation. Colorado, Ohio, North Carolina, and fellow Michiganders. And we are here in the beautiful country of Israel, learning about her democracy, learning about our shared commitment to national defense, economic development, and trade. It is a great day to be in Israel. Hello from Israel!
AIPAC. That's who we're talking about. And I just find it fascinating that this is the conversation that we've come to now. That honestly, I think we've succeeded to some degree in pulling the goalpost, the Overton window slightly back to sanity levels where even these psychos have to be like, look, shit's not going good. Like, they're not necessarily, like, Dana's not rushing to call this a genocide or anything. But the fact that this is the conversation that's being had right now between her and Benjamin Netanyahu over a comment made by Haley Stevens, a woman who I couldn't even imagine supporting, is just crazy to me. Like this is the internal fighting that I have been begging for. We needed this 2 years ago.
Uncomfortable because she can't stand up for the truth. She's trying to probably excuse anti-Semitism. You know,
She's not. She's. I mean, I just want to explain. She's
Jews.
somebody who supports Israel. She supports funding Israel, which is diminishing big time among Democrats and even some Republicans in the United States Congress.
Well, let me tell you, we track the support, and I'm obviously concerned when people raise that. And I've looked at the Gallup polls, okay, and they're very interesting, and other polls. And you see the decline in support for Israel, okay? And it's several years before the Gaza war took place, okay? And you ask, why did that happen? Well, the one correlation you see, which is almost a perfect correlation, is the penetration of TikTok and other social media in the United States.
See, like all of these arguments, like Dana's on board for most of them. Still, like she hasn't gotten off of the Israel train. She's just really upset that the Israel train isn't taking her to her preferred destination, I guess. Or she gets to tell everybody that supporting an ethno-state isn't deeply racist or problematic.
Young Americans to not only to hate Israel, but also to hate America. And you know what? Those
they hate America.
who say they hate Israel usually end up hating America.
Mr.
They
Prime
burn our
Minister, I think
flags,
all
they
things
burn
can
your
be
flag
true.
as well.
All things can be true. What you're saying about
American
bots and about the internet, no question. But are you saying that Israel and you personally bear no responsibility? Let's just talk about Gaza for 1 minute. Currently,
Honestly, I think we need to clip that for Haley. Actually, no, never mind. But actually, that's actually probably a win. That'd be a win for her, maybe. I can't tell. But it's fascinating that he just said Haley Stevens hates America. Oh God. Oh, America hater Haley Stevens. Aw. Poor Haley. This whole thing is getting pretty wild.
Hamas is continuing to refuse to disarm. The IDF is also carrying out nearly daily airstrikes in Gaza. You've taken over more territory there. And the Palestinian people are continuing to suffer, still displaced, dealing with intense heat, limited care, limited resources.
Did you hear that? Did you see the face on Benjamin Netanyahu? Just go stone gray all of a sudden. Oh my God. I couldn't believe I was hearing the words out of Dana Bash's mouth. I didn't even know that Dana knew Palestinians existed. For Dana Bash, look how far we have come at this point. Dana Bash is now telling Benjamin Netanyahu that Palestinians aren't getting enough humanitarian aid. Oh, we've come a long way. She's done interviews with Benjamin Netanyahu in the past. I don't think she ever brought this up one time.
The IDF is also carrying out nearly daily airstrikes in Gaza. You've taken over more territory there. And the Palestinian people are continuing to suffer,
Dana.
Still displaced, dealing with intense heat, limited care, limited resources. Will you do more to help those suffering in Gaza? And will you concede that the images that people are seeing on their phones as part of social media is very much contributing to the turnaround and the diminishment of support of your state of Israel and of you?
Yeah, look, I think that what you're raising is how do you fight a war in the digital age when when you have terrorists that embed themselves in civilian populations, in schools, in civilian neighborhoods, in apartment blocks, in mosques, and so on. How do you fight them? They send rockets to indiscriminately kill our people, and they hide behind, they're targeting our civilians while hiding behind their own civilians. So what are you going to do? What do you think would happen if this happened to New York City, say, from New Jersey? You think if they rocketed you with, with this firepower and murdered
Canada?
About 10,000 of your people murdered, raped, maimed, disemboweled 10,000 Americans. What do you think the response of the United States would be?
Let me ask you about
it
right
would
now.
be a lot stronger than ours.
Yeah.
But I'm good.
Oh my God, Dana is interrupting his October 7th tirade. Do you see how upset Benjamin Netanyahu is? He's like, wait, Dana. Wait, Dana, no, hold on. I'm not done. I'm not done listing off the atrocities of October 7th for the 50,000th time in the last 2.5 years.
Ask you about right
it would
now.
be a lot stronger than ours.
Yeah.
But I'm going to say right now, but I think it's important. I think it's important. We have taken unbelievable measures in order to avoid civilian casualties. You know, we send millions of phone calls to the people, millions of text messages and so on. Please leave this neighborhood because we're going to try to eradicate Hamas. And Hamas, no, I'm talking about, I'll ceasefire I'll talk about in a minute. Well, obviously there's no real fighting going on. There are occasional actions that they try to do against us and we do against them, but it's not the kind of broad warfare that we had before. Everybody understands that. But I still come back to this point, Dana. And
Who understands that? Anyway, I think that's enough. I just found this to be a fascinating interview between Dana Bash and Bibi Netanyahu. I was still disgusted by her willingness to talk to him, but for the first time, I think ever, she was visibly pushing back on Benjamin Netanyahu on a bunch of shit. And I was like, wait, what's happening? It was somewhat surprising to me to witness such a thing here this week. I felt that bring you all in on that one here this evening for the midweek report. Jeez, we still got a hell of a lot to get through. This stream is taking a long time. Well, while we're talking about Israel and Gaza, Palestinians, let's talk about Hamas, who have renounced this governance of Gaza amid the stalled Board of Peace process. I mean, it's been 9 months, I think, since Trump declared peace in the Middle East. Since then, thousands of Palestinians have died. People are continuing to starve. Israel's continuing to wage indiscriminate warfare on the territory. Let's go here to Democracy Now! From yesterday.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. And other news from Gaza, Hamas has announced it'll dissolve its civilian governing body in Gaza Strip and will hand over power to an interim Palestinian administration overseen by President Trump's Board of Peace. The establishment of the technocratic National Committee for the Administration of Gaza is part of the U.S.-backed 20-point plan to end Israel's assault on Gaza. Israel agreed to the deal last October, has since violated on a near-daily basis, killing nearly 1,100 Palestinians. Hamas has said its ministries and staff would stay in place, and it would still oversee security and policing in parts of Gaza left under its control following this U.S.-brokered truce. For more on the significance of this political move in Gaza, we're joined from London by Ahmed Iraqi, senior Israel-Palestine analyst at the International Crisis Group. Can you talk about the significance of what has taken place, Ahmed? Mohammed al-Farah, the head of the Hamas administration, has resigned. What does this mean? What does all of this mean in this so-called technocratic group taking over of Palestinians from, is it the Palestinian Authority?
Thanks for having me, Amy. So in practice, what this announcement does at the moment does very little. In practice, Hamas is still the de facto governing authority on the Palestinian-populated side of Gaza. The NCAG, the Palestinian Technocratic Committee, that's supposed to take over those governing duties, is still basically stuck in Cairo and not allowed to enter into Gaza to assume those duties. And even if the NCAG did enter Gaza, the conditions are not ripe for any of these governing institutions to properly function. Israel is still maintaining a very serious blockade. It is not allowing sufficient aid to come in, as we heard from the previous segment.
Exactly. But what it does mean is that Hamas is pulling out of the peace process. I think rightfully so. It's been 9 months. Israel has been not been forced to follow a single one of the steps, while Hamas gave back all the hostages. Meanwhile, there's a million and a half plus, however many people still alive, basically all hostages, being just kept in inhumane conditions. As a result of the blockade, the continued what do you call it? Encroachment, that Israeli yellow line throughout this entire 9 months, they've continued to just take more territory. The United States hasn't even flinched as to criticize Israel. Now in Iran, the funeral of Ayatollah Khamenei, Ali Khamenei? No, wait, which one? No, I'm confused. No, yeah. Ali Khamenei was being held all week, and over the weekend, millions of people came to the country to give their respects to the former supreme leader. Here are some of the sights and also some of the opinions of the people here. We're here to show that this path will continue, and every single one of these people will continue down his path with clenched fists, and soon we will challenge his death against the U.S. and Israel. Israel, the U.S., or anyone else that has even the slightest ambition about our country should know that we, from kids to the elderly, we all back this system. You can't even look at this country with bad intentions. We will stand and fight for this country as long as we are alive, and until the last drop of blood. Yep, millions came and attended this funeral. Did not get a lot of coverage from mainstream Western press. I've got a few clips. Here's TRT World Turkey from yesterday.
The relentless July sun didn't stop huge crowds from filling Tehran streets for the funeral procession of their slain supreme leader 4 months after his killing in joint U.S.-Israel strikes. They're bidding a final farewell to Ali Khamenei as his casket makes its final journey through the Iranian capital that he ruled from for 36 years.
I loved our leader, Ali Khamenei, more than a father or anyone else in my family. I would have sacrificed myself for him. I'm here today in deep sorrow, but I'll continue on his path.
His remains will travel to Qom before continuing to the prominent Shia holy cities of Karbala and Najaf. He will then be laid to rest in his birthplace, Mashhad, on Thursday. His tombstone is expected to become a site of pilgrimage for nearly 300 million Shia Muslims worldwide.
Yep, a massive gathering, some saying perhaps the largest gathering of humans in the 21st century. Yeah, in the modern era, perhaps. Huge numbers of mourners came from around the region and around the world. For more on this, let's go to Democracy Now! From yesterday.
Najaf, the holy city of Shia Islam. For Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, this will be his final trip through a city he first visited as a young man. He came here in 1957, an 18-year-old seminary student, walking the streets that produced some of Shiism's most influential scholars. The symbolism goes beyond his personal journey. The funeral of Iran's late supreme leader is becoming a transnational event, stretching into the spiritual center of the Shia world. For the Iranian government, this is more than a farewell to a slain leader. It's an opportunity to project continuity after his assassination and to reinforce.
Somehow I didn't notice that this wasn't the Democracy Now! Clip that I just promised you. Which one is this? Oh, I clicked past it. How did that happen? That's my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Look, sometimes I'm just in the zone. I'm operating on fumes right now. I barely ate today. Here we go. Take two.
Millions of Iranians have attended funeral proceedings for Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, who was assassinated in a joint Israeli-U.S. airstrike in February, along with 4 members of his family, his daughter, his son-in-law, his daughter-in-law, and 14-month-old grand.
By the way, I think you behoove people watching to pay attention to the flags being flown at these protests. Well, not protests, these, sorry, gatherings, I guess.
Funeral proceedings for Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, who was assassinated in a joint Israeli-U.S. airstrike in February, along with 4 members of his family, his daughter, his son-in-law, his daughter-in-law, and 14-month-old granddaughter. His son, who's been named the new Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei, remained out of public view. But 3 of Khamenei's sons, who had not been seen since the U.S. and Israel launched the war, attended the funeral. After days of mourning in Tehran, the Supreme Leader's body arrived in the holy city of Qom on Monday, before it will be brought to other holy sites. This is a 29-year-old law student and mourner in Tehran, Atfi Sadri.
Just as I feel this way, I hear the same from people around me whose style of dress and level of religious observance differ from mine. Ayatollah Khamenei's death has affected them deeply. I used to say to myself, I wish circumstances had been different, so that...
I don't know if everybody saw the signs and flags and everything people were carrying, but people in Iran at this gathering, this funeral for Ayatollah Khamenei, seem pretty upset and are blaming Donald Trump for all of this. I think rightfully so, probably. He is the one who started the war and assassinated their leader. I can see why they blame him.
Beautiful things could have happened while he was still alive and in his presence. But through his passing, the leader has given every Iranian a gift, a change in our people's way of life and outlook. Among people my age, I can see that many people have become more devoted to the leader and to the Ahl Bayt, the Prophet's family.
On Monday, President Trump renewed his threats to attack Iran, warning Tehran to reach an agreement or see the U.S., quote, finish the job. In response, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said negotiations on a final deal will not commence as long as threats continue.
Not going to do it.
Meanwhile, Iran's Revolutionary Guard reportedly fired missiles at ships transiting the Strait of Hormuz overnight. The British Navy reports a Qatari tanker carrying liquefied natural gas caught fire after it was struck. A Saudi-flagged crude oil tanker was also reportedly hit. The ships were attempting to pass through a channel closer to Oman, bypassing Iranian-controlled waters. For more, we go to Iran, to the capital, Tehran, where we're joined by Reza Saya, freelance journalist based in Tehran, where he's reporting on the funeral of the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei for PBS and France 24. Reza, thanks so much for being with us. Can you explain the significance of this moment and the millions of people who have come out?
Yeah, and I think it had religious significance. It had political significance, and what a statement by the Islamic Republic of Iran to the world and the Iranian people. This was the largest crowd, the largest gathering I've ever seen. It was a show of unity. It was a show of devotion. And what was remarkable is the diversity of people that we saw out there. We just heard from one of the people, one of the mourners who attended the funeral. And that's what I saw as well over these three people. There were certainly mourners who were there for religious reasons. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the late supreme leader, was their religious leader, their spiritual leader. To many faithful here in Iran, he was the representative of God on earth. However, what was remarkable is that many people that we saw out there during these 3 days were not particularly religious. They were secular, but they were deeply anti-war, deeply anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist, and they came to pay their respects and give their admiration to the late supreme leader because they viewed him as the leader of the resistance movement, the leader in the fight against U.S. imperialism. In many ways, this is a new identity that's taking shape for Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. He's being revered and honored, not just as the leader of Iran, but the man who took on two nuclear powers, the world's empire in the United States and Israel, the country many view as aspirations to have hegemonic power in this region. So quite a scene. And it was also a logistical a challenge. And what was remarkable is the cooperation, the people working together, the volunteers, thousands of people. There wasn't a time where I took a few steps and I wasn't offered a lemonade or juice or someone who wanted to comfort me with some food or fan me. It was just a remarkable show of unity and cooperation centered around this funeral services for the late Ayatollah Khamenei.
Yep, leaders coming from around the world. Expected many, from the Middle East, but also people from China, Russia, India. Just a crazy number of people coming out to mourn the death of Ayatollah Khamenei.
So hot right now.
Sorry, I'm losing steam. Yes, I will hydrate. Thank you, Omega Star. Nightbot is down. That's no good. It looks like it's down on Twitch and on YouTube somehow. Okay, we'll try and figure out what's wrong with that. Now let's move on from the funeral. Talk about what's happened in the last 24 hours between the United States and Iran. And things have been heating up. Iran striking ships in the Strait. CENTCOM, U.S. forces saying that they had launched a series of strikes on the country of Iran yesterday. Here's Al Jazeera.
We're just going to go back to that breaking news story that the U.S. military has just confirmed that it's begun launching a series of powerful strikes on southern Iran. According to this statement from the U.S. military CENTCOM, they're saying that these strikes are to impose costs for targeting and attacking commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, because they're also saying that this is in response to Iranian attacks on 3 commercial vessels that were transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Both Saudi Arabia and Qatar have accused Iran of attacking their vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. And what we're now hearing from the U.S. military CENTCOM, they are now releasing the statement saying that they have begun a series of attacks on southern Iran. Let's bring in Tawhid Asadi, who's live for us in Tehran. Tawhid, what more do you know about these strikes now on Iran? What are they targeting?
Well, actually, officially speaking, at least from the military officials of the country, so far we don't have any confirmation regarding that, but it's still, we've got the state TV just saying that sounds of explosion have been heard at least in 2 locations, and according to the state TV IRIB, 6 explosions have been heard in the island of Qeshm. And for your information, Qeshm is the largest island in the vicinity of the Strait of Hormuz, with a very geostrategic significance when it comes to Iran's control and authority over the Strait of Hormuz. Also,
yep. United States launching a series of strikes on supposed Iranian targets. And within, I don't know, less than 12 hours, Iran responding, slamming U.S. violations. And shortly after that, launching strikes on Bahrain and Kuwait. Here's France 24 English from 16 hours ago.
These images show the latest breach of the ceasefire between the US and Iran. US Central Command claims to have hit over 80 targets across Iran, saying that the retaliatory strikes focused on air defense systems, radars, and the small boats used by Iran's Revolutionary Guards.
US Central Command forces have begun launching a series of powerful strikes against Iran to impose heavy costs for targeting and attacking commercial shipping crewed by innocent civilians in an international waterway.
Iran's state media reported explosions in the southern city of Bandar Abbas, where this video was said to be taken, as well as Qeshm Island and Sirik. The attacks came after the US says Tehran targeted 3 commercial tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. Wanting to maintain its hold over the waterway, Iran has expressed anger that some vessels are now taking a route which passes closer to Oman. Iranian officials have replied defiantly. The Speaker of Iran's parliament tweeted that the era of bullying and extortion is over. It leads nowhere. We don't fold.
Oh, yeah, seems like we're right back to where we were before the memorandum of misunderstanding. Doesn't feel like this is going in a very good direction. Donald Trump confirming that earlier at the NATO summit with comments like this.
Ceasefire over. Is the ceasefire done? Is the MOU dead?
It's a very interesting question. To me, I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. I'll speak to our negotiators. They want to negotiate. They're good people. Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, but they have to come back to me. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of time dealing with.
There you go. There's the President of the United States saying that the memorandum of understanding is over and that there's no reason to negotiate. Might as well just do a forever war with Iran. Jared, a non-government employee, and Commerce Secretary Witkoff, or no, Special Envoy Witkoff, whatever his fucking title is, no longer in the driver's seat on this, apparently. I don't think they ever really were, necessarily. I mean, they were doing their own thing. But it truly was always Trump at the very end of it all. And he's done, apparently, with peace. Not that we ever had it, but this is a clear confirmation that the war in Iran is very much just back on in as many ways as possible. Same time, the United States revoked a waiver for Iranian oil sales, which had been granted, reimposing sanctions. Here's France 24 from 16 hours ago.
Straight on to business with Sean Pellegrin. He's starting today with a look at the market, Sean.
Yeah, the reignition of the conflict between the U.S. and Iran driving new uncertainty over the future of oil supply. As a reminder, the Hormuz Strait used to see a fifth of the world's oil go through it every year. Futures contracts for barrels of West Texas Intermediate or Brent crude both rising over 3% as a result this Wednesday. One aspect in particular, straining supply forecasts, the U.S. Treasury Department's decision to revoke the authorization it had given to sell oil internationally and in U.S. dollars, just given to Iran. This after several tankers were hit by projectiles in the strait in the past few days. That authorization or sanctions waiver had been given until August 21st as part of that memorandum of understanding between the two countries, which reopened the Hormuz Strait last month. Well, this now means that tens of millions of barrels of Iranian oil that had already left the country are now in limbo and stranded on tankers at sea, according to Blue.
Oh, boy. Yeah, and oil prices have been ticking up. Once again, even though they were falling precipitously last couple of days, they've been making their way back to the mid-70s. Not exactly where people want it to be. Certainly it's not 100, but we go right back to where we were. And worse.
Immediately, if not sooner.
If this drags on much longer. Some of that oil will get sold regardless of the sanctions. But like, this is just going back to the status quo that we had established, the terrible status quo that we had established before all this. Now, Iran issued actually, hold on. Let me do this in... No, we'll go to Iran in a second. Let's go back to Donald Trump. He had more to say at the NATO summit earlier. Things like this regarding what he might green light on strikes in Iran.
President Trump, what is the effectiveness of last night's attack? What message does that send to what's left of the Iranian
Which attack are you talking about?
The attack that you guys had on Iran last night.
Could you drum about I think it has a tremendous impact. Look, we're not attacking at the highest level. The highest level of the bridges, there, which we can knock down. I would say in one day we knock down every single bridge in Iran. There's not a thing they can do about it. Their electric manufacturing facilities, right? Their electric plants where they make their electricity there. We will, if we have to, we'll take them out. I don't want
to. If we have to, we'll take out all the civilian infrastructure. It's a war we started. It's a war of aggression that we started. But if we have to, we'll do war crimes to get my way. We'll take out all the bridges. We can do it in a day. And all the power plants. He's back to the war crime talk again. More civilization-ending, genocidal maniac talk from Donald Trump here. Let's listen to the rest of this fucking clip, because this shit is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous! Do that, but if we have to, we'll take them out. They have desalinization plants. We'll take them out if we have
Take those out,
to
too.
do that. That's probably the one I would like not to do least. We attacked Carg Island last night. We knocked out a piece. I said, don't touch the oil, because maybe we'll take over Carg Island. You know, we may take over Carg Island. There's
Might
not a
take
thing
it.
they can do about it. But I said, don't hit the pipes. Just hit everything else.
So yeah, Donald Trump suggesting that we're going to seize Carg Island and to destroy everything but the oil assets. He thinks of himself as Alexander the Great, as Hitler, as Stalin. He's got deranged views of himself and of his power and what he can do with it. And he is just running around like a deranged madman in front of our eyes, threatening war crimes and seizing more fucking territory from people.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
It's just unbelievable. Now, Iran issued warnings to countries supporting the United States. In this message on Iranian state TV, really quick clip here. Khatam al-Anbiya Central Headquarters. Oh, sorry. Wait, hold on. She's speaking hella fast. Khatam al-Anbiya Central Headquarters in a statement referring to today's malicious acts by the terrorist U.S. military in attacking parts of the country's south, warned any point of origin providing support to the aggressor U.S. military for aggression against the sovereign territory of Islamic Iran will be a legitimate target for the armed forces. Here you go, Iranian state TV, with a message from the IRGC saying that anybody, even remotely connected to strikes being made by the United States, would be considered legitimate targets themselves as a result. Meanwhile, back in the United States, CNN doing its best job to manufacture consent. Well, I don't know if that's quite what I'd call this, but this is a fascinating conversation regarding whether or not the rest of the world should take Donald Trump up on opening the Strait of Hormuz.
What now?
U.S. Central Command says it has finished its latest round of strikes against Iran, hitting more than 80 targets. Now, the backdrop of all of this is the high-stakes NATO summit happening right now in Turkey. President Trump received a very warm welcome as he arrived there earlier today, and he later met with Turkey's strongman leader and used his time to air his many grievances.
But we weren't treated well because we did something in Iran. We don't need anybody's help. I didn't even want their help. But before I asked, they said they wouldn't be there. And we've invested trillions of dollars in NATO. Why? To protect European countries. Why are we spending hundreds of billions of dollars and they're not there for us? We've always been there for them.
It seems like Europe got it right. They understood what this was and they didn't want to get involved in it.
Well, they are involved with it now. The Strait of Hormuz is a global issue. It's not just something that the United States is going to deal with. And, you know, the United States is doing everything the right way, as far as we know. They're sitting down with Iran. They're trying to come to an understanding. Iran is the one that's breaking the ceasefire. And
this guy is insane. I don't know where they found this fucking weirdo. I assume, like, in his mom's basement or something. I just don't. It's just very strange. Because he comes out here and says insane things. Like, the U.S. is doing everything right. We invaded a sovereign nation, a UN member state, assassinated its leader, and have been waging a war against that country for 4 months. And in his mind, that's us doing everything right. Look at this fucking weirdo. Like, what? What? Huh?
What you talking about?
Something's wrong with that guy. And I don't know why he has a job. He's somehow worse than Scott Jennings, I think, to some degree. He's a very annoying man.
I want Europe to say that they're standing with the United States and that the Strait of Hormuz has to be completely open.
They can't bomb them anymore than we've bombed
Why
them.
would Europe get involved in helping us when we didn't even ask for their help? Trump says that he doesn't want it. And by the way, he continues to alienate them by launching ridiculous tariffs that make everything more expensive, by trying to pass this over to them. And earlier today, he threatened to withdraw all troops from Europe if Denmark doesn't give him Greenland.
Yeah,
That's not the way you engage with your allies.
Let me play that sound. I mean, he actually encapsulated all of his problems with NATO down to the Greenland issue. Listen.
Well, that's what hurt my relationship with NATO, because Greenland doesn't help Denmark. Denmark doesn't spend money to really help Greenland. It was Greenland that, and it continues to be, that should be controlled by the United States, not by Denmark.
What?
Yeah, what are we doing? What are we doing?
For the briefest of moments, I just had like a hint of sympathy for his staff, who is probably like just scratching their heads, wondering why he's doing this.
Why did you have sympathy for those fuckwits? They're all enriching themselves. It's such a weird take from this fucking guy. I have sympathy for who? I'm just trying to think of who we would have sympathy for here. Susie Wiles, the Ice Queen? Julie Hines or whatever her name is. What's her name? I can't remember fucking Natalie Harp. I keep calling her random ass fucking names. Julie Hines. Natalie Harp. I mean, we feel bad for her, the human printer. I mean, really? She loves this stuff. They love it. Some of these people just fucking love this shit, especially the ones closest to him. Stephen Miller is probably chuckling to himself. Actually, I gotta let him talk because he says a bunch of other dumb things too. I forgot. So many stupid things said at this table.
Again, it's just this kind of he's famously petty. Like, we weren't treated very well, like you weren't looking out for us. I wasn't even sure I was going to come. Like, none of that makes any sense at this point. You ought to be trying to restore your relationships and strengthen your relationships with NATO allies at a moment when you do, in fact, hope that Europe gets involved in this situation with the Straits to help straighten out the mess that you helped create.
Yeah. And as if the Green...
Now, it's not clear to me whether or not he's saying this, but it sounds like he's saying that the United States should hope, and nobody should be hoping, that Europe comes to help open the fucking Strait of Hormuz. That just gets more people involved. That turns this into World War III immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
If it isn't already. Like, that is insanity. We fucking have France and UK and whoever else, Trump and anybody else imagines being there, opening the strait with whatever military presence that entails. Are you kidding me? It's delusional.
Stuff wasn't enough, as if the tariff stuff wasn't enough, as if, poo-pooing on NATO entirely wasn't enough. He shows up, a couple of days after he got his puppet at FIFA, Infantino, to remove the red card against the host country of NATO, which happens to be Belgium, where basically every Belgian this morning, every Belgian today woke up making fun of Donald Trump and imitating his silly YMCA milk the cows.
I thought you were going to talk about the F-35 fighter jets. I didn't realize you were going to.
Anyway, and this whole conversation, it keeps on going. I don't want to listen to this whole fucking thing. But the fact is, they just keep going on like, how long can Europe avoid Trump's war with Iran? And the conclusion is they can't. That, to me, is how this all gets wrapped up. They can't avoid it. How can they avoid it? They have to get in. They have to get involved. And it's just a weird take to me. Like, why? Why is that something that anybody would want in this? What we need is for this conflict to end, and Trump is just making it worse. Trump is just making it worse. All right. Now, right before the stream, more explosions in Iran were reported as the U.S. launched more strikes. Even though Donald Trump, hours before, was claiming that the ceasefire wasn't over. He's very confusing. He said the ceasefire, the war isn't restarted. But the memorandum of understanding is off, which means there is no ceasefire, and there is no plan for peace. By the way, this is the second to last clip of the night. Great job for everybody making it this far. 8 hours of galactic news. I know many of you probably dipped in and out, but that's okay. It happens. We talk a lot about a lot of stuff here. It's kind of the whole point of this, is that you can... Sometimes you could sort of tune it out. Or if you miss it, you could rewatch the streams. Although, depending on what happens with getting the stream remonetized, I might have to start moving the streams to like Patreon or something. Like all of them. I've been considering doing that. I don't know if I'm going to wind up doing it or not. But it's been a possibility on my list. I don't know why I'm talking about this. We are almost done. So close. More U.S. strikes in Iran 7 hours ago. Actually, 12 hours ago. There we go.
Whoa. Whoa.
That looks like a war.
خیلی وحشتناک بود.
Am I the only one who thinks this looks like a war? Look at Binface. Look at Binface on the AP thumbnail. This is my favorite story of the week. Go Binface, go Binface, go. Go Binface, go Binface, go. Oh, I just realized that's fucking Vanilla Ice. Dun, dun. Come up with another theme, another anthem for Binface. Okay, let's go here for more on these reported explosions in Iran earlier, well, last evening. It's already morning now, Jesus Christ.
Boss.
Well, we begin with some breaking news that's coming out of Iran, and it is coming from state media. As they report, explosions have been heard in Bandar Abbas. Of course, Bandar Abbas is in the south of the country and was under attack last night as well. It does come just hours after President Trump said he would likely hit Iran again on Wednesday night. That is this evening. Let's get straight to White House correspondent Kimberly Halgett, who joins us from Washington, D.C. What are you hearing from there, Kimberly?
The White House has said nothing about any sort of strikes or military action. In fact, there's been no operational announcement from the White House, nor has there been one from the Pentagon. Certainly, we know that the U.S. president in Ankara said that he believes that negotiations are over and that he does not want to deal with Iran anymore. But as for beyond that, intimating that there were intricate operational plans that were set to ensue, the U.S. president only gave a deliberately ambiguous sense of what could come. He said that there was the possibility of strikes on Iran, that it could happen on the eve of Wednesday going into Thursday morning. He said that we intend to hit them hard again tonight, and he stopped short of saying, though, whether or not he had already authorized such strikes. But what I can tell you from my experience covering these sorts of operations is that they are already in the works, and there is a fair amount of planning that needs to take place in advance, hours in advance. So even as the U.S. president was indicating that he had not yet ordered the operation, it's likely that he already had given.
Oh, Al Jazeera doing the inconvenient math. Well, if you just go by any reasonable calculations, while Donald Trump was saying he wasn't going to order any more strikes, he probably already had. Yes, because he's a liar. That's why. Because the president is a fucking liar. Write that down. All right, Space Fams. Well, there's your midweek report. Still got half of the week left. But at least you now know what's happened so far. It's been a lot. Boy, oh boy, has it been a lot. And that was really only sort of a surface, an 8-hour surface scratching of the planet. A lot more going on out there. I'm just doing my best to get in what I can. Tomorrow, Thursday, I will try and do a show after Leftist Mafia, but it will be elections only. I've been working on that in the background, and hopefully we'll be able to compile a fairly decent stream for that post LM tomorrow evening. So look out for that. Won't be a regular show. I think I said something about this yesterday. But then we'll do like Weekending Report Friday, Saturday and Sunday shows, hopefully, as well. A crazy fucking week already. Both the United States and abroad. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. I can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmigley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Canley Braining, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moenoa, Nadia, Jokey, Skelt, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D-Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Menda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect Cell, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S., Hakate, Trevor, Sweet Chewy Forever, and Gerb and Tracy Eva. I gotta update these lists. Try and do that later today.